One fateful day, 15 years ago, their world was turned upside down. Cracks appeared, magical portals from which demons emerged. With these demons came a system of levels and abilities, so that people could resist them. People who protected their world from demons began to be called adventurers. Adventurers could choose their own fighting style, which were called classes. Mages are slow and have difficulty controlling their magic. This class is considered to be very weak and useless. He chose the high agility class, thief. He felt that the first thing he needed to do was gain more experience and improve his survival skills. Gradually, he gained a considerable amount of experience and became one of the strongest adventurers, known as the Blade of Divine Speed. Every year, this became more and more frequent. He thought that he could protect people and this world from demons. Bird flapped its wings and looked into the distance with its majestic gaze. Several armed adventurers stopped in front of this. After some time, they all went inside the building, stood in a circle, and began to discuss the topic at hand. The guy said with a menacing look, Ioma. They excluded him from the Sword of Glory. Ioma was very surprised and scared, which is why he sharply exclaimed, "What? But why?" The hero answered with an indifferent expression on his face and asked him, why shouldn't he know this reason? The girl, who was among them, looked at him with a sad expression on her face. The main character continued to explain to him, every year, the level of monsters increases. His attacks are no longer effective against high-rank monsters. Lacking support or recovery skills, he simply became a liability. Ioma gritted his teeth from the sadness he experienced, clenched his hand into a fist, and the hero continued to explain to him, the times when thieves were strong are long gone. They concluded that your class would only be useful for mining materials from low-level monsters. Against bosses, it would be more useful to have a mage in the group who can deal decent damage. He looked at the girl. The guild also decides to deprive you of S rank, because the new rifts are much more difficult than the previous ones. Ioma grabbed his shirt and started screaming at him to stop. I realize I don't have enough firepower, but how can they do this? I risked my life many times. When it comes to poisons, no one can compare with me. Depending on the enemy, even I. But before he could finish his sentence, the hero asked him to listen. I have one request for you, he said. Ioma looked at him hopefully and asked again in a trembling voice, is this true? He smiled back at him and walked past. Afterward, he said, after that, I will pretend we don't know each other. These words disappointed Ioma, and he was left alone and in a terrible mood. After some time, he found himself at home, spending his days drinking a lot. All the food trash was on the floor. His whole room was very dirty. He leaned against the bed and smoked a cigarette, looking around and thinking about the fact that he had spent his entire life working as an adventurer. He thought he would fight demons for the sake of his country, and after everything he did, they just got rid of him. He already noticed that he began to lag behind others, so he had to spend money on consumables. He spent all his money on equipment and potions, and now he had absolutely no money. The guild also deprived him of S rank, and now he could not clear high-rank rifts. Suddenly, he saw a glowing screen on the table, and a message was sent to him. The Sword of Glory was sent to China. They managed to conquer the Dark Palace Rift. They were very happy about what was happening and hugged each other, except for the girl from their team, who stood behind with a saddened look. Ioma saw this, and surprise appeared on his face. In the comments, people wrote and asked, where is Ioma? He must be sick. But why do they need him? From the latest videos, it became clear that all he did was run around. He was always just ballast for the team. These words greatly angered Ioma. He threw the phone aside and shouted, what a horror! I just made the wrong choice of class. If he had sold all his equipment and potions, he could have held out, but he had dedicated his whole life to this team. He tore it out with tears in his eyes, experiencing incredible emotional turmoil. After that, he lay down on the floor, looked into the distance, and wondered, what should I do now? At that moment, he received a notification on his phone. He grabbed it and asked, what? He was very surprised by the notification, and his mouth opened in anticipation. The message warned that an S-class monster had appeared in Tokyo, and he needed to immediately proceed to the nearest safe place. The Demon Research Center sent him this message. He wondered in shock, an S-class demon. Well, why did this happen? When the Sword of Glory is not in the country, there are no more strong adventurers in this city to deal with this monster, and I'm not sure I can handle this creature. He looked thoughtful, then went to the mirror and looked at his reflection. After some time, an incredibly majestic monster stood in front of him. He grabbed the dagger, swung it, and grinned. Then he said with a smile on his face, "It's good that I haven't sold the equipment yet." He opened the system window and saw the name of the dragon, which made him wonder. The time dragon, Kronos. Isn't this a too pretentious name? He turned to Kronos and asked him to remember today, because this day will be the last for this creature. He spoke these words with complete confidence in his abilities, and at that moment the monster began to growl loudly. Many fragments scattered after such a strong growl. Ikoma rushed to attack the monster, realizing that he was an adventurer. The residents had evacuated, and he just needed to hold out until other adventurers arrived. At that moment, the monster opened its mouth and began to attack him with fiery flames. Ikoma tried to dodge each attack, but the monster continued to act without hesitation, approaching him. He clenched his teeth out of fatigue and some fear, thinking that this was terrible because the monster was too fast. At that moment, the monster hit him with its claws, and the dagger crumbled into pieces. Ikoma turned around sharply and ran in the other direction. After some time, he stopped. A huge hole formed behind him, from which many stones fell. Everything lit up with a bright light. Ikoma noticed what was happening and weakly turned around to look behind him. Suddenly, he saw the monster again, heading towards him, which made him realize that he needed to keep his distance. After that, he straightened his arm and threw a weapon at the monster in a spell, a poison sickle. The sickle touched part of the monster's body and jumped to the side. He knew that the skin of this creature was difficult to penetrate, but for it to be so difficult, he had no idea. He was stunned with indecision, and the monster raised its hand and moved to attack him. Ikoma thought, "Their levels are too different. If I had not specialized in speed, I would have died long ago. In any case, I have no other options." He swung the weapon that was attached to the rope and began to spin it in the air, after which he cast the Thief's Claw spell. Thief's Claw spell. Thief's Claw is one of the skills of this class. With its help, the thief is able to steal an item from the enemy. Such a demon must have very powerful items. If he was lucky, he might receive a powerful weapon. At that moment, several luminous rays appeared in front of him. This bright light was visible in the reflection of his eyes. Suddenly, the monster pierced him with its powers, and he had serious wounds on his stomach. His entire body was covered in blood as it dripped from all parts of his body. He found himself dying alone near a block of stone. He grunted and coughed violently, after which his eyes began to roll back. He wondered if this was the end. He didn't see anything. They were always called heroes, but he was only able to hold out for a few minutes. He was so weak. If he survives, he will try to become stronger. Suddenly, an unknown round golden object with a rope appeared in his hand, and he asked, "What is this?" He examined it more closely and asked the question, "Did I get it with the Thief's Claw?" The system window appeared in front of him and informed him that the dial of the God of Time was mythical. This item allows you to rewind time 10 years ago. After use, this item will disappear from all timelines. His eyes widened in surprise, and he wondered, "What is this?" "A mythical class item that allows you to rewind time." He narrowed his eyes and said that this was the first time he had heard about the mythical class. "So, can I really go back in time?" The monster swung its huge hand with sharp claws at him again. Ikoma looked at it with disappointment and realized that he had no time left. He sharply grasped the dial in his hands, after which he shouted loudly, "Okay, let me turn back time." The monster's attacking hand came right toward his face. He looked at the dial with hope. At that moment, the monster pierced him right through with its sharp claw, and he flew to the side. Suddenly, he had a strange feeling. "Am I really dead?" He felt uncomfortable. After some time, he found himself in his room with a phone in his hand. He looked at the ceiling, then at the clock, and saw that the time was 8:00 September 13th, Friday 2030. He wondered, was I dreaming? Beads of sweat appeared on his face as he looked out the window and opened the curtains. When he looked into the distance, he was very surprised and opened his mouth. 20:30. Suddenly, he remembered the dial of the God of Time, which he used before his death, and said, "Is this really true?" He opened the system window, carefully examined it, and said that he didn't have a class. It turns out he hadn't received his grade yet. Did I really go back in time? A smile appeared on his face, and he said, "I did it. This time I will become the strongest adventurer." After some time, he watched a video on his phone. Someone asked the question, "Are there any casualties?" An ordinary person should not enter the cracks. He brushed his teeth and watched a video. A man on a news channel reported, "The levels and sizes of monsters are constantly growing. This will be a real disaster for humanity." Ikoma realized he really was now in the world of 10 years ago. There wouldn't be so much controversy in the future. The point was that people should have a high level. The fact that he went back in time gives him an incredible advantage. He needs to get as much experience and rare items as possible. Knowledge is his main weapon. First of all, he needs to get a class. To get a class, he must first reach level 10. There are special rifts for low-level adventurers who have not yet. Ikoma received a class. These faults are not protected and are under control. He went inside one of these caves and realized that this was great. He would soon reach level 6. He was in an F-rank rift in a goblin cave. The guy screamed loudly and destroyed one of the monsters, causing the blood of the creature to spill directly onto him. After that, he turned to him with a smile on his face and said that he should be more careful. Was he not injured? Ikoma wondered. "Who is this guy?" the man asked him again. "Do you hunt alone? This is too dangerous. The goblins can surround you, and then problems will arise." Ikoma asked him, "Who are you?" He answered, "My name is Ohara Kenji. I am a warrior with a two-handed sword level 16. I help newcomers to this rift. People usually call me a guide." He smiled at him with a wide grin, and Ikoma said in bewilderment, "That's how." After that, he thought he doesn't seem like a bad guy. After some time, they continued on their way together, and Kenji said, "So, your name is Ikoma. Do you know that recently companies have been experiencing heavy losses due to problems with false reports?" He thought that being a guide would be a great hobby for his retirement, and that's what happened. Ikoma looked at him in bewilderment and wondered, will he follow me all the time? He talks so much. After a while, he destroyed the goblin and shouted with joy, "That's great! I got level 10. The system window reported, 6 experience points received. Level up to 10, 2 skill points received. Kenji smiled and patted him on the back with his hand, offering his encouragement. "Wow, you did a great job, Ikoma." Ikoma thanked him for this, and Kenji also said that he would probably make an excellent adventurer. Ikoma thought about the S-rank he once dreamed of. Kenji continued to rejoice and explained that by reaching level 10, he could get a class. He must think carefully about his choice, and if he wanted, he could ask Kenji for advice. Ikoma looked thoughtful and began to think about getting a class. The class you receive depends on the characteristics and abilities of the person. Skills can be acquired using skill points. Here's a list of skills available. Fire magic, 15 points. Search, 7 points. Fencing, 5 points. Magical support, 5 points. The night vision, 5 points. Kenji recommended the warrior class to him, and he would teach him many techniques. Although with his fighting style, the thief class suits him better. "Sounds good, doesn't it?" Kenji asked. Ikoma tried to smile back at him, but suddenly Kenji got closer to him and asked slyly, "You haven't acquired the skills yet, have you? Do you even know how to do this? Weren't you taught in class to activate acceleration and boost? Acceleration and enhancement skills increase the physical parameters of the adventurer. Of course, upgrading these skills is now in first place. However, to become the strongest adventurer, it's better not to waste skill points on such skills." Ikoma thought about it all evening and realized that he would definitely need them. Now he reached his hand toward a certain button, and suddenly Kenji shouted at him with a scared look on his face. "No, Ikoma. You shouldn't do that." The system window reported, "Soft fall acquired, 5 points spent. This reduces fall damage and increases resistance to gravity." After that, Kenji shouted to him, "You never know where such a skill could be useful." Kenji was very surprised by this action, which is why he leaned his hand to his chest and said, "Moreover, soft fall." But he did not finish speaking, and the system window reported that Ikoma had already acquired the soft fall skill and spent 5 skill points. Ikoma saw this and said, "Everything is going great." After which, Kenji scratched the back of his head and said in a state of confusion, "There aren't many high places. You should go further." But before he could finish speaking, Ikoma independently began to take action. The system window reported, "Soft fall skill improved to level 2, 10 skill points received." Kenji shouted, looking dumbfounded, "Wait, you shouldn't be in such a hurry." Ikoma silently continued to do what he needed, and the system reported, "Soft fall skill improved to level 3, 15 skill points spent." Kenji was beside himself with what Ikoma had done and screamed, clutching his head. No, he used up all the points on soft fall. but why didn't he listen to me? Ikoma turned to look at him in bewilderment and didn't answer. After which, Kenji rose to his feet again and stood behind him. He began to inform him that with such skills, only a swordsman or a peasant was suitable for him. Ikoma told him in response, "I won't say such a thing." The system window showed him several class options: swordsman, peasant, and gravity master. He pressed the gravity master button, a hidden class. The gravity master only appears when all points have been used for the soft fall skill. This was found much later due to the strict conditions of appearance. Even after discovering this class, no one wanted to choose it because of its weak abilities. Even 10 years later, no one has solved the mystery of this class. However, he understood the essence of this when he was an S-rank adventurer. Gravity Master is the strongest class possible. The system window asked him a question. Do you really want to choose the Gravity Master? Kenji was incredibly scared and yelled at him that he had to stop because this was a magic class. He could still become a swordsman. Ikoma answered him with confidence on his face. No, this is exactly what I want. The system window informed him that the Gravity Master class had been selected and that the skills of gravity magic and gravity control had been acquired. He clenched his hands into fists. His whole body shook, after which he jumped for joy and shouted, "I finally got this class. Great! With this class, I will definitely become the strongest adventurer in the world. But this time, I won't go through the past again." Kenji looked at him in bewilderment and said, "Ikoma, the magic class is not suitable for you. There's a high probability that you won't live long. This class is very difficult to fight with, so it's better for you not to become an adventurer. Melee classes are considered much stronger than others." Suddenly, he screamed loudly, and Kenji, in a state of shock, shouted to him, "What?" After that, several more loud sounds were heard. The girl was lying on the ground, spying on what was happening with one eye. It turned out that it was a goblin with a sword in his hand. The system window reported, "Red Hood, level 17. Kenji asked with fear on his face, "Are they joking? Where does a monster of such a high level come from?" The goblin headed towards him. He hugged the girl, who was covered in tears, and shouted, "This monster appears very rarely. He was here because he wasn't confident in his abilities in a real battle. And if they escape, what a horror! The adventurers here are no higher than level 10. I have to do something." Suddenly, he started screaming, "Ikoma, you should run quickly. I'll distract the monster." He grabbed the sword in his hands and rushed to the attack. Ikoma looked at this and said, "Red Hood, O'Hara won't be able to overcome this." Kenji approached the monster closely and began to defend himself with his sword. But suddenly, the goblin attacked him, and he started to fall down. There were many loud sounds from their battle, and Ikoma realized that Kenji was clearly not used to fighting opponents of this level or higher. Kenji looked away and shouted, "Is there anyone above level 15 who is ready to help in the battle?" People around them wondered while watching their battle. Is he level 16? He probably won't be able to cope with such a strong opponent. He has such a strong opponent. He has such a strong enemy. One mistake, and he's dead. Ikoma realized, standing behind the rest of the people, that he couldn't help. His level was too high for him, and he couldn't properly see his movements. His gravity magic was still too weak, and he didn't know much about his abilities yet. Suddenly, he remembered how Kenji, with a smile on his face, had told him to be careful and asked if he was injured. Because of this, he felt sad and said that he couldn't leave such a good guy. To be honest, he liked him. At that moment, he grabbed the sword and went to his aid, shouting that he couldn't just throw it away. Kenji noticed him and shouted, "Ikoma, you shouldn't come here. This monster is too strong for you. Your magic class is very weak. With such a difference in strength, you'll simply die." Ikoma shouted, "Red Hood." After that, he looked at the monster and said that he would test his new powers on this creature. He was willing to risk his second life to find out what the strongest class was capable of. If they couldn't overcome it, he didn't think they'd have a chance to escape. He hoped his class wouldn't let him down. At that moment, the monster rushed with a growl, not far from Kenji, who froze in fear. Kenji screamed, "Ikoma, you should run." The monster was heading straight for him with its sword outstretched. The weak point of magic classes is the lack of physical abilities. Mages are heavily dependent on the help of other classes. However, the Gravity Master is not like that. The Gravity Master is not like that. The Gravity Master can improve physical parameters in exchange for mana. He used the spells Gravity Control and Gravity Weakening, after which purple magical rays began to penetrate from his body. He looked menacingly at the monster, and it stopped in front of him. Kenji opened his mouth in surprise and wondered, is he moving so fast? He reduced gravity and thereby increased his speed, but his movements became predictable. It didn't matter what the enemy did as long as he could read movements. The monster attacked him with a malicious expression on its face, showing him its fangs and swinging its sword in a jump. But Ikoma continued to think, in my past life I won more than 1,000 fights using only my speed. At that moment, he attacked the monster in the stomach, and the blood of the creature spilled. His whole body was covered in bloody wounds and abrasions. Kenji continued to be perplexed by what was happening and asked, having a low-level magic class, he was able to injure the Red Hood. Gravity Master is a special class with high physical performance. Thanks to good control over mana and with the necessary skill, the potential of this class reaches unprecedented heights. In the early stages, the movement of monsters is very predictable. With the help of its speed, you can evade the attacks of this creature as much as you like. Kenji, with a stunned look, said to him, Ikoma, But before he could finish speaking, a scream rang out. Ohara, he must attack this monster. The monster was squatting right in front of Ikoma, and behind him was Kenji, who expressed surprise. Kenji, with a determined look on his face, suddenly ran to attack, screaming loudly. He pointed the sword at the goblin, who turned to him and tried to say something, but the light from the blade was already radiating throughout the entire area. Behind the monster, Ikoma had already prepared a magic circle and said with a smile on his face that this monster should not have turned its back. At that moment he used gravitational magic, after which the monster's entire body began to fill with a bright purple color. A magic circle and many chains formed around the creature. Ikoma screamed, "Gravity restraints!" The monster began to groan in a trembling voice, turning to look at Ikoma again. At that moment, Kenji swung his sword at it and shouting loudly, hit the creature in the chest, destroying it with one attack. The system window reported 25 experience points received, level up to 12. Ikoma was happy to realize that they had been able to cope with this monster. It had been a very intense battle. With the Gravity Master class, he could definitely become the strongest adventurer. Those around him looked at him with wariness and wondered if he was really a newcomer. He had defeated the Red Hood. Kenji opened his mouth in shock and realized that he couldn't even breathe near this monster. Yet Ikoma, with his low level, had been able to defeat it. He's just a monster. It looks like he doesn't even suspect it himself. Kenji couldn't help but think that he couldn't call him just a genius. Who is he? Ikoma, with a saddened look, sheathed his sword and suddenly groaned loudly, sharply leaning his elbows on the stone and beginning to breathe deeply. He didn't have a drop of mana left. The Gravity Master's skills consume a lot of mana. He couldn't even lift a finger. He would have to think about this point later. His whole body began to shake from powerlessness. Kenji looked at him with a smile on his face before walking closer, bowing, and thanking him for what had happened. He then asked him, "Do you need help?" Ikoma thanked him and said that he would be very grateful for his help. Kenji took him on his shoulders and thought to himself, besides him, there were many low-level adventurers there. Thanks to him, not only had he saved his life, but he had also helped him overcome his fears. He still lacked the courage to fight strong monsters, so he only hunted lesser demons. Ikoma had helped him take a step forward, and now he thought it was time to end his role as a guide. He was glad that he had been able to witness the birth of a new hero. "Thank you for this, Ikoma." They came inside some room. After some time, Ikoma learned what his gravity magic was capable of. Now he needed to raise his level, but this would not be easy to do alone. He needed to find a temporary team. He walked up to a girl who was sitting at a computer desk and asked her, "Master of Gravity." She had never heard of such a thing. It seems to be a magic class, but the characteristics are so low. Is this class really suitable for battles? Ikoma looked at her with a confident expression, and she asked, "Are you looking for a temporary team?" "At the moment, we have several low-level teams," Ikoma asked again. "In that case, can I see these people?" The girl answered, "Yes, but your characteristics are very low, and I'm afraid you may have some difficulties." He thought with a saddened look that he had a rare and unknown class. It was worth expecting that he would not be welcome. He asked the girl again, "In any case, can I talk to the heads of the teams?" At that moment, a stranger appeared in the room and asked, "What is that noise? Is their receptionist having problems? Maybe I shouldn't be so intrusive." It was a guy with yellow hair who approached Ikoma. He asked him, "Who are you?" The guy asked again with a smile on his face. "What did you say?" Haven't you heard of me? I'm the leader of the famous Thunder Knights group. Ikoma asked him again, do you have a warrior class? He replied with a smirk naturally. Everyone knows that magic classes are useless. This is a class for those who are afraid to even be close to monsters, which is why they cannot be adventurers. So you can only blame yourself for making the wrong choice. I simply have a rare class with very low characteristics, but I can achieve a lot, in contrast to you. Ikoma asked him again in bewilderment. Do you also have a rare class? Atsune asked him in an emotional outburst. Are you also interested? Okay then, let me show you its power. He grabbed a sword from which bright sparks emanated in the form of lightning. He raised his sword up and shouted, "Lightning strike!" After these words, the entire area lit up bright yellow. After a moment, he stopped and said, Thunder Knight. This is a very rare class with high stats and strong skills. Such a class suits me. The people around looked at what was happening in surprise and asked, is that such a strong skill? This is an incredible class. He muttered something to himself. And at that moment, the girl behind the counter told him, using skills in the guild is prohibited. He turned to her and asked, don't worry. I was just showing my strength to the newcomer. They don't recruit just any rabble. Besides, no one will take in a stranger. Don't you think you're being a little stupid? Adventurers are not volunteers to help everyone in need. Ikoma looked into his eyes carefully and wondered, is he a Thunder Knight, a class specialized in attack but with very slow movements and difficult implementation of abilities? The class is very weak against agility opponents or lightning-resistant enemies. Some of the strangers around said, there's some weakling with a magic class trying to get into the group. Everyone knows that magicians are useless. On the other hand, how inviolable it is that he is not in the Thunder Knight class. There are rumors that you need high starting stats to get this class. Ikoma realized that it was true. Very little time had passed since the rifts appeared. Maybe it would be better to be alone for now until he earned the trust of others. He completely forgot what had happened before. Then the emphasis was on spectacular abilities and high characteristics. The receptionist said that Atsunami shouldn't express himself like that, Ikoma told her. It's okay. I changed my mind. He decided that he would be alone for now. Sei chuckled and informed him that he should give up becoming an adventurer for now. He should at least try not to die. Ikoma turned away from him, walked in the other direction, and finally waved his hand, thanking him for the advice without turning around. Z looked after him carefully and grinned. At the Adventurers Guild archives, Ikoma opened the book in his hands and said, gaining the trust of others and temporary teams would not be enough. It's better to find people with whom you can create a full-fledged group. Also, you should take into account the compatibility of my gravitational abilities. I still need to raise my level and earn some achievements. He had been able to defeat the Red Hood without any problems. The movements of low-level monsters were predictable, and he had figured out how to use the forces of gravity. Maybe he should raise a few levels and go to higher-level rifts. He snapped his fingers, opened the book again, and wondered if now was the right rift for him. Is this a level 25 stone temple? This rift is for leveling up and mining stones. It is under the control of the guild. Walking statues appear in this rift and are very easy to defeat. If a person is an average level hunter, they will be able to effectively collect materials and level up. It's a rift, similar to a beginner's dungeon. If he can hunt alone, he will be able to find companions faster. The level is set to low. The system window reported, Ikoma is level 12. Will he be able to gain a sufficient level without going deep into the rift? There's nothing he can do about it. He closed the book and thought, I wonder as I level up in the stone temple, will I be able to find classes that suit my ability? He went in a different direction. After some time, the system window reported Stone Temple. There was a man inside the building who was coming down the stairs and groaning heavily in pain, even screaming. You don't need to listen. Under no circumstances do you need to listen to him. He ran sharply, turning back and began to shout. No, he fell to the ground, blood dripping from his chest and mouth. He turned around with a frightened expression on his face, and after some time, a bright and very loud explosion occurred in the room, sending all the debris flying away. Suddenly, a petrified creature appeared in the room, onto which blood spilled. After some time, the girl receptionist expressed fear on her face and shouted, Does he want to go to the stone temple with level 12? Ikoma gave her an application and said, According to the rules, there are no problems, right? She took a piece of paper and said in a trembling voice, clutching her head, This is true, but he's just going to his death. The recommended level for this rift is 25. The rifts are unstable, and very strong enemies can be encountered there. Ikoma turned away from the girl and shouted back, "Okay then," with a smile on his face. "I'll just look around a little and come back right away. He cannot become stronger without risks. He has no other choice but to defeat strong monsters. All this for the sake of leveling up." He stepped into the magical portal with his foot. "Okay, I won't stay long. If I defeat at least one monster, I will be able to increase my level." He was passing by stone statues when suddenly one of them began to make loud noises and swung a sword at him. Ikoma was dumbfounded by the sounds he heard and mockingly thought, "What a cheap trick." At that moment, a system window made of pixels appeared in front of him, and he wondered level 20. He turned to the monster, which could not hit him with the blade, and said, "I think this is enough for me." The monster kept trying to attack him, swinging its sword, but Ikoma had the ability to quickly dodge this creature. With a calm expression on his face, he said, "That was quite close." After which, he grinned and looked into the face of the stone statue that threatened to attack him. He used a spell to weaken gravity, and bright magical sparks appeared around his body. He then made a sudden movement and began to run in the other direction. The monster was dumbfounded. With this level, it was not his opponent. He could easily read the movement of this monster. After these thoughts, he attacked the monster, making sudden movements with his hand and hitting the creature several times. But the monster just laughed, and Ikoma realized that it was strong, but it was only good in defense. The monster again began to pounce on him, growling loudly, but Ikoma asked the monster a question. Even knowing that he is many times faster, it still mindlessly flies into the attack. He took advantage of the weakening by gravity again, and magical sparks began to appear from his body. After which, they headed towards the monster, and he screamed again, "Double gravity." After using these spells, he plunged his sword straight into the monster's chest. The end of the sword glowed with a bright light, and a moment later, the monster's body was divided into two parts and collapsed to the ground. Ikoma looked at this and thought about reducing the pressure by half and accelerating, then removing the reduction right before the impact, resulting in a rather powerful attack. He gained 25 experience points, leveled up to 16, and gained 8 skill points, leveled up to 16 and gained 8 skill points. He was surprised when he realized that he was able to raise several levels at once and also received skill points. He decided to take care of these first. The system window informed him that upgrading gravity magic to level 2 costs 10 points. The skill allows you to use gravity magic and improves gravity control to level 2, enabling you to control the owner's gravity. He looked thoughtful and continued to think. Now, he only had enough points for one skill. He relied on gravity control more often, so he decided to choose that one. He pressed the button, and the system window informed him that the gravity control skill had been upgraded to level 2. He spent 10 skill points. This made him happy, and he wondered, now I can control the direction of pressure, not just change the weight. The system window tells him that, in addition to controlling the pressure, it allows him to select the direction of this same pressure. He grinned and thought, depending on the use, this is a very useful skill. One way or another, he achieved what he wanted. He picked up a bright red magic ball from the floor, from which gusts of magic emanated. Demon Core Magic Stone. He thought this would be enough to prove his victory over the walking statue. He took the ball in his hands and realized that he could already return, but he still had a lot of mana left. He turned back with a smile on his face and thought that he should try out his new ability. At that moment, a bright lightning bolt appeared in the dark space, and he used the lightning strike, thanks to which he easily destroyed the statue, breaking it in half. It was located around a hole in the broken floor, inside of which a fiery light could be seen. A guy and a girl from his team stood next to him, and the guy told him, as expected from Atsunami, he killed such a monster with one blow. The girl said, in addition, even with protection from lightning, they cannot resist such force. Z replied that their defense was not noticeable to him, and this was a training rift. They don't gain levels so quickly anymore. The system reports that he is level 26. Maybe it's time to move on to more complex rifts. He stepped on a bright red object, and the girl asked him, by the way, do you remember that mage from the guild? Don't you think he went a little overboard? He turned to her and answered with a smile on his face. He only said this out of good intentions. If he went into the rifts, he could simply die. Therefore, you should not entertain him with false hopes. After that, he approached the guy from the team and asked him if he thought he did wrong. The knight answered him that he should not ask him about it. At that moment, A loud sound came from the corridor behind, which attracted her attention. "Are these walking statues again?" the girl asked. She asked him to wait and asked, "But why were there such loud steps?" He turned around with a smile and said, "No need to worry so much. Even monsters have their own characteristics." A statue nearby began to fall apart into several pieces and crashed to the ground. The team members saw it with fearful expressions on their faces and wondered what it was. "There's more to it than just the usual features," Z said, interestingly. After which he asked, "What is the big guy doing in this rift?" The walking statue was level 30, which was a little taller than the others, but still a normal statue. The girl with a grimace asked him again, shouting loudly, "Level 30. We've never fought such a monster before." Z replied with a serious expression, "I've long noticed that fighting weak monsters is incredibly boring. I'm a Thunder Knight, and I'm much stronger than other adventurers of my level. Great, I'm ready to fight it." Duel asked him to show her what a walking cobblestone is capable of. He assumed a defensive position, standing in front of the guys on his team, and fully prepared for battle. The stone statue swung its sword and plunged it into the ground. A small rift formed on the ground. The knight saw this and frowned, asking, "Can we really cope with this statue?" Tsunami looked at him with a smile and asked, "If the three of us can't overcome this?" With these words, he took the sword out of its sheath and said, "No matter what level it is, it still remains an ordinary walking statue." The statue's movements were slow and predictable. Suddenly, the statue noticed him and noisily tried to hit him, but he managed to dodge the attack. Tsunami clenched his sword tighter and mocked. It may have increased its speed, but the gap between attacks remains the same. At the same moment, he ran towards the statue and, with all his strength, struck with thunder. Confidently, Tsunami asks the statue if it now understands the difference in strength, but the walking statue clutches the sword in its hand and then raises it to strike. Tsunami sees this and thinks that these pathetic attempts are already starting to irritate him. "You just need to get closer and strike," he thinks. But the statue notices him and attacks sharply. He is thrown aside, exclaiming in pain. What kind of monstrous force is this? Although the level is a little higher than usual, why is it so strong? A girl, Karen, appears nearby and calls out to him with excitement, but Tsunami orders her not to be distracted from the enemy. The girl then pays attention to the walking statue, which approaches her and hits her with the sword. The knight sees this, runs to help and shouts to her, "Karen!" But suddenly the statue throws him aside. Karen also screams his name. "Go!" He sees Go falling to the ground and thinks in horror, "What is happening? Why? What kind of monster is this? Anyway, is he scared? Hey, he's the strongest adventurer." Then he raises his sword and casts a spell. Lightning strike. Tsunami attacks the statue with all his might, looking intently at it, and thinks, "This is how it should be. How does the Thunder Knight's strongest skill, lightning strike, taste now? It won't get off that easy." But the iron statue angrily snatches at Tsunami's sword. He looks at it with his mouth open and thinks, "What is this?" He remembers the moment when Karen said that the statue has protection from lightning. But Ikoma will not be able to resist the power of this, he thinks. The statue then crushes the sword in its hand, breaking it into many pieces. Tsunami looks at this with regret, thinking, "This cannot be." Tears appear in his eyes as he thinks it's just a dream, right? The statue begins to slowly walk towards him, raising the sword over him. Tsunami begins to ask the walking statue not to do this. The statue must stop. "I don't want to die in a place like this." Suddenly, he falls to his knees in front of the statue and tearfully asks for mercy. He puts his forehead to the ground, begging not to be killed. When the walking statue raises the sword above his head, Ikoma suddenly jumps out from the side and loudly pronounces a spell to weaken gravity. The statue's hand freezes, not understanding what is happening. It turns to Ikoma and asks a question in its language. Ikoma lands on the floor, looks closely at the statue and thinks, "Everything will not be so simple." Tsunami looks at Ikoma in surprise and realizes that he is the newcomer from the guild. Ikoma stands with his back to him, says nothing. Tsunami starts shouting in irritation. What is he doing? There is no way he can cope with such an opponent. Ikoma thinks about it and answers right. The information board notes that Ikoma is level 16. He continues to think. The difference in level is too great. The information window again notes that the walking statue is level 30. It continues to get angry and growl. Ikoma thinks that by devouring adventurers and other monsters, it was able to evolve to a new and unique state. He thinks it's a little big. Then he takes the sword out of its sheath and thinks, I still have a lot of mana, so it will be enough for one more battle. It's better not to delay this. With these thoughts, he points his sword straight at the walking statue. Tsunami asks him in disbelief if he really hopes to defeat this giant. We need to escape as soon as possible. Even the three of us can't handle it, he says. At this time, Karen and Go are lying on the ground and looking at each other. Ikoma doesn't listen to him and casts a spell to weaken gravity. The statue begins to growl and move slowly. Ikoma begins to run around it. The walking statue, with a roar, tries to follow him, but Ikoma stands with his feet on the ceiling and falls from above directly onto the statue, attacking it with his sword. The statue growls in surprise. Tsunami watches this and thinks, this cannot be happening. This newcomer also has a magic class. Where does he get such power from? At this time, Ikoma looks at the statue and thinks, for his level he is very slow. Gravity control is quite enough, but I can't do enough damage. The walking statue is a defensive type monster. Moreover, due to the difference in level, it receives virtually no damage. It takes too much mana. To maintain gravity control, we can't wait any longer. Moments later, the statue raises its sword over Ikoma and roars loudly. Ikoma moves back a little and thinks, I have no choice but to rely on the last attack. He then stabs the statue, which growls and slowly turns around. At this time, Tsunami looks at him with disappointment. He hoped that he would be able to quickly defeat the walking statue alone, but it seems that the defense is higher than he expected. Ikoma carefully looks at the statue and wonders. Weakening gravity consumes too much mana, but without this skill, I definitely won't be able to cope with it. There is no need to delay this. We need to end this quickly. He stabs the statue several times. He pushes off the ground, jumps up, and punches in the air. When he lands, the statue, with a menacing roar, reaches out to him with its hand. But Ikoma begins to run and jumps on it. He climbs onto the head of the statue. Tsunami looks at this in bewilderment and wonders where this speed comes from. Does a magician have such skills? Ikoma jumps and thinks that with the second level of gravity control, he has gained a new skill. He thinks it's time to try it out. He then casts a gravitational shift spell. Afterwards, he ends up on the ceiling and notes that he used gravity shift on himself. Interesting effect. It's time to finish this. He then starts casting another spell, double gravity. Due to the forces of double gravity, he will fall at incredible speed. Immediately after this, Ikoma begins to fall directly onto the snarling statue and thinks with excitement, this is the end. Meteor fall! But when he lands, he sees that a large crack has formed on the statue and it collapses with a loud roar. The information window specifies that 524 experience points have been earned. The level has increased to 23 and 14 skill points have been received. Ikoma turns around and asks, how is Tsunami doing? He had just defeated an enemy twice his strength. With these words, he puts the sword back into its sheath and sighs, quickly sitting down on the floor. The information window clarifies that soft fall belongs to the third level. It reduces fall damage and increases gravity resistance. Ikoma leans on a pile of stones and thinks that he has again used up too much mana. At this time, Tsunami looks at him and thinks, what incredible power. His lightning strike didn't even leave a scratch on the statue. He didn't expect that of all people. It would be Ikoma who would save him. He asks why Ikoma saved him. He had told him so much at the guild. Then the thought suddenly comes to him. Does he really want to take revenge by disgracing him? At that moment, Ikoma approaches him and asks, is he okay? Can he get up? At first, Tsunami looks displeased, but then he is surprised and smiles shyly, offering his hand and thanking Ikoma for saving his life. After a while, the sun is shining outside and the weather is clear. At the Adventurers Guild, the administrator asks Ikoma with great surprise, did you meet a walking statue of the 30th level and also win? Ikoma calmly replies that it is true, but the administrator says she doesn't believe him. He's still a newbie and he also went there alone. But Ikoma hands her a large red ball and says that he thinks this will be enough to prove it. The girl takes the ball in her hand and replies, "It's big. Looks like a level 30 stone, although it's a little suspicious. I'll record your achievement. Do you want to sell this stone? I can't say for sure, but the price could be as high as 200,000 yen. Ikoma replies that this will be enough for a start. After a while, he hears someone calling his name. He turns around and sees Tsunami Ichinose standing in front of him. He smiles and says that he has been looking for him for a long time. He wants to thank him again for saving him. He also came today to give good news. Ikoma asks, "News?" Everything explains that he wants to recruit him into the Knights of Thunder. Ikoma can't believe it. He was invited to become a Thunder Knight. This is the strongest group of newcomers. Tsunami Ichinose continues to say that Ikoma is not a bad guy after all. He was very lucky. Many can only dream about this. Any can only dream about this. I know Ikoma is embarrassed and doesn't know what to answer. Sho sees this and, with a smile, says that he need not worry. He is his savior. But Tsunami Ichinose replies that Ikoma will most likely refuse. Those around who heard this can't believe it. What? He declined the invitation from the Thunder Knights. Tsunami Ichinose asks hopefully, wasn't he looking for a group? Ikoma explains that his plans have changed slightly. A statue nearby began to fall apart into several pieces and crashed to the ground. The team members saw it with fearful expressions on their faces and wondered what it was. There's more to it than just the usual features, Z said interestingly. After which he asked, what is the big guy doing in this rift? The walking statue was level 30. Which was a little taller than the others, but still a normal statue. The girl with a grimace asked him again, shouting loudly, "Level 30. We've never fought such a monster before." Z replied with a serious expression, "I've long noticed that fighting weak monsters is incredibly boring. I'm a Thunder Knight, and I'm much stronger than other adventurers of my level. Great, I'm ready to fight it." Duel asked him to show her what a walking cobblestone is capable of. He assumed a defensive position, standing in front of the guys on his team, and fully prepared for battle. The stone statue swung its sword and plunged it into the ground. A small rift formed on the ground. The knight saw this and frowned, asking, "Can we really cope with this statue?" Tsunami looked at him with a smile and asked, "If the three of us can't overcome this." With these words, he took the sword out of its sheath and said, "No matter what level it is, it still remains an ordinary walking statue." The statue's movements were slow and predictable. Suddenly, the statue noticed him and noisily tried to hit him, but he managed to dodge the attack. Tsunami clenched his sword tighter and mocked. It may have increased its speed, but the gap between attacks remains the same. At the same moment, he ran towards the statue and, with all his strength, struck with thunder. Confidently, Tsunami asks the statue if it now understands the difference in strength. But the walking statue clutches the sword in its hand and then raises it to strike. Tsunami sees this and thinks that these pathetic attempts are already starting to irritate him. You just need to get closer and strike, he thinks. But the statue notices him and attacks sharply. He is thrown aside, exclaiming in pain. What kind of monstrous force is this? Although the level is a little higher than usual. Why is it so strong? A girl, Karen, appears nearby and calls out to him with excitement. But Tsunami orders her not to be distracted from the enemy. The girl then pays attention to the walking statue, which approaches her and hits her with the sword. The knight sees this, runs to help and shouts to her, "Karen!" But suddenly the statue throws him aside. Karen also screams his name. "Go!" He sees Go falling to the ground and thinks in horror, what is happening? Why? What kind of monster is this? Anyway, is he scared? Hey, he's the strongest adventurer. Then he raises his sword and casts a spell. Lightning strike. Tsunami attacks the statue with all his might, looking intently at it, and thinks, this is how it should be. How does the Thunder Knight's strongest skill, lightning strike, taste now? It won't get off that easy, but the iron statue angrily snatches at Tsunami's sword. He looks at it with his mouth open and thinks, what is this? He remembers the moment when Karen said that the statue has protection from lightning. But Ikoma will not be able to resist the power of this, he thinks. The statue then crushes the sword in its hand, breaking it into many pieces. Tsunami looks at this with regret, thinking, this cannot be. Tears appear in his eyes as he thinks it's just a dream, right? The The statue begins to slowly walk towards him, raising the sword over him. Tsunami begins to ask the walking statue not to do this. The statue must stop. I don't want to die in a place like this. Suddenly, he falls to his knees in front of the statue and tearfully asks for mercy. He puts his forehead to the ground, begging not to be killed. When the walking statue raises the sword above his head, Ikoma suddenly jumps out from the side and loudly pronounces a spell to weaken gravity. The statue's hand freezes, not understanding what is happening. It turns to Ikoma and asks a question in its language. Ikoma lands on the floor, looks closely at the statue and thinks, everything will not be so simple. Tsunami looks at Ikoma in surprise and realizes that he is the newcomer from the guild. Ikoma stands with his back to him, says nothing. Tsunami starts shouting in irritation. What is he doing? There is no way he can cope with such an opponent. Ikoma thinks about it and answers, right. The information board notes that Ikoma is level 16. He continues to think. The difference in level is too great. The information window again notes that the walking statue is level 30. It continues to get angry and growl. Ikoma thinks that by devouring adventurers and other monsters, it was able to evolve to a new and unique state. He thinks it's a little big. Then he takes the sword out of its sheath and thinks, I still have a lot of mana, so it will be enough for one more battle. It's better not to delay this. With these thoughts, he points his sword straight at the walking statue. Tsunami asks him in disbelief if he really hopes to defeat this giant. We need to escape as soon as possible. Even the three of us can't handle it, he says. At this time, Karen and Go are lying on the ground and looking at each other. Ikoma doesn't listen to him and casts a spell to weaken gravity. The statue begins to growl and move slowly. Ikoma begins to run around it. The walking statue, with a roar, tries to follow him, but Ikoma stands with his feet on the ceiling and falls from above directly onto the statue, attacking it with his sword. The statue growls in surprise. Tsunami watches this and thinks, this cannot be happening. This newcomer also has a magic class. Where does he get such power from? At this time, Ikoma looks at the statue and thinks, for his level he is very slow. Gravity control is quite enough, but I can't do enough damage. The walking statue is a defensive type monster. Moreover, due to the difference in level, it receives virtually no damage. It takes too much mana. To maintain gravity control, we can't wait any longer. Moments later, the statue raises its sword over Ikoma and roars loudly. Ikoma moves back a little and thinks, I have no choice but to rely on the last attack. He then stabs the statue, which growls and slowly turns around. At this time, Tsunami looks at him with disappointment. He hoped that he would be able to quickly defeat the walking statue alone, but it seems that the defense is higher than he expected. Ikoma carefully looks at the statue and wonders. Weakening gravity consumes too much mana, but without this skill, I definitely won't be able to cope with it. There is no need to delay this. We need to end this quickly. He stabs the statue several times. He pushes off the ground, jumps up, and punches in the air. When he lands, the statue, with a menacing roar, reaches out to him with its hand. But Ikoma begins to run and jumps on it. He climbs onto the head of the statue. Tsunami looks at this in bewilderment and wonders where this speed comes from. Does a magician have such skills? Ikoma jumps and thinks that with the second level of gravity control, he has gained a new skill. He thinks it's time to try it out. He then casts a gravitational shift spell. Afterwards, he ends up on the ceiling and notes that he used gravity shift on himself. Interesting effect. It's time to finish this. He then starts casting another spell, double gravity. Due to the forces of double gravity, he will fall at incredible speed. Immediately after this, Ikoma begins to fall directly onto the snarling statue and thinks with excitement, this is the end. Meteor fall! But when he lands, he sees that a large crack has formed on the statue and it collapses with a loud roar. The information window specifies that 524 experience points have been earned. The level has increased to 23 and 14 skill points have been received. Ikoma turns around and asks, how is Tsunami doing? He had just defeated an enemy twice his strength. With these words, he puts the sword back into its sheath and sighs, quickly sitting down on the floor. The information window clarifies that soft fall belongs to the third level. It reduces fall damage and increases gravity resistance. Ikoma leans on a pile of stones and thinks that he has again used up too much mana. At this time, Atsunami Asho looks at him and thinks, what incredible power. His lightning strike didn't even leave a scratch on the statue. He didn't expect that of all people. It would be Ikoma who would save him. He asks why Ikoma saved him. He had told him so much at the guild. Then the thought suddenly comes to him, does he really want to take revenge by disgracing him? At that moment, Ikoma approaches him and asks, is he okay? Can he get up? At first, Atsunami Asho looks displeased, but then he is surprised and smiles shyly, offering his hand and thanking Ikoma for saving his life. After a while, the sun is shining outside, and the weather is clear. At the Adventurers Guild, the administrator asks Ikoma with great surprise, did you meet a walking statue of the 30th level and also win? Ikoma calmly replies that it is true, but the administrator says she doesn't believe him. He's still a newbie, and he also went there alone. But Ikoma hands her a large red ball and says that he thinks this will be enough to prove it. The girl takes the ball in her hand and replies, it's big. Looks like a level 30 stone, although it's a little suspicious. I'll record your achievement. Do you want to sell this stone? I can't say for sure, but the price could be as high as 200,000 yen. Ikoma replies that this will be enough for a start. After a while, he hears someone calling his name. He turns around and sees Atsunami Asho standing in front of him. He smiles and says that he has been looking for him for a long time. He wants to thank him again for saving him. He also came today to give good news. Ikoma asks, news? Everything explains that he wants to recruit him into the Knights of Thunder. Ikoma can't believe it. He was invited to become a Thunder Knight. This is the strongest group of newcomers. Atsunami Asho continues to say that Ikoma is not a bad guy after all. He was very lucky. Many can only dream about this. Any can only dream about this. I know Ikoma is embarrassed and doesn't know what to answer. Sho sees this and, with a smile, says that he need not worry. He is his savior. But Atsunami Asho replies that Ikoma will most likely refuse. Those around who heard this can't believe it. What? He declined the invitation from the Thunder Knights. Atsunami Asho asks hopefully, wasn't he looking for a group? Ikoma explains that his plans have changed slightly. With these words, he leaves. Atsunami Asho looks after him in shock. Ikoma heads toward the exit and wonders if he will level up at this rate. Then he thinks he needs to make it in time in the near future. A new rift called the Mad Theater should appear. This rift drops a unique item that he needs. He remembers well everything that happened there in the past, so the first one to get this item will be him. After a while, Ikoma comes to the guild, pours materials out of the bag, and says that he wants to sell them. People nearby look at him in bewilderment. The administrator asks him if he hunted a lot again and again, alone. Ikoma does not listen to her and says that he would like to apply for a promotion to rank D. The administrator asks again, a rank promotion. Adventurers have their own ranking system. Starting at rank F, you can upgrade to rank A. Adventurers at rank D, adventurers at rank D can defend real rifts. The administrator politely finds out that Ikoma must be at least level 25 to do this. He insists that he has the level to do it. The information window shows that Ikoma is level 26. The administrator sees this and exclaims in bewilderment, how did you raise the level so quickly, even though you're a loner with a magic class? Why are you leveling up so fast? How strong is the Master of Gravity? Ikoma reminds her that he can already get ranked. He remembers that his strength is determined not only by class, but he was also S-Rank. He has a decade's worth of experience and knowledge. It may look strange, but he needs to level up as soon as possible. Having received rank D, he will have access to many useful rifts. Besides, having a D rank will make it much easier to receive assignments. After all, in the near future, a Mad Theater rift should appear. In this rift, you can get unique weapons. In the past, an adventurer who received this weapon suddenly gained incredible strength. After this, he went mad and began killing adventurers. He couldn't afford for such a weapon to fall into the wrong hands again. Therefore, he needs allies to clear the rift. He looks at the people passing by and continues to reason that a large group will only slow him down. You should choose your allies with care. It seems a group of 2 people will be enough, he thinks. You need to find someone who will go well with gravity magic and has a sufficient level of skills. It is also possible for him to be a loner and agree to his terms. And he has many conditions. I wonder if he can even find such a person. He doesn't have much time. In any case, he should visit other guilds as well. He spent almost the entire day going around the guilds of the city. This is the 4th guild. Maybe we should lower the selection criteria a little, he thinks. With these words, he enters one of the guilds and immediately hears a girl screaming that she cannot believe that the girl opposite her is so useless. The girl with blue hair looks pitifully and asks A to forgive her. I furiously asks why she needs her apology. Ikoma looks at them in surprise and thinks, is it a quarrel? Ai continues to scream that she is kicking Satsuki out of the group. Satsuki tearfully makes an excuse and says that next time she will try harder, but Ai interrupts her and sharply replies that her skills are very weak and useless. What happens if she puts in a little more effort? For such efforts, she could demand monetary compensation from her. Satsuki looks at her pitifully and wants to say something, but then she simply lowers her head. Ikoma looks at the girls and remembers himself in the past. He thinks he knows this feeling very well, but he shouldn't interfere in choosing allies. One should not rely on feelings of pity or mercy. Ai continues to scold Satsuki and says that the class she can choose is real trash, complete nonsense, absolutely useless, just like her. To be honest, as soon as I heard about her shaman class, I should have kicked her out even then. Hearing this, Ikoma stops and thinks, shaman. Ai advises the girl that she should apply for a job as an adventurer. At this time, Ikoma continues to think that the shaman class is perfect for a gravity master. Moreover, the skills of this class will play an important role in the battle with the boss of the Mad Theater. Suddenly, Ai notices him and asks displeased what he is looking at. This is not a performance, she says. He apologizes and says his name is Ikoma. The information window specifies that his adventurer status and is a gravity master rank D, level 26. Ikoma clarifies that he came to this guild to find an ally. Ai ponders his words. He has the status of a D-rank adventurer. It's real luck that they just have an opening. Then, she smiles sweetly and happily says that they have one free spot on the team. But at this moment, Ikoma approaches Satsuki and asks her to team up with him. She looks at him and can't believe it. Ai also exclaims in rage. What? Ikoma thinks that he is lucky that he was able to find her. He can't miss this chance. Ai continues to insist that this girl's class is absolutely useless. He had better join them, she says. Satsuki regretfully replies that she would gladly accept his offer. But he is a D-rank adventurer, and she's only level 10. Ikoma grabs her hand and immediately calms her down. The level problem can be easily solved. I need your strength, he says. Satsuki doesn't believe him and says that she is very weak and will only get in his way. Ikoma explains that he will help her with this. She continues to object, but says she's not at all sure. Maybe it would be better for me to quit my job as an adventurer, she thinks. Ikoma energetically asks for some time. I will definitely help you become more confident, he says. Satsuki sheepishly agrees. If you really don't mind, then let him take care of me. Ai hears this and says indignantly, she really is useless. Let him try not to regret his choice. The girl next to her sighs in disappointment. This is a failure. Ikoma passes by and thanks her for her advice, adding that he thinks he knows his class much better than her. Satsuki follows him, and Ai looks after them with resentment. After some time, Ikoma continues to think that the weaknesses of shamans can be compensated with the help of gravity magic. Plus, Satsuki's curses will be incredibly useful when fighting the boss of the Mad Theater. As long as she is with him, there's no doubt that they will get the weapon. After a while, sitting at the table, she introduces herself. Her name is Kizuragi Satsuki. I'm glad to meet you, she says. Ikoma also replies that he is glad to meet her. Satsuki continues and asks, is everything really okay? Our shaman class is very weak. Ikoma tries to calm her down. I also have a magic class which everyone considers useless, but I can definitely say that in a few years everything will change, he says. Kizuragi Satsuki asks with hope. Right, Ioma confirms this, of course. Now we must discuss our strategy before the rift appears, he says. Satsuki supports him. Okay, what kind of training rift could we head to? But Ioma interrupts her. No, I want to discuss a strategy for clearing a new. The rift that will appear in the near future will be a level 30 rift called the Mad Theater. Kisaragi Satsuki couldn't believe it. Such a high-level rift. Will it be an unknown rift? The unknown rift is the exact opposite of training rifts. There is practically no information about such faults. This is silly. She's only level 17, besides having a weak class. But Ioma hastened to explain to her that she should not be afraid of the dangers. He is always ready to help her. He knows everything about this rift thanks to the books he read in his past life. They are well prepared to clear this rift. If they are on the same team, then he can confidently say that they will be able to get through this rift. She can trust him. He's sorry for his lack of restraint. He just really needs the item from this rift. Satsuki listened to him carefully and clarified what he meant. In the near future, Ioma put his finger to his lips and replied that he could not tell all the details about his rare item. Let it remain a secret. But Kisaragi Satsuki insisted that it was impossible to predict where and when a new rift would appear. Suddenly, a notification sound was heard, and all the people in the room started looking at their phones. Ioma and Satsuki also picked up their phones and saw that the Fault Research Center had sent them a warning that a new fault had appeared in Tokyo. Satsuki was surprised. A new rift appeared not far from here. Ioma rejoiced at the news, just in time. She began to wonder if that was why they were sitting here, but Ioma did not answer anything, only saying that they would go there tomorrow. For a week, no one would dare to go there without information, so the path to the boss would be clear. The next day, they walked through the empty city and were very surprised. Ioma noted that there was actually no one around. Satsuki wondered if everything would be okay. Ioma said the Fault Agency also had a hard time that day. Then, when they were walking down the street, a girl in a white dress asked the adventurers to stop. She really asked them to get any information, be it the internal structure of the rift or the boss's skills. They must return alive. You can easily die in an unknown rift. A few moments later, they came to the rift. Satsuki turned to Ioma and asked, "You're going to completely clean this up, right?" He replied that if he had told the truth, they would definitely not have been allowed in. Then they entered the rift. Kisaragi Satsuki walked next to Ioma and said that all this was strange. He asked her if she was still worried. A clarifying inscription appeared in the information window, stating that they were in the Mad Theater Fault. Satsuki replied that she was just a little worried. Then, she regretfully apologized for forcing her to go with him. He would fight in the vanguard. As soon as it became too dangerous, they would immediately retreat. But Satsuki immediately screamed, "No, I will try my best. I can fight in close combat. I can even act as bait if necessary." Ioma hurried to stop her. She shouldn't say that. Her curses will be enough. Kisaragi Satsuki explained in frustration that her curses were quite weak. Then, Ioma clarified that he had also mastered the skill of draining mana. Mana drain is a skill that absorbs the target's magical energy. This is great for fighting strong monsters. This skill also allows you to restore the mana of your allies. This is incredibly useful for gravity masters. With this skill, you can fight without worrying about mana depletion. Thanks to this, you can stay in the rift longer and increase your level. Hearing this, Satsuki asked again, "Isn't this magic weak and ineffective? There are also spells that do much more damage." But Ioma explained that this particular question arises from ignorance. "I will be bait. I will lure the monsters out so you can attack them." At that moment, a menacing roar of a monster was heard. The information window explained that this was a circus bear with a level of 26. It tried to strike Ioma, but he managed to jump away and shouted at Satsuki to start now. Then, Kisaragi Satsuki began to create a Bullet of Darkness spell. Immediately after this, a blue stream of energy appeared, flying straight toward the circus bear. The bear began to growl in pain. Ioma saw this and shouted, "Everything went great. Now it's my turn." He jumped high up, cast the double gravity spell, and mortally wounded the bear in the head with his sword. When he landed, he announced, "I'm done with it." The information window specified that 22 experience points had been received. Satsuki screamed in surprise that she immediately gained 3 levels. She was, of course, happy, but she had the feeling that she was some kind of parasite. Ikoma immediately told her not to think that way. He needed her strength. Besides, it was also important for him that she raised her level because they were allies. Kisaragi, Satsuki repeated, "We are allies. What is this feeling? When she worked with others, she never felt this way." Ikoma added that he also gained a new level. She offered with a smile to continue trying to work together. Ikoma said with a smile that she shouldn't overexert herself. Kisaragi Satsuki looked at him and thought that she was so uptight and insecure, but he helped her open up. Her fighting instincts were also well preserved. She'd definitely do it. She would be able to defeat the boss and get rare weapons. After some time, Ikoma previously told Satsuki that in his past life, Shimkei received this weapon. Having gained power, he became one of the most terrible criminals among adventurers. He thought that if he did not get this weapon, history would certainly change for the better. He needs to get this item at any cost. He then also explained that Core would take over this rift much later, so there shouldn't be any problems. At this time, in another part of the vault, a man with a huge hammer shouts that everything is very bad. The man swings his hammer and wants to hit the guy with red hair, but the guy manages to duck down. He then shouts the killing thrust spell and deals the killing blow to the man. He holds a knife in his hands and says that the man should have been more careful when he fought. Then he looks down and turns to the man again, shouting at him that at his level he doesn't calculate his abilities at all. He must realize that their world does not work on the principle of kill or die. And why is it so much easier to hunt people of the same level than monsters? The information window specifies that his name is Shin Kuru, and he is level 37. At this time, Ikoma shouts a spell, double gravity. Then he directs a glowing ball at the monster, and it dies. The information window clarifies that it was a level 27 killer doll. Satsuki is surprised and says that even though she just attacks with magic from behind, her level is growing very quickly. The information window clarifies that Kisaragi Satsuki is level 22, and Ikoma is level 22, and Ikoma is level 27. She apologizes again for that he has to go everywhere with her. She thinks he could have done it much faster alone. But Ikoma goes further and says that at this level, monsters are not so dangerous. Their movement is easy to read. As he already said, magic is a very powerful class. Satsuki says that she understood this, but maybe they should already be returning, as they have little mana left. Ikoma thinks this is true. He looks at the information board where it is indicated that he has 41 health points out of 57 and 16 mana points left out of 45. He says, thoughtfully, that he enhances his characteristics by manipulating gravity. But Satsuki notes that if there is less than half of the mana left, they need to return to the guild. Ikoma agrees. Looks like it's time. Kisaragi Satsuki asks in surprise why a monster appears in front of them, and the information window specifies that it is a goblin clown with level 24. Ikoma sees this and announces that everything is fine. The preparations are complete. He then grabs the goblin clown and yells at Satsuki to use the mana drain curse. She looks at it enthusiastically and thinks, if there is a mana drain and an immobilized demon, then the mana can be sucked endlessly. In addition, thanks to this skill, you can restore mana to an ally. Suddenly, she stops and asks. She understood Ioma's logic, but maybe it's still not worth torturing it so much. Ikoma calms her down, holding the goblin clown, and replies, "It's okay, she can't faint." Then Kisaragi Satsuki casts the mana drain spell. A blue stream of energy begins to emanate from her staff, which passes through the goblin. After a while, they finish draining the mana from it, and Ikoma says that now they need to move on. Satsuki turns around and says that she still feels a little sorry for it. A dead goblin clown lies on the floor. Satsuki then exclaims that Ikoma needs to restore his mana. He turns around and tells her that she shouldn't be shy. She agrees with this. Ikoma sits down on the floor, and Satsuki begins to restore his mana. After a while, he looks at the information window and says that everything is fine. His mana has been restored from 16 to 25 units. But Kisaragi Satsuki says upset. A similar effect is not so strong. She was only able to restore 9 units. Ikoma tells her that it's okay. She needs to use 6 more goblins, and that's it. Satsuki exclaims in bewilderment, 6 more. He calmly asks, what is it? They will also be able to raise their levels. After some more time, Ikoma fights the goblin. He screams that the goblin should get what it deserves. He happily notes that it was the 6th. How is Satsuki doing with mana? He asks. She explains that mana has almost been restored. The information window notifies that Kisaragi Satsuki's level has increased to level 24, and Ikoma's level has increased to level 28. She is happy to say that, using such tactics, they can hunt and level up for a long time. Ikoma compliments this, but warns don't rush to restore your mana. If you make a mistake, it can lead to serious consequences. But if you do everything correctly, you can fight even 100 demons. They then look at the information window, and Satsuki happily notes that she has leveled up so much just today. This is the first time she has seen such progress. When training in the guild, they were told that they could not fight monsters of the same level or higher. Ikoma listens to this and thinks about it. After a while, he says that he doesn't think he can learn anything in the guild, but he is sure that the level cannot be raised without taking risks. Kisaragi Satsuki hears this and frowns at him. For some time, they walk along the corridors of the rift, and she notices that they've already gone quite deep. How far do they want to go? Suddenly, Ikoma stops and says, we're there. There is a door in front of them. In front of them, he approaches the door. Opening it, he says that their goal is the boss of the Mad Theater. No one expects the rift to be cleared on the second day. Suddenly, she stutters and says that she has never seen the boss. Today, she will see the boss for the first time. Ikoma listens to her carefully and asks if she is worried. If she's not sure, they can go back, but she sharply shouts that this is not necessary. Ikoma was constantly angry with her because she was always afraid. That's why she wants to change. If he needs her strength, then he can count on her. He looks at her for a moment and then smiles. He then puts his hands together and exclaims, great, and go to the boss. At this point, Satsuki thoughtfully asks, but will his strategy against the boss really work? Ikoma approaches the door and confidently answers, of course. As I already said, the shaman is perfect for fighting this boss. After that, they open the door and walk inside. They are surrounded by darkness. Suddenly, a glow appears above their heads, and they look up. A huge clown with a bloodthirsty smile descends from above. The information window clarifies that this is the boss of the Mad Theater Rift, known as the Crazy Clown. This one is level 35. Kisaragi Satsuki exclaims in horror, is this the boss? She continues to look at it, but Ikoma seriously replies that if they overcome this, they will be able to get a unique weapon. He then shouts that he and Satsuki must work according to the plan. At this very moment, Shinkoru peeks out from behind the door. He watches them closely and then smiles slightly. The clown continues to descend towards them and laughs madly. Ikoma points to Satsuki with his hand. She starts to run to the side, and he thinks that, first, he should distract the clown's attention so she can get into position. This boss has a large amount of health and high regeneration. The information window shows that the crazy clown has 122 health points and 71 mana points, with the clown also restoring 12 health units every 60 seconds. Ikoma at this time has 47 health points out of 60, as well as 45 mana points out of 45 mana points out of 48. Kisaragi Satsuki has 32 health points out of 45 and 43 mana points out of 47. Ikoma notes that with this level, it will be very difficult to defeat the clown. They will have to play with it a little. He begins to run straight at the clown, at which time it laughs loudly and forms a bright, glowing orb in its hands. It then points it upward. Ikoma runs up to it and shouts a gravity-weakening spell. He also thinks that, at 1.5 meters, with such jerks, he will be able to dodge this attack. At this time, Kisaragi Satsuki casts the bath-sucking spell. Blue energy streams begin to appear from her staff, which penetrate directly into the clown, but it continues to laugh. Satsuki sighs excitedly. Ikoma sees this and shouts for her to run and head for the gate. She shouts that she will do it, then starts running. The clown laughs even louder, and red glowing rays begin to emanate from its eyes. Ioma screams for her to stay closer to the center. Otherwise, she might get slammed into the walls. The red glowing rays continued to emerge from the clown's eyes, and it continues to laugh loudly. The crazy clown turns to Satsuki and begins to approach her with its mouth open, from which flames burst out. She starts to run away from it, but it releases even more fire. At this moment, Ioma screams so that the clown doesn't forget about him. It begins to turn in his direction, but its nose also begins to quickly run away. Then the clown starts to laugh with its mouth wide open. Ioma starts running around and attacking the clown. Satsuki looks at this and marvels at how fast his attacks are. Ioma asks the clown if it wants to escape. He then makes a big jump and moves from one side of the room to the other. The clown reacts and slowly blocks his way, exclaiming with irritation that the passage to the gate is closed. The clown looks at him with a big smile. Kizaragi Satsuki sees this and exclaims excitedly, "Ioma!" He casts a gravitational shift spell, but suddenly there is a big explosion, and the clown slowly falls silent in bewilderment. The insect ends up on the ceiling and screams at it to get a grip. The crazy clown looks up and smiles again. Ioma mentally notes that the skill works even better than he expected. He then remembers that Kisaragi Satsuki asked if he wanted to attack from a certain distance. He thinks that the Mad Theater boss's attacks are very fast. If it moves too slowly, it will simply burn out, but if they attack from afar, the boss will have big problems. Satsuki suddenly casts a monad drain spell. The clown freezes and cannot laugh. Satsuki exclaims in fear, "No!" And Ioma was too far from cover. Did it really hurt him? She then creates a protective shield. The clown reaches out to attack, but Ioma sees that something has happened. He exclaims in delight that the clown has run out of mana. A barrage of fire and fast movement consumes a lot of mana. The crazy clown is highly dependent on his mana. At this moment, the clown is trying to run away, but Ioma notices this and begins to run as fast as he can toward it. He casts the Fall of Meteor spell and attacks the clown, noting that without its skill, its movement is very slow. Ioma ends up on the back of the clown. The clown points the sword at him and says that he may not even think about escaping. At this moment, Satsuki also points her staff at him and casts a spell. The clown feels great pain, but Ioma attacks him again with a double gravity spell, and then he jumps up and strikes. Ioma then sheathes his sword and notes that the boss of the Mad Theater has been defeated. The information window notifies that he has received 1043 experience points. His level has increased to 30, and he has received 6 skill points. Satsuki also happily exclaims that this is great. They really did it. So what's next? Ioma explains that the portal will close over time, so it's better to get out of here quickly. Kisaragi Satsuki clarifies what will happen if they don't manage to get out. In response, Ioma turns to her and reassures her that they don't need to be in such a hurry. The portal will close in half a day. She scratches her head in embarrassment and answers, "That's how it is. I should have said this right away." Then she looks ahead and sees something unfamiliar. She turns to him and asks, "What is it?" Ioma looks at it carefully and answers, "Probably this is a boss item. Clown Blade, the best item for Gravity Masters." He picks up the blade and explains that the power of it is beyond imagination. "From here," he clarifies, "is this the same item that you so wanted to receive?" The information window notifies that the Clown Blade has a rank of C, adds 11 points to attack, speeds up the activation of skills, and reduces mana costs. Kisaragi Satsuki looks at it and says with a light tone, "This is a C-crank item, but to be honest, it doesn't look very strong." Ioma crosses his arms and says that she is wrong here. Rank and attack power are not important. The strength of this blade lies in its ability. It improves all classes that rely on skills. This is the strongest blade possible. He will be able to use gravitational force faster and will also reduce mana consumption. Thanks to this, he will be able to make up for all his weaknesses. Kisaragi Satsuki responds with great surprise, "Now I understand." Ioma then explains that this is true. The adventurer who received this item in a past life, with the help of its power, was able to rise to a high rank. However, he chose to become an assassin. Ioma will be able to prevent this. With these words, he tightens his grip on the clown blade in his hand. Ikoma looks at it and thinks, repeating his words. A weapon that makes up for his weaknesses. Suddenly, she gets scared and asks, Ikoma, does that mean you don't need me anymore? Ikoma looks away and regretfully says that he would like to continue their cooperation, but even with this, his mana ends very quickly. Satsuki listens to this and understands, answering, I see. She then aims her gaze at the blade and exclaims, from now on, we're rivals. After a while, Ikoma looks at the information window and notes that his level has also increased. He has some experience points to become the strongest adventurer. Don't forget your agility, or maybe improve your gravity skills first, he thinks. It would be better to take something else. After these words, he presses the accept button and says that everything is fine. The information window shows that the gravity magic skill has been upgraded to level 2. 10 skill points were spent. Also, the gravity control skill has been improved to the 3rd level with 15 skill points spent. Ikoma then takes a closer look at the information window and exclaims, did I get a new skill? After this, the information window announces that a new skill, Gravity Field, has been acquired. He thinks that, with the skill of controlling gravity and other weapons, it will be much easier for him to use magic now. He wants to try so many things. Where should he start? At this time, Satsuki stands nearby and looks at him with joy. Suddenly, they both hear someone asking if they were late. They turn to the side and see a stranger in front of them. He comes out from behind a column, clapping his hands and asking, are you finished yet? Ikoma looks at him and thinks, what a bad time this is. Did he use the disguise skill to hide his presence and watch their battle? If they had lost, he would have used the information about the boss's skills to defeat them without any problems. Most likely, this is exactly what he wanted to do. This is, of course, a complete act. But in his past life, this often happened. Then he looks even more carefully at the guy with red hair and asks, have I met him somewhere before? He then realizes that it is Shin Kuru. He is the wielder of a clown blade from a past life. He's an adventurer killer. Why is he here? It took him a lot longer to get here. Before, they couldn't meet him during the boss fight. Then he realizes something again. This can't be happening. In his previous life, he did exactly the same thing. For the sake of this weapon, he killed the adventurers who remained after the battle with the boss. What's the matter? Shin doesn't answer but asks, what an interesting weapon you have. Is it a boss item? Can I look at it? Ikoma clutches the blade tighter and says with a sly grin that he most likely won't allow this. Kuru looks at him and thinks he's a fool. He shouldn't have let his guard down. As soon as he kills, he then had a little fun with his girl. He asked why Ikoma didn't follow with his feet. At that very moment, he quickly ran towards him and made a fatal lunge. Ikoma managed to react and dodged. Kuru ran past without hitting him. Then he turned and exclaimed, wow. Immediately after this, Ikoma tried to counterattack Shin Kuru, but he also managed to fly to the side. Ikoma irritably thought, what a pity that he managed to evade. He wanted to stab him while he was using his skill, but he moves too fast. Compared to them, he is on a completely different level. Shin Kuru then turned to them and said that it was funny. How did he understand he had already killed many people? No one could guess. Kisaragi Satsuki fearfully asked Ikoma, what is this? He shouted to her that Shin Kuru wanted to kill them and take the blade. He is a killer, a master of speed. This is a class that specializes in surprise attacks, Ikoma said. Kuru replied that it was not nice to tell everything at once, but so be it. He wouldn't talk for long. After that, he looked at the blade and told Ikoma to give it to him. Then perhaps he would spare their lives. Ikoma looked attentively and did not answer. The problem with solving a crime in the dungeons is that no one can find the evidence. He was sure that Shin Kuru was not the type to just let him go. Kuru looked back in bewilderment, suddenly started laughing, and said that Ikoma was right. He is smart and also brave. But very soon he will beg for his quick death with these words. He began to prepare for the attack. Ikoma also stared back, not at all intimidated by him. It's getting dangerous. Shin Kuru was a killer who hunted adventurers, and it was he who wielded the clown blade. Ikoma should have considered the possibility that he might arrive at the rift earlier. This miscalculation could cost them their lives. He was dumbfounded in anticipation of the terrifying turn of events. Satsuki, with a saddened look, said to him, "Ioma." He shouted at her not to come, causing her to narrow her eyes. The assassins specialize in fast and unexpected attacks. They target spellcasters first. If they are nearby, then we can assume that the person is already finished. Therefore, she should under no circumstances approach him. He covered her with his hand and said that he could handle it on his own. Ioma looked at Koru with a menacing look and thought, even alone, he is a strong opponent. But against Koru, he has no chance to cope. Their level difference is too big. There is also a difference in skill. In addition, he will definitely aim at Satsuki. Koru pointed his knife in her direction and screamed loudly, which made her dumbfounded. Ioma used a gravity reduction spell, pointing his sword at Koru. Koru was surprised by this action and said, "Wow, what's the matter? Has he never killed people before?" Ioma sharply pulled his sword to the side, and Koru informed him that he had killed a bunch of people, unlike him. Such experience gave a huge advantage in battle. Koru smiled, looking in his direction, and thought, he thinks he can have a little fun with him. Ioma gritted his teeth because he noticed the upcoming attack. He could barely withstand its onslaught and could not find a gap in its defense. He again directed his magical powers in Koru's direction. Suddenly, Koru turned back with a frightened look. He thought, his blade no longer shakes. Did he really fool me? With each swing, he adapts better to my movements. This is impossible. Satsuki grabbed her staff and clutched it tightly to her chest. Koru continued to think, his level is much lower than mine. Sadness was visible in Satsuki's eyes. She looked at Ioma and, with a thoughtful expression on her face, realized that not only was he very smart, but she had never met a person stronger than him. A bright magic circle formed behind him. He thought, looking intently towards Koru, it's good that they managed to get the clown blade. By speeding up skill activation, he can switch between his skills faster. This helps him a lot in his battle with him. Plus, mana consumption has been reduced, so there's no need to worry about that for now. Koru got angry and shouted loudly that Ioma was annoying him. Enough games. At that moment, a blow hit his face, and he flew to the side. He gathered his courage, tried to straighten his position, and looked at Ioma with hatred. Ioma, in turn, used the poison needle spell and directed his magical powers toward him. Koru was very surprised and shouted, "What? This cannot be." He stood there in a daze, wondering if he had deflected a poisonous needle at such a distance. Koru stared at him and sharply shouted that he was just lucky. After these words, Koru suddenly ran to attack him and shouted that he should not confess. Ioma was right in front of him. Koru smiled an ominous smile and realized that he was caught. After that, he pointed his knife to Ioma's throat and used a fatal lunge. However, Ioma, in turn, created double gravity. Koru flew to the side, grabbed his hand, and screamed that he was in great pain. Ioma stopped and said, "You are too predictable." When using skills, assassins always aim for the neck. Koru got angry and, looking at him intently, wondered, "Who is this kid?" "Whoa," Ioma continued to speak to him with an arrogant expression on his face. No matter how many times he uses it, his movements are. Opposite them, at some distance, was Satsuki, who waved her staff a little and used the darkness bullet spell. Koru came to his senses when he saw a bright light above his body, which is why he suddenly tried to rush from his place and realized that he was in a terrible situation. Ioma, at that moment, swung his sword and attacked him straight in the face. His blood spilled. He screamed loudly in pain and said, "What a freak! How dare he do this?" His eye was destroyed. He grabbed his bloody face with his hands, and Ioma thought he already knows all of his skills, so he failed to take him by surprise. With the help of gravity, he can keep up with his movements. But the whole problem lies in mana. After the boss fight, there was almost none left. The system window reported that he was level 30. His health was 35 out of 64, and his mana was 8 out of 51. It was only a matter of time before the mana ran out. If this happened, it would simply kill him. He jumped up, sword in hand, and shouted that he needed to end this. Koru grabbed the dagger with one hand and realized how terrible it was. He continued to hold his face with his hand and wondered, looking at Ioma with one eye. What was the matter? Why can't I do anything to oppose him? The longer we fight, the better he understands my movements. Why is he so strong? I need to think of something. Ioma disappeared from his sight, and Kuru called him a freak for exploiting his blind spot. At that moment, Ioma jumped up sharply and headed towards Kuru, who was using shadow jump. Ioma paused. He did not like this action, and sharply swung his brightly shining sword. Kuru continued to look at him and think, he has an advantage. Why should he be in such a hurry? Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. He realized that it seemed Ioma had not had time to recover from the battle with the boss. This guy is really strong. If he survived this day, he might have become a hero. But now he will be finished. Kuru was in a state of incredible rage and anticipation of his victory, after which he shouted that he was very lucky to have encountered him. Ioma and Satsuki stood nearby and looked into his eyes with weariness. He laughed loudly and sinisterly at their situation. After that, he began to attack Ioma and came closer to him. Satsuki used her darkness bullet spell again. Everything around lit up with a bright blue color, and the magical whirlwind headed towards Kuru, who did not show that it could hurt him. He used the shadow leap spell and easily escaped from her spell. Suddenly, Satsuki was very wary of what had happened and realized that she couldn't hit him at all. Kuru was already close to Ioma, who was trying to move back a little. Satsuki watched the tired expression on Ioma's face and thought everything was fine. But Ioma suddenly began to lose. Kuru beamed with joy and shouted, "That's it. Let me kill you or die yourself." It wasn't often that he got the chance to kill someone like him. Ioma looked at him angrily, and there were several flashes of light between them, after which Kuru continued to shout at him, inviting him to have some more fun. Ioma made a sharp movement with his hand, and the blade of the sword flashed over Kuru's face, but Kuru dodged with dexterity. Ioma looked at him, and Kuru realized that this maneuver was really close. Ioma again moved to attack him. At that moment, blood began to flow from Kuru, and he began to cough. A bloody abrasion appeared under his chin. He flew to the side and stopped. Then he shouted, "Let me show you everything I am capable of." Using the reduction in gravity, he even developed some acrobatic skills. Kuru laughed loudly again and jumped high, thinking that somehow Ioma was still holding up well. They stopped opposite each other at some distance again, and Kuru realized that this was probably a skill for strengthening the body. Once his mana ran out, he would be finished. After that, he asked him a question with a smirk. "So, are you already at your limit? This is great." Many bright rays flashed around his body, and Ioma realized that his mana was almost gone. He must defeat him at the first opportunity. Kuru approached him, extending one hand towards him, and shouted for him to get hit. Ioma had the opportunity to jump high, which surprised Kuru, and he stared at him. Ioma made some deft moves in the air, and Kuru wondered, is he able to jump like that? Is this his next skill? Now I won't be able to dodge. What a fool I am. Ioma understood that right now he needed to use double gravity and strike him. His hand and sword glowed with purple magical light, and he thought about the fact that he was now using all his remaining mana. He used the meteor fall spell. Everything lit up with magical light, and he got close to Kuru, who fell on his back to the ground, and broke it into several pieces from the strong fall. Kuru watched Ioma's movements in bewilderment and did not understand where he got such power from. At that moment their weapons collided with each other. The strength of Ioma began to exceed his, and he said in a trembling voice, "I can't believe it." After which he screamed loudly from fatigue, and at that moment Ioma struck his entire body. He destroyed him. Ioma caught his breath, and the system window informed him that his mana was completely gone. Satsuki, who was standing nearby, put her hand to her chest and said, "Ioma," after which she expressed delight on her face and shouted that he was able to cope with him. She was very happy, but at that moment, Ioma turned to her and said in a trembling voice that this was not so. He had made a big mistake. He continued to speak, "Satsuki." After these words, disappointment appeared on her face. Ioma began to descend to the ground, and behind him, Kuru began to approach. He was easily able to rise to his feet. He came closer and closer to him and said with an ironic mood, "What a pity. Looks like you have no more mana. What a poor guy you are." Kuru's clothes were torn, and his whole body was bloody, but he still smiled and had a lot of strength. Ioma looked at Satsuki with sadness and told her to run away from here. Now, he didn't have enough strength to chase her. Kuru, who was surprised, said, "Guy, you're really cool." Immediately after the boss battle, You were able to fight me on equal terms." Satsuki was dumbfounded by the foreshadowing of trouble, but did not take a step to the side. She tried to understand what was happening because she couldn't believe it. Kuru continued to talk, saying with such ballast that Ikoma was able to injure him. He liked him and told him to let him know his full name. Ikoma clenched his teeth in anger, and at that moment Satsuki lowered her saddened gaze and began to reflect on the fact that she knew she was a burden. If she had given up like Ikoma had said, he wouldn't have lost. She remembered his words, that she had to trust him, that he needed her strength. As he grabbed her hand, she felt that moment. Suddenly, drops of tears appeared on her face, and the expression on her face became confident. Ikoma answered Kuru that he would not say anything to such a non-entity like him. Kuru grinned and said in a trembling voice, "You shouldn't be so rude to me because you are the first person I recognize." He swung a knife at him and shouted with a smile on his face that he would always remember him. At this moment, Satsuki decided to join the battle in defense of Ikoma and screamed, "Bullet of darkness!" A bright magical light appeared behind Kuru, and he was in a daze for a few seconds, after which he turned around and screamed, "What a horror!" He grunted loudly from the blows coming towards him and tried to get rid of Satsuki's staff, throwing it aside. After that, he looked at her with a menacing look and thought that she was a fool. She attacked him from his blind spot. He clutched his stomach, and his teeth clenched with tension. Ikoma turned sharply to Satsuki and asked the question. Was it her? She ran up to him, grabbed him by the shoulder, and shouted that they needed to get out of here quickly. He looked at her sadly and said he had no strength left. She screamed back at him, "Ikoma!" He showed her that she was capable of a lot. Sparks of magic appeared in her hands, and she took advantage of the restoration of mana by placing her hands on Ioma's back. He looked at her in bewilderment. Kuru noticed everything that was happening. He approached her from behind, grabbed a knife in his hands, and said that she was making him very angry so that later she would die. He aimed a deadly attack spell at her. She noticed this, turned around sharply, and continued to be in a frenzy for several seconds. Suddenly, sparks of Ioma's magic appeared in the darkness. He thanked Satsuki and told her that she was his savior. At the same moment, he protected Satsuki, pointing his sword toward Kuru and looking at him with a menacing look. Kuru examined it more closely and thought about it, wondering if this skill restored mana. "He's a miserable coward. They fought together from the very beginning." Ikoma turned to him and said, "You are wounded and my mana is restored. So which one of us will die today? Shin Kuru." Kuru had a look of hatred on his face, and after a moment he loudly shouted at him that he was a freak. Ikoma pointed his sword in his direction, and a fierce struggle began between them. They looked into each other's eyes and continued fighting with the last of their strength. Kuru said, "This is not all. Black magic." A brightly shining magic circle appeared in front of him. Satsuki took notice and grabbed her staff, pressing it tightly toward her. Suddenly, Kuru's hand glowed with purple light, which Ikoma used to create gravity magic. Ikoma, with a serious expression on his face, placed the sword to his chest and pointed the end of the sharp blade upward, causing several magical rays to form from above. He said his magic took too long to activate. In the previous life, the activation speed was increased due to the effect of this weapon. Kuru looked at his actions with a frightened expression on his face and said that he would not have time to do anything. At the same moment, Kuru screamed loudly and spread his arms. A huge purple magic ball appeared in front of his face. He pondered, wondering how this was even possible and why he was losing when his level was so much higher. He looked at the majestic figure of Ikoma. The crime investigation department is not yet so developed in cases inside the rifts. So if someone kills there is no way to prove it. However, this time Satsuki is also present. Kuru leaned against the wall, which was partially crushed by the intense impact. Ikoma looked into the distance and said he would look after him. He told Satsuki to report this incident to the Rift Crime Department for now. She shouted back at him, "Yes, after conquering the rift, demons no longer appear, so I can return without any problems." She ran towards the exit. Ikoma looked after her with a serious expression on his face, while Kuru, holding his hand with a tired expression, looked at him and thought, "He's just a child. Where does he get so much strength?" Ikoma turned to him, and a bright spark appeared in his eyes, which made Kuru very scared when he saw it. He realized that Ikoma was radically different from everyone he had ever met. Who is he anyway? After some time, Kaoru and Satsuki found themselves in a public institution. They sat opposite each other at a table, drank beverages, and looked at something on their phones. Ikoma read the news that a serial killer of adventurers had been caught. The Rift Crime Squad was able to capture a dangerous criminal. Ikoma wondered, looking away to the side. Does that mean he was captured safely? Satsuki replied with a satisfied smile on her face. She thought they would ask a lot more questions. Ikoma said, crime in the Rift is difficult to solve. If the perpetrator is unknown, the department will drop the case. With the emergence of faults, the situation in the country had changed greatly. The crime rate outside the faults had decreased, and control over emergency situations had increased significantly. Also, due to changes in social structures, the number of poor people had increased sharply. This is not surprising because their well-being has now faded into the background, he said. Satsuki spoke, acknowledging that she knew there was crime in the rifts, but did not at all expect that they might encounter a killer. He asked her again, "Are you worried?" Such incidents are not uncommon in the life of an adventurer. Such is their world. Unfortunately, this does not apply to him. But this does not mean that there is no other way to survive than to become an adventurer. Satsuki grabbed her sweet drink with both hands and said, "If I said I wasn't worried, I'd be lying." After these words, she remembered how he thanked her for saving his life and said that, at that moment, she felt that she had become a real ally for him. She was very happy and was sure that she would have to go through many more trials. But when she was next to him, she had the feeling that she was capable of anything. She said this in such an emotional outburst that Ikoma was dumbfounded with surprise. Suddenly, he felt a little uncomfortable. He looked away, scratched his face, and said back to her, "Well then, I hope for you in the future," and gave her his hand to squeeze. She shook his hand and said with undisguised delight, "Yes." After some time, she finished her drink and they continued talking. He thought, looking at her carefully, Kisaragi Satsuki is not a bad person. She continued to tell him, with embarrassment on her face, that there was a lot she didn't understand yet, so she tried to do everything she was told. But someday, she would learn to make decisions on her own in order to always be useful to the team. She also thought that I didn't like this trait of hers, and that was probably why AI was so angry at her. But when she was around Ikoma, she felt like she could overcome any difficulties. She imagined them in a relationship, which made her feel very embarrassed. Ikoma watched her expression with a dumbfounded look, and she said, "If it bothers you, I would like to stay in the group with you forever." She looked at him with incredible admiration. He had nothing to answer, so he spoke like this. He began to think that she really was a good person, but sometimes she talked too much. She continued to tell him something with a beaming smile on her face. Ikoma looked at her with the same smile and wondered, "I wonder where her switches are." At that moment, strangers noticed their presence, were surprised, and began to whisper among themselves, wondering if these were not the two heroes from the rumors. They defeated the boss and caught the killer in one day. Ikoma heard these remarks, turned to the people and said, "It seems we are now celebrities, and that is putting it mildly." They both turned to the side and noticed many people gathered nearby, watching them. One of them was Z, who was holding a phone in his hand, and with a smile on his face said to Ikoma, "Now you are on the lips of all." Ikoma pronounced his name. He came closer to them, looked at the phone, and said he didn't exactly remember the name, but that he was now in every video. They collect information from various sources and create their own legends about him, he thought. Of course, his real name was still unknown. Sometimes people greatly exaggerated, but the fact remained that he was now a celebrity. Z shouted loudly, causing Ikoma and Satsuki to be dumbfounded. Z continued to say that this was why he would definitely recruit them into his team. Suddenly, Ai appeared, shouting to Satsuki with joy on her face that she had finally found her. She came closer and said with a fake smile on her face that she had been looking for her everywhere. She took her hand and apologized for saying too much to her. She had thought about a lot, so she asked her to come back to her. They are allies after all. She looked at him in surprise and asked again. I, immediately asking her a question. "Well, how much could you earn for clearing the rift? Surely you've raised your level." At this moment, Satsuki's expression changed to sadness, and she did not answer. I continued, saying now she was confident that Satsuki would become an indispensable part of the team. Satsuki turned to Ikoma, who was sitting opposite her in the same frenzy, and told him that it had become too noisy in here. She invited him to leave. He agreed with the proposal, and the two of them walked away from the annoyed C&I, who were angry at their refusal. I shouted after her to stop and not leave, but Satsuki and Ikoma still left the room and went for a walk along the streets of the city. Ikoma turned back and asked Satsuki if they were friends. She asked him not to say anything. It was as if he were a stranger. He was a little embarrassed by her indifferent answer and said that he understood everything. She told him that the video from the incident had become really popular. He said that videos from faults always attract a lot of attention. These recordings are posted on the websites of many popular companies. Strategies for capturing rifts, Asmista, the sounds of rifts, and live broadcasts straight from the rift. They don't do it for fun. It's all for views and profit. They understand that the fault is a dangerous place, right? Satsuki suddenly shouted back. So many people were sitting on guard and watching. Should I really unsubscribe from the channel? He told her that she could do whatever she wanted, after which he wondered, is she really their fan? After some time, many sounds were made in one of the dark caves. The girl looked at her phone and mocked. This month, there were over 1 million views. I am the best. I am the best. I am the best in the world. Suddenly, she saw the video and wondered what was going on. Serial killer? Mysterious adventurer? What was this? This video had way more views than hers. The knight standing behind her told her that nothing could be done about it now. This video was more popular than hers. Madam, she asked him again, is my video more popular? He replied, no, you should make a new video that will top this. Many people liked how quickly they cleared the rift, but she didn't like this guy. This lady's name is Sanji Saya, and she is a rift explorer. After some time, Ikoma and Satsuki were again in a public place, sitting at a table opposite each other. Suddenly, Satsuki asked him with embarrassment about her weapon. He replied, exactly. As you level up, the rarity of the monsters you need to defeat also increases. Therefore, for adventurers, weapons play a key role to compensate for the lack of firepower of the shamans. They need an expensive staff, so in the next rift, I hope to earn as much money as possible. Satsuki became sad and said, putting her hand to her chest, that the staves were probably very expensive for her. He asked her not to worry and said that he wanted his comrade to have a good weapon. These words resonated with Satsuki's heart, and she enthusiastically repeated them in her thoughts. Comrades, that's right, they are just comrades. Ikoma answered her with a trembling voice, puzzled by her behavior. Yes, he said, and he himself began to think about what a naive girl she was. He hoped that everything would work out well in her life. He took out his tablet and started looking for some information on the internet. Satsuki asked him again, but which rift should we go to? He turned the tablet screen toward her and replied, I already have one in mind. This is the Tomb of the Ancient Kings. It was discovered a few days ago and has a very high chance of item drops. You won't find a rift like this anymore. No one yet knows about the tombs of the ancient kings, as they won't yet knows about the tombs of the ancient kings, as they are a rare rift. I was able to learn about this from the notes of researchers in a past life. In addition, the dropped items are very expensive. He remembered how he wanted to sell the materials in this rift to easily get rare items, but there shouldn't be many adventurers, as there is no information about the rift yet. He looked into the distance with a menacing look, and Satsuki thought, he has such a scary face. After some time, they found themselves in the tomb of the ancient kings and went inside the dungeon together. Satsuki kept turning around with a frightened expression on her face. Suddenly, a monster warrior skeleton appeared in front of them with a level of 29. This creature growled loudly at them. Ikoma pulled out his sword for safety and used a gravity-weakening spell. He shouted this out loud, and a bright beam of light appeared not far from Satsuki, which illuminated the entire area. She turned away from the light, squinting her eyes. When she was able to open her eyes, she saw how Ikoma jumped high above the body of the skeleton and directed his magical powers at the creature. A moment later, he had already defeated the skeleton, and many blood sparks appeared around the body of the skeleton, which began to growl loudly. Ioma landed nearby and Satsuki looked at him in surprise, thinking, what was to be expected from Ioma? He dealt with such a strong enemy very easily. Piercing attacks were not effective against skeletons. The skeleton smiled, and Ioma turned sharply to Satsuki and asked her to attack the creature with her magic. She heard him and screamed back, yes. After a moment, she straightened her staff, and her entire body glowed with blue magical light. At that moment, the skeleton tried to strike Ioma with his sword, but he was able to jump away. Suddenly, Satsuki used a dark bullet spell and directed her powers toward the skeleton. After a moment, many fragments scattered everywhere. Ioma silently opened the system window, and it reported that 240 experience points had been received. He said, okay. All that was left of the skeleton was a sheen and a few bones with a skull on the ground. He carefully examined the remaining glowing bones and moved closer to the spot. But suddenly, Satsuki informed him with a joyful expression that there was something else there besides the magical stuff. He replied that they were lucky, after which he picked up the blade of the ancient kings. Rank D, attack power 8. It was a mysterious blade emitting a blue glow. Satsuki looked at him questioningly, as he said that they were very lucky because they could sell it for about 400,000 yen. She was surprised and screamed, "That's so much," he spoke in response. Examining the blue blade. Such a blade can be found in few places, so we'll quickly find a buyer. She was very happy and tried to say something, asking him in a trembling voice. Then how much can we earn? He replied, 3 million yen. I know how long it takes to get such a weapon. This is a very reasonable price. She screamed back at him in incredible surprise. 3 million, he replied with a calm expression. No one has found out yet that this is a rare rift, so we're taking full advantage of it. We should not stop for 3 days. We'll continue to obtain items. Satsuki said in a trembling voice, if we mine items for 3 days, we can make money. At that moment, she interrupted her remarks and began to count. After a moment, she said, what a wonderful place this is. Her face turned red with joy, and suddenly, Ioma heard some sounds and turned around sharply. He then said, someone's fighting in that direction. Maybe we should check who's there. She followed him with a surprised look. Suddenly, a very loud scream was heard in the rift. It was the cry of the mummy monster, which was next to the knight and his mistress, Saya. The two of them were fighting the monster. The knight was the first to attack, swinging his sword in front of the mummy, which continued to growl loudly. Bright, bloody splashes began to appear from its body. The knight turned to the lady and said that he was sure she could handle this. Saya smiled, watching the monster's movements, and asked him a question. Manager, is the camera ready? He replied that everything was ready and held a camera in his hands, pointing it toward the upcoming battle. She began using magical charm and a fire blade to defeat the mummy monster. All her actions were recorded on camera. Her sword began to glow with a fiery light as she jumped sharply and moved to attack the mummy. She deftly swung at the monster and, after a while, landed with a joyful expression on her face. She stood up and said into the camera, hello, everyone. Researcher Sanji Saya is with you today. We decided to explore a completely unknown rift. She began to make a report and show the entire area in the rift, reporting that she was able to destroy the monster with one blow. It seems that this place is not so dangerous. At that moment, Satsuki and Ioma saw them nearby. They came a little closer and began to look at them. Satsuki was surprised by what she saw in front of her and said with delight, this is a rift explorer. It's definitely her. I've seen her on several sites with videos of faults. She said to the camera, thank you for your support, guys. And suddenly, there was a look of bewilderment on Satsuki's face. Ioma looked at her with a menacing look and frowned. Suddenly, Satsuki remembered the words of Ioma, who had said that they weren't doing this for fun. It's all for views and profit, and she opened her mouth in shock, coming to her senses. Exactly, Ioma doesn't like fault explorers. Suddenly, the knight, who was filming the happy Saya, saw someone's legs from above through the camera angle and wondered what they were. He then raised his head. Saya noticed this, which is why she also turned around, saw Ioma and Satsuki, and screamed, what? Why are they standing there and ruining such a shot for me? These words irritated Ioma, and Saya continued to scream. I've wasted so much time on preparation. and everything's gone down the drain. She pointed her finger at them and continued to blame them for what had happened. Ikoma and Satsuki began to go down the stairs toward them, and he asked her a question. "Isn't it shameful to deceive your fans?" She replied with a grin. "It's just a show. I must show myself only from my best side." She approached the knight, looked at the camera, and asked, "Well, manager, can we use the already filmed material?" He told her that he would have to edit it a little, but overall, there were no problems. "We have tons of great material." So much good material was ruined while she was in a state of annoyance. Ikoma turned to her and asked her to listen. She turned to him and told him that he was just a rude person. "My name is Sanji Saya, and I am the best Rift Explorer," she said. He answered her with indifference. "My name is Ikoma, and this is Kaizaragi Satsuki. We're sorry we ruined your video." She threw up her hands in frustration. She looked at her hands and said, "But it's okay. They are filming a lot of interesting material." Suddenly, he asked her a question. "Why did you become a Rift Explorer?" She asked him again. "What kind of nonsense are you asking?" "Of course I did it for the money. Exploring faults is a very profitable business. Besides, such videos always gain a huge number of views, and if they're popular, they'll be offered advertising. Also, thanks to videos, seekers are becoming very popular. I really feel like a real idol." Ikoma replied, "Working as an adventurer is not as easy as you think. You better stop before you get hurt." She was very surprised by these words, which is why she turned around sharply and shouted at him. "What did you say?" He replied, looking back at the approaching monster. "In rifts of this level, one cannot relax. If we continue to take this lightly, we may regret it." Saya was dumbfounded, after which she told him with a sad look, "Not only did you ruin my video, but you also said nasty thing." Satsuki turned to Ikoma and asked him if maybe he had gone too far with his statements. He replied, "I'm saying this for our own good." Suddenly the knight turned to Sia and said in a trembling voice, "Madam, there is no need to be so upset. That's right, you should ignore them." Suddenly something alerted her, and she asked the manager to prepare the camera. He asked her again, "What did you say?" She approached Ikoma and asked, "You're Ikoma, right?" Then she said, "If you say such words, then you must be confident in your abilities." She looked him in the eyes with confidence and shouted, "In that case, we'll have a competition and see who can collect the most magic stones. If I win, you'll apologize and take back your words. You'll do it in front of the camera, and don't worry, we'll make sure you're not recognized by covering your eyes on camera. If you win, then I'll obey your every word." He told her, "Oh, well." Satsuki was very surprised by this answer and shouted at him, "Ikoma." Saya replied with a smile on her face, "It means everything is decided then. We'll meet at the entrance in 3 hours, and you shouldn't even think about running away." She smiled in his face, and after a while they separated. The knight turned to Saya and told her, "You're doing well. You decided to put that adventurer in his place, and even came up with an idea for the video." Another similar knight manager followed them. She answered him, being seductive, "With such a video, my popularity will skyrocket, and will make a lot of money. Also, it's very offensive for me to listen to such words." At that moment, she began to think that she would make him take back his words. At this time, the mummy monster was in front of Ikoma, and he and Satsuki began to destroy this creature. The monster grabbed the sword and, screaming loudly, attacked them. Suddenly, a brightly shining beam appeared in front of the monster, which surprised it greatly. Suddenly, Ikoma shouted from above, "Meteor falling." The monster was destroyed, and the system window reported that 364 experience points had been received. The level was increased to 31, and 3 skill points were received. He looked into the distance and thought, usually the undead are very slow. Jump up with the help of gravitational shift. Then finish off the monster with the help of doubling gravity. That's great. We got another artifact as expected from a rare rift. This is the Gauntlet of Ancient Ruins, Class D. Satsuki, standing nearby with her prepared staff in her hand, said, "Ikoma," and then asked the question, "Maybe you shouldn't have gone overboard with her like that." He replied without turning to her, "I'm annoyed that they're using the rifts to film some kind of video. I'm not going to lose the argument. If they understand that it's dangerous, then it will benefit them. However, if items continue to fall so frequently, it will be difficult to carry it all away." He went down to the bag on the ground and began to open the lock. after which Satsuki herself realized that she already had a full bag. After some time, they approached a brightly glowing entrance. They went inside and found themselves in a closed room with many statues, one of which was quite huge. Satsuki wondered what it was. Is it a dead end? Suddenly, the huge statue emitted some kind of radiance from its eyes and began to growl loudly. Satsuki turned around sharply and saw that the gate behind them had closed, and now there was no way for them to get out of here. She screamed in fear, "What's happening? The exit is closed." Ikoma realized that this was a rift trap. Rift traps are special traps that appear in rifts. They're essentially just traps, but they can be used to your advantage, especially in a portal. He clenched his hand into a fist with a confident expression on his face, and realized that he should not miss such a chance. "We must get ready. The test is about to begin." The monster growled loudly. The creature's eyes glowed a bright blue. They must prove that they have the wisdom of kings and answer 3 questions to this creature. If they make even one mistake, they will lose their lives. The monster looked into their eyes with a terrifying expression. Satsuki asked in fear with a trembling voice, "What is this? Is this a monster? Is this a monster? It seems that this is a..." It was a special type of trap with riddles, and if you answer incorrectly, they will immediately be attacked. They needed to try because this creature had a very high level. She shouted back at him. "What did you say?" He asked her not to worry, because he wasn't going to lose to this statue. The statue began to tell the first riddle. "How many experience points do you need to go from level 1 to level 10? After hearing the question, Satsuki asked again, "What? Who would even know that?" Suddenly, Ikoma answered with complete confidence. 45 points. The monster replied. Ikoma asked to be given the next question, and at that moment, he thought with a smile on his face that he remembered all the answers from his past life. After some time, the monster spoke again. Riddle 19 begins. "A monster with 3 heads and 4 paws. Ikoma replied, "This is a hellhound." They were already sitting on the ground in a relaxed position, and suddenly, Ikoma asked the question, "How long will they continue this? Or are they waiting for us to make a mistake? Let it ask us questions faster because we are already in a hurry." The monster asked again in bewilderment, "But why?" Satsuki grinned and asked, "So maybe you're already mistaken." "Ikoma," the monster shouted. Riddle 20 begins. "Which monster throws green slime?" Ikoma thought, "Now, there hasn't yet appeared a rift in which you can find green slime. This can only be created with the help of the alchemy skill. That's how things are." The monster shouted. 20 correct answers were made. "This simply cannot happen. It does not happen." Suddenly, behind them, the gate opened, and Ikoma wondered, did it open? The statue was so surprised. If it had been anyone else, they probably would have answered incorrectly. Satsuki pointed her finger towards the statue and said to him, "Ikoma, something fell out of the statue." He asked her again in surprise, "What did you say?" "This can't be true." He saw in front of him a guardian bracelet, rank B, an item with a subspace in which items could be stored. The size of the space depended on the magical power of the owner. He shouted, "This is a very useful and extremely rare item." Satsuki asked again, "Is it that expensive?" He took the item in his hands and replied, "If we successfully sell it, we'll receive about 10 million. She shouted at him with a questioning expression. 10 million in such a gap. Maybe this is a reward for the number of correct answers. Satsuki said that they had spent a lot of time. "What about their dispute with Saya?" He replied with this bracelet. "We won't have problems with objects." He put it on his hand and said with a smile on his face, "Victory will be ours. Dealing with ordinary monsters here is not difficult. Skeleton warriors have good defense against swords, but while they're distracted, Satsuki has the opportunity to attack them with magic, so they can easily deal with them. Mummies are slow, and I have no problem dealing with them using gravity control. They are also vulnerable to monad drain." An information window notified that Ioma's level had increased from level 31 to level 33. He looked at it and exclaimed, "Great. This is to be expected from a rare rift." He held 2 objects in his hands, and the information window again clarified that these were knives from ancient ruins. Then he said the word vault, and the knives disappeared from his hands. He noted that this bracelet was really very useful. Satsuki looked at this with great surprise. Ioma continued to say. We've collected 6 magic stones. I think this is enough. Besides, our main task is to earn money. Now we need to hunt monsters. At this time, Sanji Saya said with excitement. We did it. These guys are so strong. She sat on the floor, and the knights stood near her. A mummy lay next to her. One of the knights turned to her and said, We only defeated 2 monsters. At this rate, we'll never be able to complete the cleanup. He understood that this was a completely new fault, but those 2 are probably having a hard time too. What happens if they lose? Saya firmly replied. Then I'll give them money and ask them to forget about this incident. But the knight, confused, asked, What about our video? At that very moment, Ioma and Kisaragi Satsuki approached them. Ioma looked at Sanji Saya and said with a grin, It looks like they have time to rest. She screamed in bewilderment, What? It's them. Then she stood up and confidently replied, I don't have any problems with them. How are you getting on with collecting stones? If Ioma apologizes now, she can cancel the dispute. But he activated the bracelet and said the word vault. Sanji Saya looked at the pile of stones and swords that had appeared and was horrified. This cannot be. Where did they get so many stones and objects from? What kind of ability and bracelet is this? Ioma adjusted the bracelet and, looking at her with a grin, asked, What's the matter? If you apologize now, I'll forgive you. But Saya, still with resentment, exclaimed, Our argument isn't over yet. He and the manager continued moving forward. Ioma looked after them with irritation. Satsuki approached him and sadly asked, Do you think it's too much? But Ioma unflinchingly replied, I was just teasing her a little. I just hope she doesn't do anything stupid. At this time, Sanji Saya quickly. She walks along the corridors of the rift, accompanied by knights. Kisaragi Satsuki clarifies. So he is trying to take revenge on that girl, right? Ioma seriously replies that she is too frivolous about dungeons, and he doesn't like that. A dungeon is always a risk. Dungeon exploration is not something to be taken lightly. If she continues to treat it the same way, she will soon regret it very much. At this moment, Sanji Saya thinks with zeal that in order to defeat Ioma, she needs something big. How did it happen that they got so many stones and artifacts? With these words, she grabs her head and moans. The knight next to her replies that they have made good progress, but there is little mana left. Saya starts screaming that she already knows that keeping track of mana is important, but they can't come back and lose. She clenches her teeth in anger and adds that she has not yet shown what she is truly capable of. 8 years ago, the city was engulfed in fire and smoke. People shouted that it was a disaster. A large monster was flying in the sky. At that time, fault ruptures occurred very frequently. Sanji Saya remembers how she watched her father ask her to help. The monster presses him to the ground with its foot, and he reaches out with his last strength, his hand toward her, screaming for her not to throw him away. Senna hugged her younger brother and looked at her father with regret. Then, she grabbed her brother's hand and began to run away with him quickly. They ran for a long time, and tears appeared in her eyes. In a large room, there were small booths with curtains. People with children came there. 2 people looked into the booth where Sanji Sina was sitting, her little brother sleeping on her lap. Someone said, These children are lonely. Their father must be already dead. The man standing next to him added, They are real poor things. At that moment, Saya was watching the interview on her phone. The host announced, Here comes Kian, the 5th-ranked adventurer in Japan. Kian said she didn't like the feeling of helplessness in the face of such a disaster, so she worked on her skills for a long time. She is surprised that they decided to show such little things on television. However, she is glad that she can become that brave person for someone who will save them from monsters. Saya looked at her and thought that she wanted to take someone as strong as her, just as kind and sympathetic. However, she wants to inspire not only her loved ones, but all people. Then she created a page on the internet under the name Dungeon Explorer Hashan and gained 100,000 subscribers. After some time, she returned from the memories and realized that she did not want to be looked at from above. She must win. After that, she shouted to the knights that they didn't have enough material for the video yet. They needed something else. A moment later, she exclaimed joyfully that she had come up with an idea just in time. With these words, she began to run forward along the rift corridor. The knights started running after her, shouting, "Where is she going? Where is our mistress running?" Saya answered with a smile, "While you wanted to return, I remembered one enemy." Then she stopped near the bend and looked out from behind the wall. In front of her stood a statue of a large pharaoh with glowing yellow eyes. He looked at the man lying next to him. The information box explained that they were in the tomb of ancient kings. In front of them was the boss of the rift, the fallen pharaoh. The boss was level 40. She exclaimed in horror, "This cannot be. A rift boss. What is he doing here? How can such a monster end up here?" The information window reminded her that Sanji was level 33. She thought she couldn't handle this boss. The knights began to speculate that it seemed the pharaoh was pursuing other adventurers from the depths of the dungeon. They would not be able to oppose the pharaoh. They needed to escape. Saya agreed with fear. "That's right. If we find a narrow passage, he won't be able to pursue us." But suddenly, she hears something and turns her head. She sees how the girl who lies at the feet of the fallen pharaoh reaches out to them with her hand and asks them to help her. Saya recalls how the monster tortured her father. She also recalls an interview with Kian, who said that she didn't like the feeling of helplessness in the face of disaster. Saya now understood why she was so attracted to Kian. Because she was desperate for help, but she won't run away anymore. She then runs to help the girl. The knights ask in bewilderment, "Where is our mistress going?" She screams at them to run away without her. Saya then runs up to the monster and uses her sword to stop it. She shouts to the adventurous girl that she will detain the boss, and the girl must run away. The girl stuttering replies that she is very grateful to her. The rift boss sees this and swings his sword, about to hit her. But suddenly someone appears in front of her and shouts that he won't allow this. Saya sees the knight in front of her and asks, "Why is the manager doing this?" He replies that he is the manager doing this. He replies that he is the mistress's main admirer. How can he just run away? Although he is not very good at fighting, he will also show everything he is capable of. At this moment, the pharaoh holds a weapon in 2 hands, and with the other 2 hands, he takes out 2 more. The knights also get ready and take out their swords. The pharaoh's laughter is heard. Soon, one of the knights dies. Saya stands next to him and holds her sword with both hands. The other knight starts using the barrier skill and forms a small barrier in front of them. The fallen pharaoh begins to attack and smashes it to pieces. Sa is this and thinks that she is weak everywhere, both in strength and agility. She can't win. She can't win. She is left alone with a sword in front of the boss, who raises his swords over her. Saya looks at this with worry and then closes her eyes tightly. But suddenly Ikoma appears and says that she is too reckless. He begins to attack the fallen pharaoh. When Saya opens her eyes, she sees that Ikoma is holding her in his arms. He used the gravitational shift spell and ended up on the ceiling. She asks him in bewilderment, "Is he?" Ikoma replies that he decided to make sure she didn't cause trouble. He then remembers a story from an escaped adventurer. He recalls the adventurer's words that if she continues to take things lightly, she may regret it. He also remembers S's words. If she wins, he will apologize. Ikoma smiles and says it seems he lost. He is ready to take his words back, but suddenly, the pharaoh notices them. Saya gets very scared as it throws a weapon in their direction, but Ikoma uses a gravity reduction spell while jumping down and repels the pharaoh's attacks. By reducing the gravity with the skill, he is able to parry the attack with the halberd. Suddenly, Satsuki appears near the fallen pharaoh and uses the field of darkness skill. But the pharaoh repels the attack and howls loudly. Satsuki can't believe it. He survived the attack. Her magic is useless. When Ikoma and Saya land on the floor, he examines the knights and reflects that they are seriously wounded. They cannot escape. Their opponent is also a high-rank rift boss. The situation couldn't be worse. The information window reminds them that the fallen pharaoh is level 40. Ikoma continues to reason, although the clone blade reduces the gravity of opponents when attacking. It will be more difficult than with that clown. Things are bad. Saya seriously exclaims that the knight came here because of her. She can't just run. In response to this, Ikoma tightens his grip on the blade and tells her not to worry. He will provide them with safety, and will not mind testing their strength. He then orders Satsuki to restore S's mana, and he will buy them time. After this, Ikoma prepares to attack and thinks that Sanji S used a fire enchantment. She is a magical swordswoman who fights in close combat with little magical support. She must have a healing skill. The information window confirms that Sanji has a magic sword class. Ikoma continues to think. While he distracts the enemy, she will restore health with the help of healing, and, with the help of shaman skills, she will restore mana. As gravity eases, he increases his speed. However, his attack power decreased for now. His goal is to disable the enemy, so there are no problems, but the difference in levels is too high. The information window clarifies that Ikoma is level 33. He wonders if he can cope using only the gravity reduction skill. Ikoma is preparing to attack when suddenly one of the knights rises and gives him the skill to increase speed. When Ikoma notices this, he turns to the knight. The knight asks with his last strength to save their mistress. Ikoma replies, and he will do it. Suddenly, the boss throws him aside. Ikoma realizes that this boss's strength is that he is big and fast. It is difficult to predict the moment to attack the fallen pharaoh. The pharaoh howls loudly and strikes Ikoma, but he parries it. Ikoma notes that the boss is incredibly fast. If this affects him too, then there will be big problems. He must hold out until help arrives. At this time, one of the knights tries to find his mistress, but notices Ikoma fighting the boss. He wonders what's going on, seeing such fast and deadly movements. With these words, he grabs the video camera with his hand. At this time, Ikoma continues fighting the boss. He quickly climbs up the pharaoh's arm, jumps behind him, and manages to strike. The knight, recording everything on camera, exclaims that this is incredible. Ikoma looks at the wounded pharaoh and thinks that so far he has been able to compensate for the difference in levels by reducing gravity. However, he cannot cause damage. He won't be able to defeat the boss alone. Also, at this time, Satsuki uses the skill transfer mana for Sanji. Saya thanks her and then says she's ready to fight now. She uses the healing skill, and after a few moments, joyfully exclaims that everything is fine now. She's ready to fight. Satsuki also exclaims emphatically that she will help too. Ikoma notices this and comments that this is better. However, the situation is still not in their favor. This cannot be delayed. They must defeat him in one attack. Boss notices Ikoma and first aims his spears at him. Then he starts attacking him, but Ikoma, with the help of his own abilities, manages to evade the attacks. Then he stops near the wall, looks up, and sees a large statue nearby. Satsuki notices this and shouts that Ikoma is pinned to the wall. The fallen pharaoh hears this and freezes. Ikoma then activates the bracelet and uses the gravity reduction skill and weight reduction on the statue, throwing it right at the boss. But the pharaoh breaks it into pieces with a weapon. Shouts loudly, "This is their chance. Satsuki, you should shoot him in the head." She hears this and starts using the staff and the dark bullet skill. The pharaoh is surrounded by a large stream of blue energy, but it quickly dissipates and does not cause any damage to him. Kaisaragi Satsuki doesn't think it worked, but Ikoma grins and thinks that the boss is caught. If there is such strong armor, then there is something important behind it. While the pharaoh stands and looks ahead, Saya runs up behind him and shouts that she has found his blind spot. But the pharaoh hears this and turns to attack. She manages to dodge the attack and realizes that, because of his forearms, it is completely impossible to get close to him. Sina remembers Ioma's attack. And wonders how he was able to attack him head on. Suddenly, Ioma shouts at Satsuki, saying that he will weaken the pharaoh and she must destroy the mask using her skills. Magic swordsmen have the skill of piercing armor. It takes a little time to prepare, but it significantly reduces the enemy's defense. She replies that she understood everything. She then begins to prepare to act. Suddenly, she opens her eyes wide and clarifies. Will Ikoma weaken the pharaoh, and what is he going to do? At this moment, he runs straight at the boss and reflects that the fallen pharaoh's strength lies in his forearms. But if you immobilize his arms, he will move much slower, and then they will have more chances to attack. With this thought, he jumps into the air and uses the gravitational bond skill. The pharaoh is at a loss, while his hands are immobilized. Ikoma notes that this is magic that hinders the movement of monsters. He used it to bind the pharaoh's hands. This will be enough to slow him down. He used the bonds closer to the shoulders, and in this position, the bonds will be very difficult to break. Such tactics can be used against large and multi-armed opponents. He then lands on the floor. Sina looks at him and thinks that he needs to act now. Then she begins to concentrate and points the sword toward the pharaoh, using the armor-piercing skill. Ikoma and Satsuki look at this carefully. Yellow energy shuts out of Sanji's sword and hits the pharaoh. His mask begins to crack, and he grabs it with his hand. Then the mask falls off completely and reveals his scary face. Ikoma notes that this is his weak point. Saa also looks disgusted and adds that he has a very creepy face. Ikoma explains that they need to attack while his movements are slow. At this moment, the pharaoh begins to growl loudly and tries to break the chains. Ikoma uses gravity shift and NDS up on the ceiling. The boss tries to attack him. Ikoma notes that he has seen this movement before, a powerful attack that uses all his hands. It's predictable that, as long as his hands are tied, he'll use it. He also noticed that, with such an attack, he lowers his head greatly. At this moment, the fallen pharaoh begins to get very angry. Ikoma pushes away from the ceiling and thinks with confidence. This is the end. He starts falling straight toward the boss and uses the meteor fall skill. Thus, he manages to behead the fallen pharaoh. The headless body falls to the ground. Ikoma also lands, adjusts his bracelet, and exclaims joyfully that the boss of the Tomb of Ancient Kings has been defeated. The information window announces that 1874 experience points have been earned. The level increased to 30, and 6 skill points received. A few moments later, Seiya sits near the knights and uses the healing skill. The knight thanks his mistress. At this moment, Kizuragi Satsuki stands next to the boss's body and screams. It looks like something fell out. The information window explains that the King of the Dam's rod with rank C has dropped. This adds 16 points to the King of Immortality's power, increases magic power, and strengthens dark magic. Ikoma takes the dropped item in his hands and explains that rare rift bosses often drop items. But is this a staff? This is perfect for Satsuki, he thought. They would still have to continue to obtain items for sale for a long time, but luck was on their side, and they received the staff. She asks hesitantly, "Can I really take it?" Ikoma immediately replies that she shouldn't even doubt it because she helped him get equipment in the crazy theater. Suddenly, he thinks about it and notes that Seiya was also involved in the trouble. At that moment, Sanji Saya comes up and replies that they don't have to worry about it. Ikoma saved them, so he can keep the staff and magic stones. They can also discuss their competitions. Ikoma calmly replies that she can be considered to have won, as they agreed. He will take back his words. She definitely takes it seriously. Saya looks away and briefly answers, "It's good that you understood everything." Ikoma and Satsuki smile back at her. He then adds, however, "If you want to achieve more as an adventurer, you should stop doing such things." But one of the knights immediately exclaims, "What is he saying? The work of an adventurer may not always generate income. Of course, with a high level you can live well. But due to the disaster, Lady Sanji's mother lost her legs. She also has 5 younger brothers, and her father is no longer with them. Even now, it's not easy for her to provide for her family." Sai hears this and, confused, screams for the manager to stop. He shouldn't spread information about her. Ikoma hears this with surprise and embarrassment. He thought that she loved money so much because of selfishness. Seiya explains that she has always taken this seriously. Everyone is afraid of disasters, but she wants to give people smiles in such turbulent times. Ikoma supports her and says that this is a good goal. She's great. Seiya is at first very surprised and then turns away in embarrassment. After a while, they emerge from the rift and explain everything to the rift researchers. The sun is shining brightly, and there is a lot of greenery outside. Seiya goes, accompanied by the knights, and asks them if all the equipment is in order. This should make for a great video showcasing the skills of an experienced adventurer. The knight confirms that, fortunately, there is no damage. Saya hears this and happily notes, "Great." But the knight looks at the tablet screen and adds, "However, they have few magic stones, and there are no frames from which a video can be edited. This is a very difficult situation. Maybe the lady should have at least taken the stones from the boss's pity gifts. Do they have anything they can use? Any material can suit them." The other knight takes the video camera in a sigh. Then he is surprised and looks at the screen. The screen displays footage of the battle between Ikoma and the fallen pharaoh. A little later, at the Adventurers Guild, the school children couldn't stop staring at Ikoma and Satsuki, who were sitting at the table. Suddenly, Kizaragi Satsuki shows him the phone screen and asks him to look at the video. Ikoma turns contentedly in her direction and says that she shouldn't look for information about the faults from the video. She'd better ask experienced adventurers. Then he notices a video called The Appearance of a Mysterious Adventure. It has already collected 159,000 views. In the online chat, people wonder, where does this speed come from? This is very cool. What class is he? What risky moves? Ikoma sees this and feels embarrassed. He doesn't understand why people are looking at him like that, but it was all because of this video. Satsuki happily exclaims that the video has over 1 million views in less than 24 hours. As expected from Ikoma, at the same time Sanji Saya is sitting at the computer and joyfully exclaims, "Wow, the video from Ikoma has already gained 1 million views. She's the best in the world." Suddenly her phone rings, and she thinks in surprise, Ikoma, that's right. We exchange contact information. Then she answers the call and asks if he misses her yet. Had he finally decided to become her admirer? He immediately tells her that he saw the video. She is embarrassed and replies, "We agreed that if I win, I'll be able to post the video. If you don't like it, you can delete it." "You can delete it?" Ikoma does not answer and thinks that in such a turbulent time she is trying to feed her family. After a few moments he replies, "No big deal." She answers enthusiastically, "That's how it is. Good. I had a great idea. Everyone should have it now, so we should record a joint video." But Ikoma does not answer and just switches off. She notes in surprise that he hung up the call. Satsuki, who was sitting next to Ikoma, asks what Sina said. He briefly replies that he didn't hear. He then thinks, however, with this speed of development, perhaps I'll be able to obtain this very rare item that I missed out on in my previous life. The Ring of Wisdom. If I get it, the course of the whole story will change dramatically. The information window says that Ikoma is level 36. He thinks that, to be confirmed, you need to be at least level 35. Indeed, his level meets the minimum requirements. An information box then informs him that his application for promotion to C rank has been approved. Ikoma and Satsuki walk away from the reception desk, and she exclaims happily, "You've already reached each rank," as expected from Ikoma. He immediately tells her that she, too, will be able to rank up soon. The information window clarifies that Kizaragi Satsuki is level 32. The administrator who approved the request for an upgrade was at a loss. Ikoma continued, and he was surprised that he was the fastest and reached C rank. He was the fastest and reached C rank. Alls contemplated that to level up, you need to constantly defeat higher rank monsters without complex knowledge. Achieving this is very difficult. Kizaragi Satsuki exclaimed joyfully. Having reached C rank, adventurers are already considered first class. I'll do my best to keep up with you. But suddenly, Ikoma seriously announced that he wanted to reach rank B within a month. She asked in surprise, "Rank B? It is simply impossible to rise to B. It is simply impossible to rise to B. Rank in a month. Only a few people were able to reach such a high rank." But Ikoma explained that he wanted to get one item. It is located in a place that cannot be reached without a B rank. This is a high-rank Library of Mysteries rift. The boss of this rift drops a Ring of Wisdom. Satsuki asks in surprise how he knows this, if this boss has not yet been defeated. "By the way, what effects does this ring have?" Ikoma asked again. "Do you want to know?" "The Ring of Wisdom may be associated with the phenomenon of rifts," Satsuki exclaimed in shock. "What?" He then explained. that the Ring of Wisdom is a rare item with incredible potential. However, in a past life, the location of this was unknown. It seems that this was the secret of the formation of faults. He doesn't have much time, but if possible, he would like to have it. He cannot involve her in such adventures, so if she refuses, he will understand. But she didn't immediately answer. She definitely wanted to help him. She is indebted to him, so she will be happy to help him in any matter. He thanked her. Satsuki sheepishly added that it is difficult to reach rank in a month. In order to rise in rank, you need to think through the plan well. Ikoma interrupted her, showed her the phone screen, and announced that he had already thought about it and managed to draw up a plan to capture the rifts. Then they began to conquer the rifts. They managed to defeat the boss of the Bloody Feast Rift, a red troll with level 32. Then they also defeated Siren, the boss of the Mermaid Lake Rift. She was level 30. Ikoma used a Meteor Fall skill and was able to defeat Arachno, the Catacomb Rift boss, with level 36. Looking at the information window, which specified that Kizaragi Satsuki's level had risen from 32 to 35, she noted that they had passed through 3 rifts in 2 weeks. The information window also showed that Ikoma's level had risen from level 36 to level 38. He noted that the last boss had given them a lot of problems. Satsuki added that, even though it was a low-level rift, she was going to try to defeat it. After this, Ikoma noticed that the boss's movements at this level were too predictable. You shouldn't expect anything unusual. Also, looking at the phone, he thought that he had chosen the faults well, which were easy to pass through. He carefully went through information about the faults of Tokyo for their level. If they completed 5 more rifts above level 30, they would be able to advance to rank B. After some more time, the administrator at the information desk told them that, after checking their status, it was confirmed that the minimum requirements had been met. They managed to raise such a level in such a short time. Are they really human? But Ikoma briefly replied that he wanted to move to rank B. The administrator also explained to them that in order to move to this rank, an exam is held. In other words, she asked them to wait a few days. Someone's indignant voice was heard from behind. She must be joking, the man asked irritably. Do these kids want to get B rank? The administrator sternly shouted to him. Akami, Ikoma, noticed his badge and thought, is he a contract worker? Experienced adventurers can sign contracts with guilds. Their job is to manage faults and respond to unexpected situations. They also provide assistance in capturing difficult faults. They have enormous influence in the guild. Akami approached the administrator and asked again, do these children want to get B rank? Then he grinned and added, this can't be. The administrator explained, however, that they have reached level 40 and also have a good track record. Akami was very surprised. He then looked at Kizaragi Satsuki and Ikoma and wondered how such small children were able to defeat so many bosses. He has been working as an adventurer for over 7 years, as he was the only B-rank adventurer in this guild. Now this upstart is trying to steal his glory. Akami glared at Ikoma. He looked back and thought irritably that they attracted the attention of an unpleasant person. The contract soldier towered over Ikoma and exclaimed, I cannot accept this. Such youths who have not even worked for a year are not worthy of rank. Ikoma frowned at him and thought, Akami is one of the few B-rank adventurers in the guild. Perhaps the guild cannot ignore the opinion of such an adventurer. Applications for promotion are considered by the heads of the guild, and the opinions of contract workers are also taken into account. It will not be possible to avoid Akami's decision. However, if it was only about him, I would have remained silent, but Satsuki is also with me. We won't back down. Ikoma turned to Akami. He turned to the side and asked, what is it? And Ikoma asked, can I find out the reason for the rejection of the application? Akami was very surprised, stood on his tiptoes, and towering over Ikoma, sternly said, they are too inexperienced to carry such a high rank. Holders of rank have great responsibility. Do they think they can just show up and pay what they want? Kisaragi? Satsuki closed her eyes tightly in fear. At this time, those around them began to pay attention to them and ask questions. What is all the fuss? Is this Akami? The guys were unlucky to catch his eye. They must be at least 17 years old to be adventurers. Ikoma ignored this, frowning, and asked Akami, "Do you know how many 17-year-olds have reached B rank?" he asked in surprise. What? What is he saying? Ikoma continued, 15 years have passed since the appearance of the fall. There are only 6 people in Japan who were able to reach B rank in less than a year. Akami got angry and asked, "Do you mean they were all promoted by mistake?" "What are you saying?" Then Ikoma explained that you need to kill high-class monsters. If you kill enough of them, it is possible to raise the level in a short period of time. I am strong enough to rank up. If you're rejecting our application for some other reason, then I'm ready to hear it. Akami began to stutter. Of course, the laws related to rifts are still being perfected. Should listen to the opinion of a more experienced adventurer. Ikoma continues to argue with him. He should look at their achievements, not make a decision based on his own feelings. The decision must be made in accordance with the rules. This is the policy of any adventurer guild. At this moment, he looks at the administrator, who immediately agrees with him. Satsuki watches him, and is surprised that he can fight such an experienced adventurer so easily. Ikoma shows his superiority even here. Those around him begin to whisper that he has reigned in Akami. He's a very stubborn guy. Akami hears this and thinks indignantly, "This freak dares to mock me. I won't forgive this. He will regret that he decided to argue with me." Then he asks the administrator what level in class is he. The girl immediately replies that Ikoma has a gravity master class of level 38. Akami wonders, a master of gravity. I've never heard of such a thing. Is this some kind of rare class? However, this is most definitely a magic class. If he has good connections with the wars, then it is not surprising that he has a high level. Akami announces that he admits he jumped to conclusions. He should also take into account Ioma's abilities. However, on one condition, he will personally check whether Ikoma is worthy of B rank. As soon as he is ready, he can come to the training room. The room listing board states that the guild has a meeting room, a reception area, and a training arena. A guy with black hair is looking at her from the second floor. Akami adds that if Ikoma defeats him in a training battle, he will agree to their promotion. But if he fails, then they won't get a B rank. At this time, a man comes up to the guy and says that he heard the stone killed 2 people in a training battle. This guy was clearly in trouble. He just decided to take it out on him. Satsuki watches Ikoma with excitement. Akami looks at him mockingly and thinks, he has disgraced me so many times in the guild. It's time for payback. He's only level 38 while I'm level 47. Besides, he has a magic class. I'm an ordinary Hilby who has helped to raise my level. On the other hand, I'm a druid warrior who enhances the Y. Physical abilities of power of beasts. My class, level, and combat experience surpass Ikoma in everything. I will trample his pride into the mud, and Ikoma will never come to the guild again. At this point, Ikoma opens the information window and thinks that Akami is clearly a high physical ability class. There may be difficulties with him. He thinks that he should spend the accumulated points. There may be difficulties with him. Information window informs him that Ikoma has 20,027 experience points. The concentration magic skill level has been increased to the 3rd level, costing 15 points. Gravity control skill level has increased to level 4, costing 25 points. He confirms the level increase. He thinks that with the improved skill of gravity control, he will be able to increase his own characteristics even more. He begins to feel sad that he spent the accumulated points but thinks that he had already wanted to improve the gravity magic skill. Akami notices this and mockingly asks, "Do you think if you improve your skills right before the fight, it will help you? Accidents during combat are common. You must be careful." Akami ignores him and replies that he shouldn't worry. He hopes Akami listens to these words as well. He then pulls out a clown blade. Akami frowns and thinks, Ikoma is a cocky freak. This will be an example to everyone. If he thinks that he can hold his own against me, then he will regret it very much. After a while, Akami holds a large sword on his shoulder and cheerfully asks, "Should we start already?" "So be it. I won't use my skills. You can use whatever you want." Ikoma does not answer. Akami leaves, thinking, it's finally worth starting their duel. After a while, Ikoma gets ready and is told to begin. He then uses the gravity reduction skill. At this time, Ikoma thinks that Ikoma has a low level and also a magic class. Everyone knows that magic classes are good for nothing. Not a single attack can harm him. They should have fun. Suddenly, Ikoma launches an attack, concentrates, and in an instant, closes in on Ikoma. He can't believe it. What? Where does this speed come from? He's got a low level. Ikoma withstood Ioma's attack, but then suddenly moves behind him. Ikoma turns around and wonders what's going on. It took him by surprise. He shouldn't be arrogant. He won't be able to go. He's a real freak. He then tries to stab Ikoma, but suddenly Ikoma jumps up. Ikoma sees him, then looks ahead. The world around him is distorted, and he realizes that there is a problem. I can't stand on my feet. At this moment, Ikoma suddenly approaches him and strikes him. Ikoma groans in pain and then screams furiously. He's a freak. Then he begins to concentrate and mentally wonders. From such a position, he kicked me. Usually, a beginner is not capable of this. Who is he? At this time, people are filming the fight and exclaiming, "This is a joke." Ikoma wins the fight with Ikoma. People look at this with bewilderment. Some say, there's nothing surprising in this. It's just a test of skills. Plus, he doesn't use skills. During this time, while they are fighting, Ikoma insists that he does not recognize Ikoma. I won't let this teenager get the same rank as me. He then throws a punch but misses. He thinks in horror that he can't get there. Will he really lose? He must win. Otherwise, everyone will laugh at him. He can't embarrass himself like that in front of everyone. Ikoma knows that he's shorter than him. He then exclaims, "What's going on here?" Ikoma sits and looks at him, thinking that Ikoma must not have known, but gravity masters the strongest class. With the help of the gravity control skill, you can compensate for the lack of physical strength. In short duels, his mana should be enough to make maximum use of gravity skills. Even though Ikoma has a higher level, it will be very difficult to win without using skills. Shin was much stronger in close combat. He had good fighting skills, plus he didn't have that much. Expressed hostility towards him. Ikoma then mentally compares Kuru, Shin, and Ikoma and decides it's time to call it a day. He quickly runs up to his feet and uses the gravity doubling skill. Ikoma tries to attack back with his sword, but suddenly he sighs and wonders if his smaller size has suddenly become heavier. Isn't Ikoma good at more than just speed? He then swings his sword but suddenly realizes that there is no one in front of him. He wanders in bewilderment, wondering where Ikoma went. This doesn't happen. Where is Ikoma? At this time, he finds himself on the ceiling. Then he takes a step and moves to the floor, standing behind Ikoma and pointing the blade at him. He gets very scared. Ikoma remembers the moment when he attacked Ikoma. He reduced the gravity, taking advantage of the moment he jumped over him. At the time of the jump, he was in his blind spot, which is why it seemed to him that he had disappeared. People who were watching what was happening begin to shout that it was cool. Ikoma was able to defeat a B-rank adventurer. At this time, Ikoma continues to wonder. He must be joking. How could he lose? I don't recognize Ikoma. But Ikoma shouts at him. There shouldn't be any problems now. Suddenly, he looks at him and is surprised. Ikoma has a thirst for blood. At this time, he sinks to the ground, then rises sharply and, using the skill of breaking animal claws, runs angrily towards Ikoma. He also shouts that Ikoma is a freak. He attacks him sharply and injures his hand. Ikoma groans in pain. He realizes that he let his guard down when he defeated him in a duel. Ikoma glares at him and thinks, he is a fool. He used the weapon as bait and attacked with a skill. What's the matter now? He didn't have time to react right. Those watching begin to exclaim disapprovingly, saying that it was vile. Ikoma acted like a real coward. He said he wouldn't use skills, but he just continues to stare at Ikoma. Ikoma asks him, "What's wrong? Will we continue this?" This only irritates Ikoma more. He clenches his teeth and mentally wonders, if Ikoma is standing on his feet and still continues to be insolent to me, I will never admit it. He thinks, this will be enough. Ikoma grits his teeth in anger and thinks that he will never be able to accept this. He simply underestimated him due to his low level. If rumors of his loss spread everywhere, then he would no longer be able to calmly be in the guild. After these thoughts, he replies, "Right, there's no point in continuing," and suddenly shouts, Ikoma. I am rejecting his application for promotion in rank. The people around him looked at him in surprise and wondered how this could happen. Ikoma looked into his eyes silently. Akami continued to talk. Although we played a little, the decisive blow was never struck. With this approach, he will not cope with strong demons. He deliberately left so many gaps in the defense, but he never took advantage of them. Moreover, when his opponent was unable to use his skills, he managed to get injured. Ikoma continued to look at him with a swift gaze and held his bloody wound with his hand. Akami said, "Everything is immediately clear. He is not able to quickly respond to unforeseen situations." The people around him were upset and disappointed with Akami. They discussed among themselves that he was a scoundrel. He was not going to recognize him from the very beginning. When Akami heard these words from above, he turned sharply with a menacing look at one of the guys who was very frightened by his gaze and wondered why he said this out loud. He shouldn't make him angry after all. No one knows what he can do for it. Suddenly, among these surrounding people, someone appeared and shouted loudly that this was unfair and how Akami was not ashamed after such statements. Akami was dumbfounded, not turning to him. Z looked at him with a menacing gaze. This was seen by Ikoma, who looked at him in surprise and thought, "This is Yunia Sei." Sei continued to shout. Ikoma fought honestly and was able to defeat him. He broke his promise and used the skill. It seems that the contract soldiers are completely arrogant about their powers. Akami was very angry but could not answer him. At that moment, Ikoma turned to see but winked at him with a smile on his face and asked him to rely on him because he is his best friend, so he will definitely help him. Ikoma thought about it. He certainly appreciates what he did, but words about his best friend, even though Ikoma won. Why? Until Akami admits this, everything will be meaningless. The difference in strength was very visible. So, did this really hurt his dignity? You should have hit him harder. Maybe he needed to give it to him. He stared at the menacing face of Akami, who stood in an awkward position in front of him. Suddenly, some sounds were heard, and people began to turn around and ask questions. "What is this noise? What's the matter?" Akami asked Deputy Chief Sarawa. Sarawa came closer to him and told him that he was looking for him. "Akami, what's going on here?" Akami spread his hands and said, "This is just a small test. I was just wasting my time." Ikoma looked at him silently, and Sarawa, looking around and into Ioma's eyes, said, "Of course, accidents during training, such as beatings, are not uncommon, but I ask you to be careful and turn to the doctors," Akami replied with a smile on his face. "It was just a scratch. Nothing serious," Sarawa told him. "Okay, that's enough. We need to talk urgently." He turned sharply in the other direction and asked Akami to follow him. Akami followed him and told Ikoma that their test was over. Unlike him, he was a busy man. Z became insolent, hit the railing on the landing with his fist, and shouted that Akami was a coward. Ikami was a coward. "Didn't think that such a person was one of the best adventurers in the guild," Satsuki sadly asked. "What should we do now?" Ikoma scratched the back of his head and replied, "We'll have to find another way." After some time, Sarawa and Akami continued on their way, and Sarawa asked, "Why did you arrange this training fight?" Akami replied, "This kid wanted to get rank B. I just showed him where his place was." Sarawa wondered, did this child apply to move up to B rank? Maybe he underestimates adventurers too much. Akami hates these people the most. They entered the office and sat opposite each other at the table, sitting comfortably on the sofas. Akami took a comfortable position and asked again, "So, what did you want to talk to me about?" Sarawa answered him with a serious expression. "We are talking about a B-rank rift. A beast melum controlling a B-rank rift. It is very difficult to control a B-rank rift, and adventurers are leveling up faster and faster, also mining a lot of high-quality materials. However, we received a message about a sudden change in the location of the monsters in the rift. The concentration of magical energy also exceeded the optimal values. With such indicators, we should prepare for disaster. We are obliged to eliminate any risks." Akami asked him again without any anxiety. "So you want to capture the rift before a catastrophe occurs?" Sarawa replied. "The agency wants to preserve several B-rank rifts. The guild heads also insist on preserving the rift, so I want you to close this rift." Akami lowered his gaze with a thoughtful look. "There's still a lot we don't know about the rifts, and I don't think it's wise to jump to such conclusions. I ask you to convince the head to change his mind." Akami told him. "You always give me such boring tasks," Pharaoh shouted. "Akami, we haven't finished yet." Suddenly, Akami threw several sheets of paper out of anger and shouted at him to shut up, after which he said that it was not his problem. Pharaoh dropped to the floor to pick up the documents and shouted at him with a menacing look that he should take another look at the data. He asked him again, "Do you think that by digging into the numbers we can learn something about the rift?" "FC, I have more experience than you. There's no problem with this, and Eve, and if something happens, I will simply deal with the problem and close the rift." He slammed the table and shouted, "It will be too late. How do we know how the disaster will unfold?" After this conversation, Akami left the office and loudly slammed the door. Pharaoh looked after him with a serious look. He looked down and thought about the fact that they are obliged to protect this city. He hoped that nothing would happen. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, there was some unknown monster with several legs making loud noises. After some time, Satsuki began to reflect. "This is terrible. I didn't expect such a high-class adventurer to turn out to be such a bad person." Ikoma understood that he could only obtain a new rank in the guild of his area, and he was confident that Akami would allow him to be promoted to rank B. However, in order to get into the mystical library, he must obtain rank B. Satsuki can take the exam in another guild, but its level is still low. He lowered his gaze and wondered what they should do. Suddenly, Eza approached them and sharply shouted to him, "Ikoma." She heard that he had problems with a contractor during the exam. She quickly received information. One of her fans sent a video of their fight, the reality of the tourist guild, and the tyranny of Akami. The whole world saw it. All of her 100,000 followers are furious. "They need more views," Ikoma told her, with satisfaction, that he would do without it. She remembered how he saved her by grabbing her in his arms and said that she was in his debt, so she wanted to repay him with everything she could. He told her to stop, but she didn't let him speak. She told him that she also thought she could make good money on this. He got upset and said that she was still talking about the same thing. "We still don't know much about the faults. There is nothing to be done about this. Guilds rely on the knowledge of experienced adventurers. Additionally, Akami is not one to change his mind." Satsuki, upset, sat in a state of mind where her face turned red with anxiety. Suddenly, Seiya told him that she was worried about him. Satsuki asked her a question. Does she happen to like Ikoma?" Seiya got very angry after the question was asked. Her face turned red from embarrassment, and she screamed, saying that he is a very rude and overly self-confident person. She added that guys like that are not her type, and she's just helping him because he saved her life. "Besides," she said, "she's an idol." Seiya asked her, "What is this suspicious look?" She replied, "It doesn't matter." Suddenly, at that moment, their uncomfortable conversation was interrupted by a loud sound from the phone. Satsuki received a notification. "Attention! A new rank B rift has appeared in the city. You need to go to the nearest safe place." Satsuki was very surprised by this and loudly asked, "Rank B rift." Seiya picked up the phone and said the rift appeared very close. "This is an animal mosm. Will there be an invasion?" The invasion is a disaster when demons emerge from the rift into their world. There is only one way to stop the invasion, and that is to defeat the boss and destroy the rift. Strange. This never happened in a previous life. Is this just a coincidence, or is this the result of his change in this world? Ikoma looked thoughtful and stared into the distance. Saw looked at her phone and thought, the fault is getting out of control. This passed all the tests, and the guild had to control it. She hadn't been to a rank B rift yet. Her level was too low for that. She remembered terrible situations from her past and realized, no, there are people in the city who have no level at all. She's going for it. Ikoma rose from his seat and replied, "They will go too. The B rank rift is out of control. There is no telling what could happen if this is not dealt with now. In the event of a disaster, the monsters are much stronger than they should be." He hoped that everything would be limited to just an invasion. At this time, Ayami and his guild headed into the rift and were in front of a werewolf monster who was level 34. Ami loudly shouted at them. He swung his huge sword at the creature and yelled, "Berserker, get out of the way! he defeated the monster, after which, looking at it, he gritted his teeth and thought, "What a horror! Why is this happening right now?" He didn't expect that idiot's prediction to come true. He embarrassed himself again. Why is everyone trying to make him look like a fool? At that moment, one of the guys behind him spoke to him with a smile on his face, which was expected from a B-rank adventurer. He destroyed such a monster with one blow. Amy got angry and shouted at him, "Stop talking. Simply, this trash was only a C-rank. He is stronger than everyone they worked with before him." The other guy replied that he was right. B-rank and above is something that only a select few can achieve. They should spread out and stay in touch. If they find something, they should come back here. How terrible. If there is too much damage, his position could be in danger. He knows what kind of boss he is now. It's not that difficult to defeat Rift boss Phantom Fox, level 47. If he defeats this before everyone else, he will become a hero. And he can throw the blame for everything on that idiot, Sarwa. So, he suggests defeating a boss and getting it over with. Suddenly, many fiery flashes appeared behind him, and those around him began to wonder in fear. What is this? Is this really the boss? A monster with huge claws began to emerge from the darkness and approach them with a loud growl. This creature bared its fangs with a menacing look. One of the guys realized that this was completely different from their information. What is this monstrous-looking monster? This is the boss of the Rift, a fox demon spirit, level 55. The monster had 2 heads and looked terrifying. This creature approached the guild members. During evolution, not only does the level of the creature increase significantly, but also, during evolution, the monsters change their shape, gaining new skills. Simply put, they evolve into a completely different form of life, due to the accumulation of enormous magical power in the portal. Unusual phenomena begin to occur. This often combines with other disasters from monsters. Ayami realized that this meant it was not just the flooding of the labyrinth, but the existence of the boss's evolution. The system window reports, monster from the Mosum boss from the portal, Spirit Fox Uija level 55. The guy from the guild saw this and shouted with a scared intonation, "Level 55. How can they resist this monster?" The other guy answered with a trembling voice, "They have no choice. They urgently need to retreat and find another squad. They need to buy time and wait for help from other adventurers." Ayemi heard his statement and thought with incredible irritation, what idiots they are. If they retreat, then all their efforts will go down the drain. If so, then his role as the protector of the portal will be jeopardized. He turned around abruptly and shouted at them with an ominous expression. He is a B-rank adventurer. He's been in similar situations many times, so they can't retreat. He will take this monster down. With one left hand, the guy shouted back at him and asked the question, "Does he really think he can defeat such a monster? This is too reckless, Mr. Ami. If he attacks this, then he will die instantly." Ayami clenched his teeth in incredible irritation and thought, "These guys are freaks. How dare they doubt my words?" After these thoughts, he grinned and said, "But nothing can be done. I will help them gain a little self-confidence." The guys did not have time to ask him again what he wanted to do, and at that moment, Ayami pointed his hand at them, creating a magical shining ball. He shouted, "Berserker." He directed his powers toward the guys whose bodies were illuminated in a bright red color. They grabbed their heads and screamed, "What horror! My head." Berserker is a magical skill of a beast warrior. It temporarily increases the attack power of the person who is under the effect of the skill. Ayami ordered them to put aside their worries and go into battle. Early in his career as an adventurer, he used this skill as a decoy. However, it had been a long time since he used this ability. Suddenly, Ayami came up behind the guys, pushed them with his foot, and shouted that they should attack this monster. Idiots! The monster was already standing close to the guys who, in a state of stupefaction, grabbed their swords and pointed them at the monster. Ayami thought he could use them as bait, but in the end, with the help of his ability, he would deal the monster a decisive blow. An ordinary adventurer cannot survive in this world without using cunning. The monster moved closer and closer to the guys, who with frightened expressions on their faces were dumbfounded at this sight. The monster screamed loudly at them, and suddenly the space around the monster began to glow with bright magical colors. Demonic destruction! A magic circle formed in the monster's body, inside of which a bright ray shone. The entire area was filled with the loud growls of the monster. Ayami stood behind the guys, watching what was happening, but suddenly he saw how the monster began to approach him, and the guys gradually retreated. This alarmed him greatly. His body shook and he wondered what was happening. Stones flew toward him, and he began to scream, backing away. What kind of spell is this? More rocks started to come towards him, as the guild boys continued to scream while holding their heads. This caused Ayami to get angry and shout that they were just useless idiots. Suddenly, a huge stone began to fall toward him from above. He became alert and made a sharp movement with his hand, breaking the stone into several small fragments while shouting the spell. Strike the King of Beasts. The telekinesis skill. Scope of such abilities is too vast. This was the first time he encountered level 55 magical abilities. He had to do something immediately. Otherwise, before he had time to think this thought through, he turned around and saw a snarling monster behind him, which was right next to him. With a frightened expression on his face, he turned towards the monster and realized that this creature was very fast. He thought he should have run while those idiots distracted it. He smashed several pieces with his sword, continuing to defend himself as best he could. But suddenly, he opened his mouth in shock and was dumbfounded when he saw the monster inevitably attacking him. A moment later, his blood spilled, and he flew to the side with an incredible cry of pain and horror. He understood that this monster was too strong. He fell to the ground and watched what was happening while lying down, continuing to think and wonder why this monster appeared here. In close combat, he has no equal. How was it possible to defeat him so easily? But that was not all. He also had a skill that only beast warriors have. The system window reports, a dead person, when receiving damage, can disguise himself as a dead body for a few seconds. The monster made a sharp movement of its head, and Ayami to do this now. He abruptly began to run away from the monster, thinking that he needed to run away as quickly as possible. He had no time to take care of the rest of the guild members. He had to save his life. He rushed to run as quickly as he could, trying to get rid of the monster's pursuit. But he couldn't do anything since the monster was incredibly fast. When Ayami realized this, horror was expressed on his face. Suddenly, the monster made a sharp movement with its tail and overpowered him with incredible strength. Ayami fell to the ground again, being struck right in the stomach. He grunted in pain and wondered how this monster could notice him. He couldn't even move. He said out loud in a trembling voice, "You will not die in such a place." The monster raised its paw, around which there was a lot of dark energy. Ayami noticed this movement, and dark magical forces appeared around his body. He wondered what was going on. This monster uses telekinesis again. The monster decided to mock him. Thanks to the powers of the monster, this creature was able to lift Ayami's body up with magical powers. The monster's heads came closer to Ayami's face, and a moment later, brighter light rays appeared on the back of the monster in that same magic circle, illuminating the entire area. The monster made a loud sound, and magical powers began wrapping Ayami's entire body. He opened his mouth in fear, sweat dripping down his face. A look of extreme stress appeared on his face, and suddenly, a magical ray began to pass directly into his mouth, causing him to cough. After a moment, he screamed loudly, and his blood spilled. Meanwhile, Ikoma was among the destroyed buildings. He heard loud sounds as he stood next to the destroyed monster, with a sword in his hand. He looked into the distance with a serious expression on his face, and the system window informed him that he had received 554 experience points. Saya put her hand on the unknown man who was sitting on the ground and spoke a healing spell, thereby healing him with her magical powers. The guy looked at his hand in delight and said he was healed. Ikoma came closer and told him to run in the direction they came from. He shouldn't meet any monsters along the way. The man answered him with a trembling voice. "Yes, I understand. Thank you very much for your help." Saya smiled after the guy, and Ikoma abruptly began to walk in a different direction. She addressed him by name and said, "We won't be able to escort everyone to a safe place if we don't clear the labyrinth. There will be even more casualties." He told her, "Yes, you're right about that." Afterward, he took out his smartphone, looked at the screen and thought, more than half an hour has passed, but the threat is still not eliminated. The boss of the Beast Melem should have already been defeated by one of the squads, but too much time has passed with no result. This means we need to prepare for the worst. Meanwhile, Ayami, whose body was illuminated with a bright red color, pointed his sword at a man and screamed loudly, attacking him. The girl began to defend herself with her sword and screamed at him to come to his senses, saying they were a squad of exorcists. The fight continued between them. Behind her stood a bald guy who said, "There's no point in talking to him. He's gone crazy. This is probably the monster's influence on him." Ayami's face looked terrifying and unconscious. Ayami, a B-rank adventurer with the rare Beast Warrior class, was a real threat. What consequences awaited them if he ended up on the side of the enemy? He and the girl continued to battle Ayami, who became very angry with them. He screamed loudly, and the sound was so strong that the guy and the girl could not withstand such pressure on their psyche, distracting them. As a result, Ayami attacked the girl and hit her with his sword. Her blood spilled, and she flew to the side with a frightened expression on her face. He used the blow of the King of Beasts on her. She screamed loudly. The guy also got angry, grabbed his sword, prepared to attack, and shouted at Ayami. He pointed his thin sword toward Ayami and struck with it. Many dark rays came from the blade, but he realized that it was useless to fight. Ayami's eyes glowed a terrifying red color, and with one deafening movement of his hand, he destroyed his opponent. The girl saw this and shouted to the bald guy, "Captain Kirawa." Amai laughed loudly at the destruction of his opponents. "Fighting to the death with a B-rank adventurer is like fighting a high-level monster," he said. "The problem is not even the anomaly itself. It is just a side effect of the disaster that none of us have encountered before. This is not a task that ordinary adventurers or exorcist squads can handle." Ayami got closer to Kirawa, who was sitting on the ground, and pointed his sword at him. Kirawa realized that he was in an unchanged position. At the same moment, Ayami swung at him and shouted loudly. But suddenly, Ikoma appeared among them. Wanting to protect the people, he shouted, "Reduction of gravity." At that moment, he snatched the sword from Ayami's hands. Ikoma then asked, "Are you psychically affected by the monster's skills?" Ayami just growled in response. Kirawa looked attentively at Ikoma, dumbfounded, and said, "Ami is not an opponent that ordinary adventurers can handle." Ikoma jumped high above Ayami's body, making several sharp movements in the air. Ami's entire body glowed with purple light, and he thought, a B-rank adventurer needs to fight with an equal opponent, though he fights a little differently. His movements are slower than during the exam rank increase. Perhaps this is a side effect of the monster's psychic influence. Ayami sharply grabbed his chest, which glowed a bright red color, after which he coughed loudly and directed his hand at the enemy, taking advantage of the magical blow of the King of Beasts. Ikoma, jumping high behind him, thought and wondered, did he lose patience and hastily attack? After that, he used double gravity, causing Ayami to rise up and scream loudly. Ikoma made a sharp movement with his hand and hit Ayami in the face. His blood spilled, and he landed on his feet, grabbing his head. Ikoma asked him a question. "So, have you finally woken up?" Ayami opened his eyes, which showed a crazy look. Ikoma stared at him, and Ayami remembered his appearance. Does he still want to fight? Ikoma thought. Then they will continue with the rank promotion exam. He won't let him look down on him. He will finish him off. Ayami growled loudly and shouted the berserker spell, after which he directed his magical powers toward Ikoma and shouted loudly. The monster's influence on Ayami's brain had increased significantly. Even if he faced a higher-level opponent, it didn't matter. Ikoma could not drag out this fight any longer. He jumped at Ayami from behind and shouted, asking him to forgive him for this. At that moment, a bright beam pierced Ayami's body, and he screamed loudly. He turned sharply toward the attacking Ikoma and pointed his hand at him. Ikoma, still in the air, swung his sword, thinking that the higher he rose, the stronger the blow from gravity would be. Suddenly, he screamed, "Meteorite falling." At that moment, his beam pierced Ayami's hands and cut them off. Ayami was very frightened. He screamed loudly in pain as his blood began to pour out in strong streams. His right hand was cut off, and Ayami continued to scream in pain. Ikoma also cut his tendons, ensuring that Ayami would not pose any further threat. Kirawa looked at Ikoma, who did this to Ayami, with a scared expression on his face. He continued to ponder and ask himself questions. While fighting a B-rank adventurer, did Ikoma hold back his strength so as not to finish him off? How many more secrets are hidden in this guy? At that moment, Saya and Satsuki came running to them and started shouting at Ikoma, asking why he ran away. He apologized to them and told them that he had an emergency. The speed of movement depends on the class, he explained. However, they need to take these people to a safe place. Ikoma looked at the sky and replied that they wouldn't be able to do this, as they had a much more serious problem. This was the same two-headed monster that began to approach them from above. Sawa and Satsuki expressed fear on their faces. At that moment, the monster let out a loud growl and sharply headed toward them, raising a lot of dust at the spot. Ikoma looked at this with wariness and thought, it seems that the boss is out hunting. The monster bared its teeth and continued to approach them. Satsuki wondered in fear what kind of monster this was. This creature's eyes are empty, she thought. Ikoma opened the system window out of the corner of his eye and saw that it was the boss of the beast Mosum Rift, a level 55 Ouija demon fox. The information received differed from the original one. Apparently, the evolution of the monster had taken place almost instantly with the appearance of the rift. This greatly complicated the situation. When a monster evolves, it is difficult to predict what skills the creature will use in battle. Saya spoke as she got closer to Ikoma, saying that if they could defeat this monster, they could stop the destruction of the city. Ikoma agreed with her but also said that it wouldn't be so easy. The monster, which continued to scream loudly, lit up with bright magical colors. The system window reported, Bestial Necromancy, Phantoms level 30. At this moment, many bright monsters appeared in the sky. The whole company looked up and realized with horror that this creature had summoned even more monsters. Saya thought, if this continues, even more innocent people will suffer. These monsters only enjoy destroying the city and killing innocents. Ikoma turned to the girls and asked them to take the wounded to shelter. Saya was surprised by such an order and shouted, "But what will happen to you?" He answered her with a serious look, saying that he would try to defeat this monster alone. She extended her hand to him, but suddenly, a bright ray of light appeared in front of her. She took a deep breath and thought, when she plays the hero, she wants to do everything, even more, against him. It's decided, let him deal with the phantoms. They will cover the wounded and take care of their safety. Ikoma started to run toward the monster. Arakawa, who was nearby and watching everything that was happening with bewilderment, said in a trembling voice, "This is madness. This monster has a level of 55. If reinforcements don't arrive, they will all die." Ikoma set out to defeat the monsters and wondered what was stopping him. He jumped up and landed on one of the monsters with his legs, after which he shouted to Sia and Satsuki, saying that he was leaving it to them. Satsuki shouted back, "Okay." He then walked with a confident expression toward the two-headed monster. The bright beam of light in the monster's body glowed brilliantly as it used the roar of the ghostly beast. Suddenly, many buildings around them collapsed, and stones began to fly everywhere. Ikoma noticed this and realized, with a smile on his face, so this is what it is. How interesting. Hirakawa, with a frightened expression on his face, opened his mouth in shock and shouted, "What is this skills application area?" The monster roared loudly, and many buildings caught fire. Stones began to move toward Ikoma. Satsuki, seeing this, looked back in his direction and thought about him. Ikoma noticed this and thought about him. Ikoma noticed this and thought with a menacing look that he could not lose to this monster. The monster gave off a terrifying aura and didn't even seem to use its powers to the maximum. It was just playing with them. Ikoma glowed with bright magical light and began to jump straight onto the stones, stepping on them abruptly and running from one stone to another. Kirawa looked at his actions in bewilderment, wondering what was going on. How can he move so fast? He asked himself. He had never met such an adventurer before. Ikoma seemed to have too much experience in speed fights where lives were on the line. Apparently, his past life with the thief class did him good. The monster growled again, watching the deft movements of Ikoma. Ikoma began to approach this creature and asked with a smile on his face, "What is it?" "What a pity." The monster bared its teeth in anger and sharply headed toward Ikoma, making a significant jerk. Ikoma used the magic of partial gravity, as a result of which the monster, who was going to catch him with its fangs, ended up catching a huge stone with its fangs, which it destroyed with its teeth. Ikoma realized that the creature was distracted, and at that moment, He used a gravity bomb and sent it toward the monster. After this spell, blood was shed. Kirawa began to think as he carefully watched the fierce battle taking place. Compared to a B-rank adventurer, Ikoma single-handedly dealt with a level 55 boss. Who is this guy? Without a doubt, he will one day become the most powerful adventurer in the world, Kirawa thought. At that moment, Ikoma began to think, if you defeat the boss, then the rift should form. The monsters are disappearing. We need to end this quickly. There's no more time. I will end this once and for all. He grabbed a golden sword in his hands and looked at the monster menacingly and confidently. The monster from the palace's cat used its tail and again directed several huge stones toward the enemy, roaring loudly. Ikoma noticed this, looked at the approaching stones, and began to sharply evade each attacking stone. Thinking that this monster, while certainly huge and strong, lost all control during a fight. Let this forgive him, but in this way, it cannot be defeated, he thought. Ikoma quickly jumped away from one of the stones and headed straight toward the monster's heads. Afterward, he took advantage of double gravity and hit one of the heads with a huge stone, leveraging the rockfall. The monster screamed loudly in anger, and before it could come to its senses, Ikoma again used double gravity. He sank down faster and faster and faster, swinging his sword near the monster's heads. He wondered, if the enemy is floating in the air, then it is defenseless. Not for the master of gravity. It looked like the monster had lost its edge. The monster got angry and screamed at him again. The loud scream had no effect on Ikoma. With a confident expression on his face, he realized that compared to other humanoid-type bosses, this boss was much easier. But the battle would not be finished quickly. He struck the monster with his sword and the creature's blood spilled. The system window showed Demon Fox Wea, level 55, while Ikoma Kono's level was 38. This was not surprising, given the huge difference in their levels. Ioma's mana was almost depleted, and he knew it would not be easy. Despite the difference in levels, he was lucky because, at the moment, he was almost unscathed from the creature's attacks. If he continued to waste mana pointlessly, it would simply kill him. He needed not to waste mana in battle, but that seemed impossible. He could not defeat this creature while trying to save mana. Ikoma turned towards Saya and Satsuki and wondered, maybe I need to attract them. No, they were dealing with phantoms and could not be distracted. Besides, they were protecting the wounded. Based on his past life, Ikoma had already learned to predict the possible endings of a battle. The boss had the same type of attacks, but also a lot of health, which it could restore through automatic attacks. He'll be lucky if he's the only one who suffers when his mana runs out, he thought. He regretted that he might die in such a place. Maybe there is another solution, he wondered. However, if he hesitated, the disaster would not be stopped. I simply cannot escape, he thought. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face as he remembered himself from the past. He realized there was simply no other way. He was getting closer and closer to the monster and thought that he needed to concentrate and effectively use his powers and dodges in order to save others. I will be even more reckless than before, he decided. At that moment, he screamed loudly and directed all his strength toward the monster, whose head was already beaten and bloody. The creature roared loudly in response to his actions and used the beast's demonic art, after which many phantoms headed toward him again. Ikoma wondered, if this is summoning phantoms again, it will be a waste of energy. The demonic beast roar was unleashed as the monster screamed loudly, and many stones appeared throughout the area. Kirawa continued to watch the battle in surprise, thinking that Ikoma was beginning to use his skills too carelessly without worrying about his mana. This is not a boss that only one adventurer can handle, he thought. At that moment, Saya turned to him and screamed, Ikoma can't handle this alone. We must help him. Satsuki, hearing her scream, turned around. With a sad expression on her face, she wondered why Ikoma was being driven into a corner, yet he was not going to retreat. It feels like the boss is afraid of him, she thought. The boss bared its teeth again and continued its attack, taking advantage of the power of the phantoms. Ikoma tried to concentrate again. He grabbed the sword in his hand, put it to his forehead in his hand, and realized he needed to go forward. At that moment, he sharply opened his eyes, and everything glowed bright purple. He swung his sword deftly and sharply, destroying one phantom after another. A lot of blood was shed as a result of his precise movements, Kirawa wondered. What is this power? This is a terrifying force. He's just a monster. At that moment, Ikoma jumped up and thought, finally, this creature showed its weak point. He saw a magic circle in the center of the boss's back. A bright beam shone, and this alarmed him greatly. He realized that he had ended it all with one precise blow. He took advantage of the falling meteorite and sharply struck this very spot on the monster's back, piercing it with his sharp sword. The monster opened its mouth and roared incredibly loudly. Ikoma sank to the ground and watched what was happening. There were many light rays around him, and suddenly, after a moment, the city cleared. A system window appeared in front of Ikoma, and he said in surprise, "It was a miracle that I survived at all. But for killing this creature, he received 6 levels at once." The system window told him that 6,480 experience points had been received, and his level increased from 38 to 44. He gained 23 skill points. The phantom summoned by this creature also disappeared. With the rift closing, the rest of the monsters must have also disappeared. Although their chances of winning were quite low, they had managed to do it. His mana was reduced to 0. Satsuki was delighted and shouted with joy, "Ikoma! They won!" They closed the rift, and the monsters disappeared. Saya looked at her with a thoughtful expression and wondered, did she become a hero who protected many lives? She remembered herself as a child, sitting on her father's shoulders, and thought about him. Kirawa looked at him carefully and said in a trembling voice, "He defeated this boss alone." Everyone around them rejoiced at the victory. A few hours later, at the Adventurers Guild, Ikoma approached the girl receptionist. She stood up and said, "Thanks to the adventurer of rank C, the rift was closed. Thanks to him, we were able to minimize the damage on behalf of the city residents and guild employees." She thanked them for what they had done. When they were imprisoned, many people began to discuss how these guys had saved the city from disaster. They had been able to cope with the boss alone, without the help of a special squad. Satsuki was embarrassed by such a proud feeling and thought how great it was. She had the feeling that Ikoma dealt with everything on his own, and she was even a little ashamed. He told her that he couldn't have coped if they hadn't been there. If they hadn't been there, if they had not protected him from the phantoms, he would have died immediately. Saya stroked her hair and said, "Yes, we won thanks to their support." Satsuki was surprised by such a pronounced boast from Ikoma. He asked, "Sorry, I didn't film the fight on my channel, isn't that right?" She answered him, "Did you know that while we were fighting I had no time for this at all, especially since I had to help the wounded?" He wondered if he was really taking it all too calmly. After some time, Sarawa heard about the incident and looked into the distance. He thought that he didn't expect the disaster to happen just after the conversation with AME. Even the special squad did not have enough strength to solve the problem with this rift. It was lucky that that group of adventurers ended up in the city. If they weren't there, they would hardly have been able to cope with the looming threat. Suddenly, unknown people began to discuss the need to look at this trio, who had closed the rift alone. Sarawa looked at Ikoma, who was being discussed by everyone, and thought that he had already seen this guy somewhere. Suddenly, he realized that this was the same guy he saw next to Ayami. He applied for a B rank, and he was so young, but looks could be deceiving. Thanks to him, their city was safe, and legendary adventurers were being born before his eyes. Sometime later, Ayami woke up in the hospital. He furiously hit the small table set up on his bed with his fist and exclaimed, "This can't be happening." He began to think. He vaguely remembered what happened in the battle when the boss began to control his mind. That freak! Ikoma cut off his hand, the hand of a B-rank adventurer. Moreover, he was now hailed as the hero who single-handedly closed the rift. This fool had taken all the laurels for himself. Because Ikoma deprived him of his hand, he would turn his life into hell. He would use his position and influence to teach him a lesson. Stupid Ikoma! At this moment, Captain Kirawa and a wounded soldier entered his room. The captain, looking at Ayami, made a remark about how ungrateful they were. Ami noticed them and asked what the captain explained. He explained that, because the Rift boss had taken control of him, they had every reason to kill him for the safety of others. But Ikoma has saved his life. Then Ayami shouted in annoyance, "I should thank this freak for depriving me of my hand. What do they even want from me?" Captain Kirawa asked the wounded soldier to come closer. Ayami saw him and exclaimed in bewilderment, "It can't be." He remembered that this was the soldier he had used as bait, and he had survived. He clenched his teeth in irritation. The captain angrily asked, "You manipulated the minds of your subordinates and used them as cannon fodder, right? Using mental influence skills without consent is a criminal offense, especially for the sake of saving your own life. It couldn't be that a rank adventurer who entered into a military contract with the guild didn't know the laws regarding rift crimes." Ami wanted to answer something, but he began to stammer. Then he exclaimed, "This can't be." Later, at the Adventurers Guild, the administrator placed a request for Ioma's rank increase, which was rejected. He shouted, "Why couldn't I apply for promotion to B rank?" The administrator responded with regret, explaining that a higher rank comes with more privileges and the rules are stricter. Therefore, in case of refusal, a quick review is impossible. He will be able to apply only after 3 months. Ioma exclaimed again in bewilderment, "But I'm level 44 now. I've fulfilled all the requirements for the rank increase. Last time there was a misunderstanding." The girl insisted that she understood everything, but if he submits his application in 3 months, she was sure he would receive a B rank. Ioma was very irritated. He thought that in 3 months, the Library of Mysteries would be completely cleared out. He wouldn't be able to get that rare item, and all of this was because of Ayami. At that moment, Kisaragi Satsuki came up from behind and loudly added that Ioma had become a hero who saved the city from disaster. He even defeated that B-rank adventurer by himself when he was under the boss's control. The girl calmly explained that the most authoritative adventurer in the guild was fired because he exceeded his authority. His opinion should not influence the application. She understood everything, but rules were rules. Ioma sighed in disappointment and told Satsuki that it was no use. They should stop the conversation. But at the same time, he thought that even though the Ring of Wisdom could affect the future of this world, he needed to come up with another way to get it. Suddenly, someone came up to them from behind and asked what they were talking about. The administrator exclaimed that it was Deputy Chief Sarawa. He looked stern and puzzled. The deputy explained that he had overheard their conversation and decided to join in. Turning to him, Ioma was surprised. He thought, "Deputy head of the guild. Why did he decide to join our conversation?" Deputy Chief Sarawa turned to him and asked, "You're Ioma, right?" "I approve the rank promotion for Adventurer Ioma to rank B." Ioma couldn't believe what he was hearing. He asked, confused, "Is it that simple?" The administrator screamed that this couldn't be done. After all, even adventurers didn't agree with this rule. It could result in general discontent, and the head of the guild would not approve of this decision either. Deputy Chief Sarawa then calmly explained that they could not ignore his heroism in clearing the recent rift. He personally conducted an investigation into the disaster. The reasons for failing the promotion exam were not Ioma's abilities, but Ayami's personal dislike. With these words, he smiled at Ioma and Satsuki, who looked very surprised. He then added that they were not breaking the rules of the guild. After all, it was the guild's fault for not raising his rank earlier, due to Ayami's low grades. He also thought that it would be a huge loss for the guild if they didn't promote Ioma right now. Of course, the head will have his own questions about this decision, the administrator added with embarrassment. "I always adhere to the rules with no exceptions." Sarawa continued, saying that, in any case, his task would be to persuade the head, and how he would cope with this was none of their concern. Ioma still looked at him in bewilderment and asked, "Why did you decide to help me?" The deputy explained that it was his duty to support adventurers like him, defenders of their peaceful existence. The disaster that struck the city so suddenly should have been foreseen and stopped by the guild before it led to such destruction. First of all, he would like to thank Ioma for stopping the disaster. On behalf of the deputy head of the guild, he would like to thank him in this way. With these words, he extended his hand for a handshake. Ioma, in turn, smiled and shook hands in response. Then, the administrator reissued the request for a rank increase and approved it. Kisaragi Satsuki shouted with joy that Ioma had finally achieved B rank. She sincerely congratulated him, saying it was surprising that he reached B rank so soon. There weren't many adventurers in the guild with such a high rank. You could only count them on one hand. At this time, Ioma thought that compared to his previous life, he was achieving new ranks with amazing speed. Although it is possible to level up quickly by hunting higher level enemies, he never would have thought that he would reach level 44 so quickly. Suddenly, he thought about something else, and his face became very thoughtful. Satsuki asked excitedly, "What is it? Are you not happy?" Ikoma explained that this wasn't the case. He was just thinking about the difficulties that lay ahead. He began to think that the events of this timeline were moving incredibly quickly. For example, the appearance of a rank B rift that engulfed the entire city, and they were able to handle it so quickly. But in his past life, this catastrophe never happened. Going back in time, had his actions greatly influenced events in this timeline? It can't be, he thought. A fault is a phenomenon that defies logic. It appears suddenly, so it's possible that the rift appeared in this timeline, even though it didn't happen in the past timeline. Initially, I had no idea as I did in this timeline. It's like a butterfly effect, as if minor changes. In the world, this could lead to devastating consequences. But why was he so worried? Then he added that the habit of always thinking about negative consequences is very bad. Well, be that as it may, they achieved their goal. He got a B rank. Suddenly, there was a notification sound. Ikoma picked up the phone and saw that there was news about the emergence of a new rift. He happily noted that the Library of Mysteries rift had finally appeared. Information about the fault was published just a couple of minutes ago. Thanks to the deputy head of the guild, he received a rank promotion just in time. At this time, Satsuki clarified. "Is this the rift you were talking about?" Ikoma, looking at the phone, answered. "That's true. The boss of this dungeon drops the Ring of Wisdom item. With the help of this item, we will be able to uncover the mystery of the appearance of rifts in our world." He then began to read that a B rank or higher was required to enter the rift. The rest could apply for the exam to enter the rift. After that, he asked Satsuki with a smile if they should send a request for access to this rift. She answered with the same bright smile, "Of course." At this time, in a large bright building with many windows, in one of the offices, a man was sitting at his desk and talking on the phone. He said that in the near future, a rank Library of Mysteries rift would appear. The items that drop from the boss are very dangerous, and they must prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. The person he was talking to on the phone asked if his squad really couldn't clear the rift completely. With his power and resources, he could completely take over this rift. He shouldn't be stupid. The man explained that if he did this, various rumors would appear. They needed someone who would enter the rift first. He had a couple of options. In any case, it didn't matter who the puppet would be. The bird that was sitting in the cage at that time began to chirp quietly. The man continued, "His identity and intentions must not be revealed. He needs those who cannot manipulate him in the future." He then stood up from the table and asked that, as soon as the person he was talking to on the phone went into the portal, they should contact the Chimera Fang. Their main task was to destroy the boss, eliminate all dropped items, and also eliminate all the adventurers who find themselves in the rift. He would take care to make their deaths look like accidents. The public had absolutely no need to know the truth. After these words, he disconnected the call. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. The man was surprised but invited the person in. A young man entered the room with a piece of paper in his hands and explained that he had received a report from a special detachment regarding the recent disaster. Then, he saw the phone in the man's hand and asked with fear, "Is someone calling the master?" The master replied, "It was nothing," and added, "Better to do well than to say well." This man is the head of the special forces. His name is Kira by Hojo. After a while, the train quickly rushed along the rails. Ikoma and Kizaragi Satsuki were sitting in one of the cars. She asked, "What kind of rift is the Library of Mysteries?" Ikoma, looking at his phone, explained, as the name suggests, "This rift is a huge library, and all the monsters there use magical attacks. The boss level in this rift is 60. With such an enemy, you need to always be on your guard." Satsuki repeated excitedly, "Level 60. Are you sure we can handle it?" Ikoma folded his hands and calmly replied, "Of course I'm sure." Then he grinned and remembered that he had already prepared a winning strategy. After some time, they arrived at the place. A small brown building towered in front of them. After a few more moments, Ikoma exclaimed in bewilderment, "Was their application not accepted? But why?" The administrator girl explained that this order came from the guild. She asked for forgiveness, but access to the Library of Mysteries was limited. They came from another unit and didn't know anything about this area. Recently, adventurers were dying one after another. If an adventurer tries to go through the rift in this area, then blame the guild leader. Therefore, now the issuance of passes to the rift in their area has become much stricter. Ikoma couldn't verify this, but he thought that if they ignored the rifts appearing, it would only increase and create even more chaos. Isn't it the job of B-rank adventurers to close the rifts to prevent a catastrophe? The woman looked at him with boredom, sighed, and lazily replied, "If you check everything, Ikoma, you only recently received B rank, and your girlfriend is generally rank C." The information window confirmed that Ikoma was level 44, and Kizaragi Satsuki was level 37. Then the woman added that there was no question of entering the rift. Suddenly, someone came up to them from behind and asked, "Do you also want to get into the Library of Mysteries?" Ikoma turned and, looking at the tall blonde man, asked, "Who are you?" The man introduced himself with a smile. "I am Dujugo C." The information window specified that he was level 43. He then added that, like Ikoma, rank B adventurers weren't many in the area, but he also wanted to clean up this rift. Ikoma thought this was a good idea. If they gathered a larger group with C and his comrades, they should be allowed into the rift. He promised Satsuki that she would level up before they entered that rift, but if they had high-ranking adventurers with them, he wouldn't have to worry about Satsuki's safety. However, this guy looks too suspicious. Can he trust him? Suddenly, Satsuki cried out joyfully that this was wonderful. They could all enter the rift together. She then turned to Ikoma and asked, "Right?" Upon hearing this, Jugosi turned to Ikoma and said that he wanted a first-class adventurer like him to join the group. Then he fell silent and, after a few seconds, added that he wanted to clear this portal, but the fact was that Satsuki would be much harder to deal with. After all the monsters used magic there, and she would be useless. Moreover, the more people there were, the harder it would be to distribute the boss's loot. Kisaragi Satsuki lowered her eyes to the floor and answered with embarrassment that he was right. But Ikoma sharply replied that he would never go without her. Jugo frowned and looked at him, asking if he thought that his stubbornness would do any good. There were already 2 first-class adventurers in his party, and he intended to clean out the rift. Ikoma began to argue with him. The shaman class would not be superfluous for the group. This class is able to replenish the mana of allies with the help of its skills, making it indispensable for people who are very dependent on mana, such as a gravity master or a healer. Jugo listened to him carefully and then replied with a slight smile. He took out his phone and offered to exchange numbers. He would talk to the other group members and give them the final answer. If they came to a common decision, they would submit documents for a pass to the portal and meet at the entrance. With these words, he waved them off and left. After a while, Ikoma and Kizaragi Satsuki sat on the bench with their heads bowed. Satsuki asked thoughtfully, "This guy is very strange. Going with him would definitely be a good idea, but it feels like he despises me." Ikoma agreed. "This guy is really nasty, but he may be useful to us. In any case, it's good that we stated our conditions right away. He looks like a leader who doesn't like unnecessary conflicts. Either way, I will protect you if Jugo does something like that again." Satsuki sheepishly replied that she would be very grateful. At this moment, Ikoma thought, in any case, they weren't in a position to refuse such an opportunity. If there were more of them, the chance of getting the Ring of Wisdom would decrease. But this all doesn't matter if they cannot enter the rift. However, it will be easier for them to defeat the boss in a large group. Suddenly, he remembered Jugosi and concluded that the winning strategy was becoming even simpler. At this time, it became cloudy and very dark outside. There was an inscription on the high fence that specified that this was a safe zone. Someone hit the scythe hard on the floor and asked, "Plans changed. Is that what CI is going to say? Since he is going to take unnecessary ballast, then he should not at least drag them into this." The information window clarified that this was Shinabuki. "She is level 40, Jugosi asked with a bashful smile. "But they have no other choice, right? It took me a lot of effort to get permission to enter the rift, and our group was short-staffed. Did I do the wrong thing?" Shin asked with displeasure. "Why do we need a support mage and a mage that can only be useful in close combat? They don't call their classes that way either." "How will you explain this?" Jugo laughed and noted that there were reasons for this. "Besides, Ioma's level is quite high, and we need Satsuki for backup. At this time, Ino Ioma and Kisaragi Satsuki stood nearby and listened carefully to their conversation. Satsuki thought she was glad they could still enter the rift, but everyone was so tense. Then she turned and asked Ioma if he was sure. At that moment, Ioma looked closely at Shin and thought that she would be the biggest problem. But no, he was wrong. Shin and Ibuki then turned to them and said that she would be straightforward. If they don't help, hoping that they will end up with at least some loot, she will kill them personally. With these words, she pointed her scythe directly at Ioma and added, "So, you should act without your magic tricks. Do you understand everything?" Ioma asked again. Does she want everything to be fair and everyone to get as much as they worked for? He agrees to this. After that, she turned around and asked the guy who was standing against the wall, "What did Cassie think?" He replied that he didn't care. If they could get through the rift thanks to them, then they could join. The information window clarified that this was her Cassie. He is level 45. Ino Ioma watched all this and thought that he was already tired of standing still. Although everyone here was of a high level, they didn't seem to fit together at all. There are huge privileges in cleaning up the early days of a rift. It would be possible to sell information about the guild's break and the emergence of a new fault. It is always a hot topic for discussion. Plus, the first adventurers who enter the rift are the first to receive rare items. But somehow, I didn't think through who should be better suited for this rift. Still, they have no choice. Jugo-si began to clap his hands and added that, although the group was created in a hurry, and they may have disagreements, they should work together. Adventurers of such high ranks rarely get together, and he is grateful to all of them for deciding to join. So let's go to the Library of Mysteries, Ioma reasoned. Each of the adventurers they met had some kind of bad quality associated with them, be it greed, arrogance, or impudence. He hoped their trip to the rift would still go without problems. After a while, the information window announced that they had arrived at the Library of Mysteries. They all walked down the corridor together, relaxed. Jugosi looked around and wondered, so this is what the inside of one of the B-rank elite rifts of the Library of Mysteries looks like. Somehow it's too simple. Faults of this rank are very rare. If they clean it up, they're just taking advantage of the opportunity. Ioma and Kisaragi Satsuki looked at him in disbelief. Shin added, just like Sia said, they only took them because they were short of people in the group, so they shouldn't be lazy. Satsuki looked at her with displeasure and thought, she's acting so important. Although Ioma's level is higher than hers, Iona is glaring at her and apologized. But they had come a long way to explore this rift. They definitely won't leave empty-handed. Shinabuki screamed in irritation. Is he provoking me? But Ioma calmly explained that he was simply expressing his position. He remembered their agreement. If he hasn't done anything, he won't get anything. And I agree with this, he said. Hearing this, Shin chuckled and turned around. Since you understand, then okay, she said. I don't need extra scenes with a showdown. Kisaragi Satsuki immediately approached Ioma and asked him if he was sure they would get at least something. It feels like we won't get the boss item we came for, she said. Ioma agreed. This also worries me, but we should focus on our future strategy. A B-rank rift like the Library of Mysteries is not one that can be easily cleared. It is only thanks to my knowledge from my past life that I have an idea of what we might encounter here. The rift device can be changed at the request of the rift boss. It's very difficult to predict what we'll encounter for sure. At some point, Jugosi picked up a book and wondered what it was. I don't even know what language it is. Maybe this is the knowledge of a race unknown to us, he thought. Ioma looked around the library and thought that all the items in this rift, with the exception of those that fall from the boss or his minions, cannot be taken outside the rift. In the future, scientists will study faults from a cultural and artistic perspective. From these studies, he understood that the cultural and technological aspects of the things found in the portals were very distorted. Scientists had never been able to determine from which family of languages the manuscripts from the rift came, and perhaps they would never be able to understand what was written there. The information window suggested that this might relate to a lost civilization, or the theory of multiverses. Ioma continued to think. Many theories had been put forward about this language and cultural remains. However, all these theories were based only on guesswork. The ring of wisdom in the library of mysteries is what can answer all the mysteries of the rifts, and he wouldn't miss it for anything. Suddenly, Seiji saw fireballs starting to fall on them from the ceiling. He immediately used the shield skill, and the fireballs crashed into it. At the same moment, a monster appeared in the library, looking at the book and laughing meanly. The information window notified that this was a level 40 librarian. Then, Cassie attacked it from behind and used the deadly grab skill. The monster didn't have time to understand what happened before Cassie used the decapitation skill. The monster's head fell at Ioma's feet. Seiji happily clapped his hands and exclaimed, as expected from Cassie, "He's incredibly agile." But Huasai asked him to stop the ostentatious flattery. Then, he turned to Ioma and Satsuki and ordered them to at least collect items from their opponents, so that they became at least somewhat useful. Shin walked by and mockingly asked if Ioma had heard that. "This is how the work needs to be done," she said. Satsuki glared at her and noted that they didn't do anything either. Shinobuki immediately screamed in irritation. What did she say? Her finest hour just hasn't come yet. Does she want to test the power of her scythe on herself? But Kizaragi Satsuki immediately sighed and asked for forgiveness. At this time, Aino Ioma looked at Shin and Cassie and thought that they both quickly assessed the situation and knew how to use their skills correctly and effectively. That's pretty good, he thought, although it reminded him of something. Then he turned to Cassie. "He's Huasai, right?" he asked rudely. "So what?" Satsuki saw this and wondered if Ioma wanted to retaliate for their insult. But Ioma began to reason. Lethal capture first, followed by beheading. So his class is thief, right? Immediately after these words, Ioma rejoiced and felt a kinship. Satsuki was perplexed, but Ioma continued to explain, touching on the purpose behind his actions. He moved behind his back, knowing that the librarian was going to hit in a straight line. Then, he carried out a quick decapitation. If he wants more, Ioma thought, then I can advise upgrading his stealth skill. Cassie looked at him in bewilderment and asked, "What's wrong with that?" But Ioma happily continues. He advises mixing the thief class with the magical support class or learning the decoy skill. He thinks a lot can be achieved this way. However, in response to this, Cassie sighs and then screams that he did not ask for advice. Ino Ioma thinks Cassie doesn't understand the class he belongs to. Ioma tries to explain that this is not the case. He just wants to give useful advice. Cassie continues to scream that if Ioma tries to say something like that again, he will kill him. After this, Satsuki turns to Ioma and asks why he decided to talk to this scary guy. Ino Ioma sheepishly explains that he is just partially familiar with his class. Then he thinks that the thief class will become a useless class in the future. If he does nothing, he will lose everything, and he would not want Cassie to repeat his fate. Suddenly, she turns to Ioma with irritation, asking what a fool like him could even know about the thief class. Cassie is one of the best B-rank adventurers in their country, so what might Ioma know that Haru Cassie doesn't? Listening to her, Ino Ioma remembers that he was also the best adventurer of the thief class. But this no longer matters. After some time, Cassie runs his hand along the bookshelves. Seiji cheerfully announces that he heard this rift is full of all sorts of useful items. But Cassie immediately tells him to shut up. Jugosia joyfully exclaims in response that he is very strong and is so glad he joined them. Suddenly, Cassie hears something and turns to the side. Near one of the bookshelves, he sees the silhouette of a rabbit. The information window explains that this is a level 45 rabbit. Sentry notes that this creature is of a much higher level than the librarians. Ioma also looks and wonders if the rabbit is a sentry. How did this even end up here? This is one of the rare bosses that killed many raids in its time. They won't be able to handle it so easily. Ioma then suggests that everyone look for a workaround. The sentry rabbit will not attack them unless provoked, but Cassie rudely replies that if Ioma is scared, then he can leave, as he can handle it himself. With these words, Cassie begins to walk towards the rabbit. Ioma immediately yells at him to stop. He thinks that if Haru Cassie activates the rabbit sentry skill, it will be very difficult for them to defeat. At this moment, Kasai approaches the rabbit, and it stares back attentively. He then takes out a dagger and begins to run to attack the rabbit sentry. The rabbit starts to run away from him. Ioma shouts that if they run after it, they will walk straight into a trap. Huasai must stop, but he still tries to attack the sentry rabbit. It keeps running right in front of him. He doesn't succeed and exclaims in surprise, "This is fast. What type of monster is this?" Huasai doesn't understand why there is a need for a monster that only dodges and doesn't attack. Then, the rabbit sentry uses the bunny run skill. Touching his chin, he looks after it and wonders, did it decide to escape using a skill? Very strange behavior pattern. Perhaps this is a rare boss, so they can expect anything from it. Watching this, Ikoma thinks that they have already attracted the attention of the sentry rabbit. Pretending to be stupid will not work. They will have to fight. He then shouts that the sentry rabbit's main skill is speed. They must protect each other. If they let their guard down even for a second, they will die. Jugose excitedly asks what Ikoma is talking about. He thinks the rabbit is level 45, but there are 5 of them. They can overcome it all together. Suddenly, he realizes something. Can it really manipulate space? At this moment, Cassie turns to Ikoma and exclaims that he is not going to listen to guys whose level is lower than his. He warned Ikoma that if he gave directions, he would kill him. Suddenly, the rabbit sentry opens its watch, and books begin to fall from the bookshelves. The information window specifies that the looking glass magic skill was used. Harui sees this and wonders what it is. Eyes begin to appear on the books that fell on the floor, and these books turn into monsters. The information window clarifies that this is a grimoire with levels 43 and 42. Sai sees this and screams in horror. 4 opponents above level 40 in one place. The rabbit squeaks happily. Higino Ikoma continues to yell at Cassie to retreat. He can't do anything to stop this monster. However, Huai turns around and continues to shout again that he told Ikoma he was not going to listen to his orders. At this very moment, one of the monsters approaches Huai and shoots a stream of fire. It comes straight towards Cassie's head, but he quickly turns around and attacks it, screaming for the monster to stay away from him. This book is very disgusting. Shine and Ibuki then yells at Cassie to pay attention upwards and be careful. The sentry rabbit comes at him from above and opens its mouth wide, which is filled with many sharp teeth. Harui sees this and is surprised. This rabbit was always running away, wasn't it? Things are bad. He could die. But Ikoma suddenly appears and attacks the rabbit sentry. He thinks it was close. In response, the rabbit smiles sweetly again and squeaks. Ikoma readies the clown blade but abruptly kicks the rabbit. He mentally notes that as long as he can manipulate gravity, he won't lose to anyone in the air. The rabbit begins to look at him resentfully. Ikoma looks back and is indignant. Why is this offended rabbit a fool? Harui lands behind Ikoma and thinks it was dangerous. Just a little more, and he could have died. This guy was able to anticipate the rabbit's sudden attack and saved his life. The rabbit sentry begins to run away again. Ikoma sees this and realizes that the rabbit will never attack directly. The tactics for this are terribly simple. Suddenly attack one target and then release. Then he turns to Jugose and shouts to him that he will stop the 3 grimoires and they must deal with the 4th. Sai responds by shouting, doubting that this is too reckless. He must stop. He understands that they did not show their best sides in the fight, and Cassie was also taken by surprise. But they are also experienced adventurers. Ikoma can trust them. However, Ikoma explains that a mistake could cost everyone their lives, so they must do what they are asked to do. Jugose looks at him in fear, but does not answer. After a few more moments, Ikoma gathers everyone around him and explains that the rabbit sentry is not only fast but also cunning. When faced with such an enemy, it is impossible to remain calm, especially if they do not have enough experience in clearing rifts. Harui lost all confidence in his abilities. Fenson begins to panic. As for the healer and shaman, they will not be able to help them if they do everything on their own. Suddenly, Shine and Ibuki exclaims, "Fight 3 monsters of such a high level at the same time. Has he gone crazy?" Kaizuragi Satsuki hears this and thinks that if Ikoma says so, then she is confident that they will cope. After that, she shouts to everyone that they must gather. They need to protect At this moment, one of the grimoires is heading towards him, but he dodges, and it flies past. Ikoma notes that the monsters move quickly in the air, have a huge attack range, and cause high magical damage. On top of that, they must not let their guard down. Otherwise, the rabbit can easily take them by surprise. His situation is now much more difficult than during the battle with the monsters in the city. He sighs and concludes that this is not a battle where he can make a mistake. He then concentrates and screams at the monsters to attack him. He will kill everyone. The rabbit also starts squeaking happily. Then, 3 monsters attack Ikoma. Ichinose abruptly enters the battle and uses the shield skill. The monsters hit the shield. Shin then shouts that she shouldn't be underestimated either. With these words, she attacks. After the attack, she thinks that high attack power, magical damage, and free movement in the air are very important. She shouldn't forget about the rabbit. Shinanabuki gets up and starts shouting that in such a situation, Ikoma decided to take the blow. He shouldn't be a fool. During this time, Ikoma fights against the grimoires. He attacks fiercely and uses the skill of reducing gravity. Then he begins to move quickly, jumping on the monsters. Thus, he rises up and uses the meteorite fall skill. Ikoma begins to quickly fall down and thrusts his blade into the monsters. The monsters die, and the information window notifies him that 2015 experience points have been received. However, Ikoma is disappointed that he can only handle 1 monster at this time. Shin also fights and uses the path skill. Shin and CI happily exclaim that this is great. They have already defeated 2 monsters. But suddenly, the rabbit takes his watch and uses the Alice magic skill. Ikoma sees this and notes that the rabbit sentry can only manipulate 4 monsters. Did it decide to summon 2 more monsters to replace the one that dropped? Satsuki screams that this will never end. Shin also sees this and wonders if the rabbit summoned 2 more. He shouldn't joke with her, she exclaims. She then turns to the monsters and screams for them to attack her. Ikoma sees this and orders her to work in tandem with Sei and his shield. Shinanabuki starts to get angry and thinks that this fool thinks they are weak. She can handle these books herself. Then, she swings and wants to use the circle turn skill. But suddenly, she hears something. She realizes that this sound is exactly the same as when the rabbit tried to attack Cassie. She turns to the side and sees a rabbit sentry in front of her. It squeaks cheerfully. She looks at this and wonders if this is the sound a monster makes when attacking. At this moment, Ichinose shouts at her to run away, but suddenly, one of the monsters attacks her and she falls to the ground. The monster grabs her with its teeth. Shin wonders. It grabbed her. Will she die? Suddenly she sees Ikoma in front of her, who shouts that they will have to tear the monster off with the help of force. But Shinanabuki adds that it bit her hard. Nothing can be done with force. Ikoma is surprised at first, but then he uses the gravity bomb skill. It falls directly on Shin, and thanks to this, the monster flies to the side. Shin sits up slightly and realizes that her whole body hurts a lot, but Ikoma saved her. If it weren't for him, she would have died. Suddenly, the grimoire appears in front of her again, but Ikoma attacks it as well. He then yells at Sei to heal Shin now. Sei immediately replies that he understood everything. Kizaragi Satsuki watches everything that happens and realizes that their strike force can no longer fight. Of the rest, only Ikoma remains. At this rate, they will all die. But Ikoma replies that it's not over yet. Alice's magic consumes too much mana. If they kill the grimoires one by one, they will be able to defeat the rabbit. The sentry rabbit is also well aware of this. They should be patient to fight it. Ikoma then continues to fight the grimoire. He notes that the monsters' bodies are quite strong and their mouths are protected by fangs. Then, he will have to use the gravity bomb skill. He stabs his sword into one of the monsters and uses the skill. There is an explosion, and the monster dies. Ikoma notes that it worked. An information window notifies that 8,008 experience points have been earned. Satsuki sees this and shouts joyfully that, in this way, they can defeat all the monsters. If so, then they will succeed. But Ichinose exclaims that it is too dangerous. In addition, Ikoma has become an ideal target for the monsters. A rabbit appears behind Ikoma and watches him closely. Ikoma notices this and asks if the rabbit decided to attack him. After that, he sharply uses the double gravity skill and quickly disappears from the rabbit sentry's field of vision. Ikoma finds himself in the air above it and thinks that even if he eliminates the remaining 2 monsters, This cannot be considered a final victory. Then, he carefully looks down and realizes that the monsters and the rabbit have decided to use a surprise attack. They all cooperated to drive him into a corner, deciding to act together, but they also had blind spots. The monsters would not be able to use this technique against him, but if he chases the rabbit, the monsters will attack him from both sides. Ikoma notes that the rabbit is not stupid at all. Then, he suddenly flies away from his position and begins to fly up to the rabbit from behind. He realizes he needs to act fast, so he immediately strikes with the blade. Ikoma swings his sword, and the monster begins to scream loudly. Sharply dodging the blow, he realizes that this creature had managed to evade. He gazes thoughtfully into the distance. He tries to put all his strength into speed, so he tries to hit horizontally. It would be more effective to hit vertically, but it is difficult to fight against a small and mobile monster. Suddenly, the monster grabs Cassie's fingers and starts biting them, causing his blood to spill. He screams, "How terrible!" At this moment, Suai creates a bright beam of light like a barrier against the monsters. Satsuki stands behind and realizes that they can no longer hesitate. Otherwise, they will be completely sucked into space through the looking glass. They need to overcome this as quickly as possible. The rabbit creates a sound, and Ikoma realizes that there is no point in just chasing this creature. When he attacks it, the monster manages to jump away and win. At that moment, he creates a gravity bomb. The rabbit uses rabbit sprinting and begins to jump high, but suddenly it stops and wonders, carefully examining the dark, bright glow before its eyes. A moment later, the monster is attacked and falls to the ground, groaning heavily. Ikoma walks up to the rabbit and asks, "Did you think you could just dodge my bomb every high?" Speed skill has its own weakness. This creature's rabbit run has a short range, and at the end of the skill, it becomes even more vulnerable. He just needed to time it right and deal damage, not with a regular attack, but with a skill. The monster gets angry, jumps up sharply, and growls loudly at him, showing all its fangs. At this moment, Ikoma destroys his opponent with one deft movement. The system window reports that 2404 experience points have been received. His level increased from 44 to 45, and 4 skill points are available. Many books fly into the air, which is very surprising to Satsuki and Ci, who look at the glowing books in bewilderment. Ikoma approaches them and speaks. "It's all over, and we were able to leave the looking glass." Satsuki answers him with a joyful exclamation that this was very cool. Shina and Ibuki asks again, in a trembling voice, "Is it all over?" Satsuki turns to her, and at that moment, she begins to scream in anger, saying that she is not crying. Can she hear her? She just got dust in her eyes. Shina and Ibuki replies, "Did you understand that?" Satsuki responds, "That's not what I wanted to say." At that moment, Ci approaches Ikoma, extends his hand, and thanks him. Without him, they wouldn't have defeated this monster so easily. He thought he had assembled a sufficiently prepared group, but he was mistaken. 3 people were initially not enough to clear the rift. They see a book with dark magic wafting around it. Ci draws attention to this, points his finger, and says, "This." But before he has time to finish, Ikoma takes the book in his hands, opens the system window, and says, "This must be a rare item of the secret boss." The system window reports, "Rabbit Sentinel Skills Guide, Rank B. Using skill points, you can further learn the skills of the Rabbit Sentinel. This is just a guide to additional skills depending on the character's class. This book may be useful to him in guild management. It can be sold for 10 million yen. Ci is beside himself with shock and asks again, 10 million. Even if we split the proceeds in half, it would be 2 million each. Satsuki stands behind him with a saddened look, and he continues to talk. But he thinks that it's better for them to get out of this rift. He underestimated the danger of the rift. The Library of Mysteries, moreover, spent all his mana and suffered greatly in the fight. Ikoma realized that it would be the right decision, but he cannot allow anyone to take the Ring of Wisdom. After these thoughts, he said, "The biggest problem in this rift is the rabbits. If we ignore them, there shouldn't be any problems, and Shin's wounds can be healed with his healing skills. He doesn't need to worry about mana. There is one way to completely restore it." Ci was surprised by this proposal and asked again, "What is the method?" Satsuki thought with bewilderment and weariness and said in a trembling voice, "Ioma, not this." "I have painful memories associated with this," he said. "Librarians often walk alone, and they have huge reserves of mana. This is an excellent target for pumping out mana, right?" Satsuki lowered her gaze with a feeling of shame, and at that moment Sai said that he himself did not mind. Cassie added to his words that he also did not mind. Continuing, he carefully examined Ioma and thought, "This guy is strong. With him, they will clear this rift. He can't miss this chance." Shin screamed at them in fear and asked the question, "Are they joking? Have they forgotten what just happened to them?" I replied. Shin was on the verge of death. He understands her fear. That's probably why she wants to leave. She shouted back at him not to say such nonsense. She was not afraid. "Was that clear to them?" he replied. "In that case, we will continue to protect this vault." Several people from the guild approached the entrance to the rift and were in the danger zone. The guard said he didn't even know that a special squad would come here. The other guy replied, "This is a secret mission." He shouted that he was listening to them and they could move on. The guys came in, and the girl asked the guy why all this caution. She examined the card carefully and dropped it to the ground. The guy answered her, "After everything that happened with the faults in this area, such procedures are necessary. But thanks to her strength, Alice, she was able to calmly enter here." She answered, "But I don't understand what the point is of destroying objects from rifts without even knowing what power it has." He replied that he didn't care about such details. Their task was to fulfill the order as members of the Chimera Fang. It's time to dispel the illusion. "It's a waste of mana." Alice yawned and said, "Kite, how boring he is. This is the order of the head of Chimera Fang. She must carry it out. We will need strength to fight against the Rift boss. Kick is level 54, and Alice is level 57. They could just kill everyone who gets in their way. They'll still have chance to have fun inside the rift, and they don't have to worry about it." After some time, a huge book demon, which has a level of 43, roared loudly. Shin tensed and took a defensive position. Ioma began to attack the monster and shouted to her, "Shin, don't stand like a pillar." He rushed to attack the monster and continued to swing his sword. Shin also made sudden movements, and suddenly the monster grabbed her stomach and groaned. Ioma thought, "The special thing about the book demon is that it can stretch its limbs as it wishes, and you shouldn't look this creature in the eye. It just enjoys this human fear, pushing it to attack." For Shin, this is a particularly unpleasant opponent, given her weak psyche, which could be seen during the fight with the rabbit. Satsuki screamed a spell, a bullet of darkness, and then raised her staff, which was buried in bright light. Her face showed seriousness as she took a step toward the monster and hit the creature with her staff, causing a lot of blood to splash out. She stopped and looked at the monster with an arrogant expression on her face. The system window reports that 980 experience points were obtained. Unlike Satsuki, who became much stronger, the battle against the sentry rabbit went in her favor. She was able to increase her level, and her skills became much more powerful and mobile. However, Satsuki's skill greatly consumes her mana. This allows them to deal with enemies much faster on the way to the boss. She's doing great. There are 2 more left, but if she's tired... Before he could finish speaking, Satsuki turned around and asked to listen. She turned to Shin with a smile and asked, "Maybe I shouldn't get in the way of Ioma." At that moment, Shin was holding Ioma's hand. She felt very ashamed and sharply pulled her hand away, shouting that she had understood everything wrong. She was so scared because of this creature. He just fell into her hand, and she grabbed him instinctively. "She's not scared, not at all." Ioma said she just said that she was scared. She shouted back, "She just slipped." Can he hear her? "Isn't it out of fear?" Satsuki quickly looked at her, and she screamed. Why was she looking at her like that? After that, she turned to Ioma and shouted words of gratitude to him for being there. He looked carefully into her eyes and thought, "Yes, she is honesty itself." Shin. She shouted that she was using his help for the last time. At this moment, Sai used his shield magic and began to defend himself. Bright sparks appeared in front of his face. Cassie also destroyed one of the monsters by piercing the creature with a dagger. Ioma turned around and said that they managed without their help. Cassie again jumped up and attacked another monster. But suddenly, See, I got scared because of him and shouted at him to stop, because Ioma had asked not to kill the latter. He swung his sharp weapon, then stopped abruptly and said that he remembered. He approached the monster from the back and looked at it carefully. Ioma watched what was happening and thought, the librarian has the largest reserve of mana of all the local monsters. With its help, Satsuki can easily transfer mana to them. But this guy, out of the whole trio, even if he is a rude person, is a good person. He always came to the rescue and watched over everyone in the group from the shadows, covering their backs. After some time, the lone librarian found himself sitting against the wall. Satsuki pointed her hand at Sage and used the mana transfer, causing them to glow a bright blue. He examined his body and spoke in delight. I can now use my full strength again. With such a useful skill, we can explore fault lines without leaving for even a few days. If we catch 2 more librarians, Satsuki and Ioma will also be able to fully recover. Ioma replied, they can easily restore mana, but physical fatigue still accumulates. In addition, psychological exhaustion accumulates. Mana transfer is a useful skill, but it must be used wisely and only when absolutely necessary. He grinned and said, well, since he's talking about it, then anyway, thanks to them. Guys, thanks to them, I'm back in action. He walked up to Ioma and hugged him with a smile on his face. We've almost reached the depth of the rift, so Ioma will ask the others again. Are they really ready to go after the boss of the Library of Mysteries? Cassie asked him again, looking around. Already, Shin asked, shouting loudly. Does he still want to fight the boss? Ioma asked her again, what is it? Are you scared? She screamed the answer. No, I'm fine. Satsuki wondered if Ioma could manipulate her so easily. C.I. lowered his gaze and thought. Initially, he gathered this group to completely clear the rift, but they've extracted so many precious resources, so it was not necessary to go further. Although his own greed is playing in him, is it worth taking such risks and continuing his path to the boss? Ioma answered, to be honest, at the entrance to the rift, with the help of one rare item, I learned everything I needed about the local boss. With this information, we can easily overcome this. Sai asked him again, even so. After that, he thought with a serious face, clearing a rank B rift sounds very attractive. We will immediately become popular among the first adventurers by clearing this rift. Ioma replied, for this information, they would give me all the items that drop from the boss. This is my original purpose, and everything we got from the rift on the way to the boss, we can take for ourselves and divide it among the 3 of us. They shouted back at him, is he kidding? He turned to Satsuki and said that they had already discussed this plan with her, and she was not against this turn of events. If this is not enough, I will be able to pay each of them extra. So I thought about it. He would like to get rare items from the boss, but they will get a book with the skills of the sentry rabbit. They will be able to divide this huge amount of money among the 3. At that moment, Shin began to shout at him angrily. He should come to his senses. Sai imagined huge amounts of money in his mind and was pleased with it. Cassie spoke. Everyone except her had already agreed. So is she with them? Shin looked at him with hatred and screamed, touch, and he's there too. She tossed loudly and finally shouted, okay, I'll go with them, but let them just try to shake the boss. Then they won't get anything. Do they understand? Ioma looked at her and thought seriously. She has again taken up her task. After some time, opposite the high windows, there was a girl in a long dress with horns on her head. She had sharp claws. She was the boss of the rift, the Library of Mysteries. Her name was Ether, and she was level 60. They approached the gate, and Ioma realized that they had approached the entrance to the main boss's room. He asked them to act as agreed earlier. The local boss is not as mobile and not very agile. The main thing is that they should not panic. By working together, everything will definitely work out. C.I. said in response, with a smile on his face. According to Ioma's plan, we will defeat this boss without any problems. After all, we are experienced B-rank adventurers. Shin got into the conversation and asked, do they really believe in this? An item that allows you to find out everything about the boss of the rift. Is this some kind of joke? That's impossible. Satsuki turned to her sharply and asked, didn't you agree to go with us to the boss in advance? She shouted, no, but this is just funny. He didn't even show them this item. Yet they believe him unconditionally. This is nonsense. He will finish them all off, Sai replied. One of the rules of adventurers is not to reveal their strengths and trump cards to others, and Ikoma helped them out more than once throughout their journey. He doesn't think his information about the boss is unreliable. Shin became angry and clenched her hands into fists. Cassie spoke. In addition, even if this guy is deceiving them, he is not going to leave when he's come such a long way to the boss. If she's shaking for her life like that, then she should go home. Clearing the way to the exit, Ikoma spoke. The profession of tourists is full of dangers. If you are not ready to work for the boss, then I advise you to change your profession. Shin interrupted his statement and shouted, "Is he joking?" She was just testing him. Did he understand? He replied back to her, "Okay, Shin. She has nothing to worry about. They and Kasai will take the brunt of the damage, and Sai and Satsuki will protect her in case of an unexpected attack." Shin continued to scream at him in rage. Did he decide to humiliate her in this way? Idiot, he answered with bewilderment. No, he just wanted to instill some confidence in her. Cassie looked at her and thought that he was worried about her, but it seemed in vain. She had always been like this, so he got used to her behavior. In any case, his goal remained the same. He came here to defeat the boss of the Rift. If you completely trust this guy, he could die, so you need to be careful. Ikoma opened the system window and told the group that before going into a fight with the boss, they need to distribute skill points. The system window reported that there were 29 skill points left. Gravity Magic Level 23 costs 15 skill points and allows one to control gravitational magic. He reached out to the table and thought that it would be much more useful to raise the gravity control to level 4. However, to defeat the boss of the Rift, it would be much more effective to invest in gravity magic. The system window reported, gravity magic has been upgraded to level 3. Spending 15 skill points, he learned gravity magic and got a new ability. Now he was ready. The system window stated, gravity magic allows you to destroy a target using gravity magic. Gravity magic cut bullet blow. Now he was ready to fight the boss. He opened the gate, and the whole group gradually began to enter. Inside, Ikoma looked up. The ceilings were very high, and everything around was lit up with magical light. The monster girl turned to them, and the system window reported that this was the main boss of the Library of Mysteries Rift, Etha, level 60. Shin asked the group again, so this scary girl is the local boss? Cassie answered her. As Ikoma said, this monster is clearly not mobile. Cassie started to run, and Ikoma shouted to him to act according to the plan. They walked towards the monster together, and the system window reported that it was using thunderclaps. Suddenly, everything lit up with a bright light from the thunderstorm, and Ikoma thought, as expected, she would start using lightning magic. His information from the past timeline was confirmed. Thunder magic has a small radius of action, but its power is enormous, so it is suitable for the first stage. With Cassie being fast, and thanks to gravity magic and his thief class, Cassie moves just as fast as he does. Ether will not be able to remove them using only thunder magic, and due to mastery of agility, she will not be able to hit them. Their main task is to hit her after she uses her skill. But before he had time to think this thought through, Satsuki raised her staff into the air and shouted, "Bullet of darkness." Shin also used a spell and screamed, "A whirlwind of blades." Ether closed her eyes, sparks sparkling from her body. Suddenly, she removed her hands from her eyes. Satsuki stood opposite her without moving. Ether quietly spoke to her. "Do not dare to do anything." Satsuki looked at her questioningly and wondered if she could talk. Ikoma realized how terrible this was. She was targeting Satsuki. If so, Ether would now try to attack with long-range magic. He sharply shouted to Satsuki and Ci to go closer. Cassie should do it too. Cassie should do it too. Cassie abruptly began to run, thinking it was not in his rules to obey this kid, but this time, so be it. At the same moment, Ether raised her hands and used the fire wave spell. Ikoma also turned away from her and started to run in an unknown direction. Shin screamed with a frightened expression on her face. Where should we run now? Ikoma lowered his gaze and thought, if evasion fails, then they will face the attack directly. A smile appeared on his face. The group stood in a circle. Ci was in front of everyone and shouted to the group to hide behind him. He created a shield and directed his magical powers towards the fiery wave, which was already approaching them closely. CI said, "The boss's mass skills can be easily dispelled by holy magic. Just like Ikoma said, they must rely on him, and he will protect them from Aether's magic. When she finishes her attack, they must be ready to attack. Aether is not able to move quickly, but she has many powerful spells in her arsenal. So, they could come up with strategies against her in which she would not be able to respond." Ikoma shouted, "Guys, I will cover you, so you must attack again." Aether lowered her gaze, standing among the remaining clot of dust. Shin took the weapon in her hands and shouted with a smile on her face, "Go ahead." Cassie looked at her in bewilderment and thought, he must admit that the kid is not bad, but he would prefer to get rid of a couple of people with the help of this boss. He looked at Ikoma and said in his thought, "You know, Ikoma is an incredibly capable guy. If you get rid of him, the whole group will fall apart." At that moment, Ikoma found himself directly opposite the monster.
The Aether extended her hands towards him and created a bright magical light in those hands, which, in a moment, illuminated the entire area and headed into the sky. It was the sword of Zeus. After that, she lowered her hands towards Ikoma and channeled her magical powers, causing a bright light to penetrate everywhere. Ikoma closed his eyes, then sharply waved his sword in front of the Aether and said that she was too slow, as expected. Close combat was not her strength. She decided to save her ranged attacks for last. Suddenly, with hope in her eyes, she said, "This boss can be easily destroyed, even by two people attacking her in close combat. How cool is this? This boss is completely wrong." She suggested getting it over with quickly and moving out of there. Satsuki looked at her and thought she was acting too confident for someone who had been the most afraid of this boss. Tsuji also thought about it and, to be honest, partially agreed with her. The Ikoma strategy was too simple to defeat the Rift boss, but in a real battle, his tactics worked with amazing accuracy. Exploit the enemy's weaknesses by attacking from close range and retreat during mass skills without taking much risk. Moreover, Ikoma's skills and heroism allowed them to believe in him, acting with precision according to his plan. His self-confidence and fearlessness raised many questions. The expressiveness, calmness, and precision in his movements revealed him as an experienced adventurer who had survived many battles. At that moment, the Aether directed her magical powers in his direction again, and used the stone boat. Ikoma found himself among several pillars, and thought they would have to change their battle tactics slightly, otherwise they wouldn't get close to her. The stone rook limited the actions of Satsuki, thereby protecting itself from long-range attacks, but at the same time, it made it more difficult for them to approach her. If they came out of cover, she would immediately try to attack them with magic. After these thoughts, he sharply turned to his team and shouted for them to hide behind a stone column. Tsuji shouted back, "Okay." At that moment, everything behind the pillar began to glow with a bright magical light. Cassie was watching from the corner and suddenly, the Aether noticed something. She made a sharp movement, and Ikoma shouted with a smile, "She would have built an entire fortress so that no one could get to her. Is that all she can do, you disgusting puppet?" Ikoma ran forward, thinking that Shin had chosen the optimal position for cover. Shin was behind one of the pillars closest to the monster, and Ikoma realized this could work, but he didn't finish his thought before rushing toward the monster. He shouted, "Shin, let her forgive him." She was dumbfounded, perplexed by his statement. Suddenly, he jumped up, pushed off her body with his legs, and leapt to the top of the column. Shin fell to the ground. She shouted at him in anger. What was he doing? Is she a springboard for him? She looked up at him from below, but at that moment, he had already jumped from the column directly onto the monster's head. He thought, the Aether was closely watching them, waiting for them to come out of cover to attack her. However, if you use reduced gravity and attack from above, she definitely won't have time to react. He moved closer and closer to her, shouting as he directed magical powers at her body. A meteorite fell. A bright ray of light pierced her body. She was very surprised by this, and was left dumbfounded. Shin shouted, asking, "Did it work?" Ikoma looked up and realized this wasn't the end. She had a high defense rate, more than he expected. The system window reported, Aether, level 60, health 42 300 seconds, mana 226 358. Cassie, near the nearest pillar, looked at Ikoma from behind, thinking that if he did nothing, this fight would end too quickly. Ikoma, he's too good, she thought, but how can he evade her attack? His eyes lit up with a magical color. The Aether raised her hands into the air and created a bright magical ball above her head. Ikoma noticed this and thought, She's going to use Elemental Blast. This is a mass effect spell that consumes a huge amount of mana. After such a powerful spell, she'll be more defenseless, and I'll be able to get close to her for the final blow. If she was really going to use Elemental Blast, he needed to act quickly. He ran sharply in her direction, continuing to think that fortunately, the team would be able to hide from such a massive attack behind the columns. Everything will end in one precise blow, he thought. He got even closer to her, swung his sword sharply, and dodged one of her attacks. Get shid. Cassie noticed this and wondered, did he block her attack? What a perfect reaction. Ikoma looked in her direction with a menacing glare, made a movement with his hand, and apologized, saying he was aiming at the boss. He thought, this guy doesn't even doubt that I was aiming at him, but I don't have time to deal with that anyway. He shouted sharply, Ether is preparing for a powerful attack. Everyone must hide behind the columns. The Ether used the spell of elemental explosions. Cassie saw it, and Cassie wondered with a scared expression, what is it? It's a joke. Everything was illuminated with a bright magical light. The team was beside themselves with surprise. Ikoma realized that this was an elemental explosion. This spell launches a hail of magic bullets at enemies until the monster runs out of mana, but if you bypass all of its attacks and deliver the decisive blow, you will finally receive the coveted Ring of Wisdom. He began to run, dodging all the magic rays. When he got closer and looked at the monster from below, he thought, the boss has little health left, but I can't get close to her. She does everything she can to draw me in. While he was getting closer to the boss, Cassie watched him from behind the column, and thought, he is certainly strong, but not strong enough to get close to the boss. He'll wait behind the column. It would be much safer to wait until the boss has completely depleted her mana. But before she could finish this thought, stones from a collapsing column suddenly began to fall above his head. He started to run away from the spot, and thought with fear, did the boss just destroy the column?
How powerful are this creature's attacks?
Cassie continued to think, even if he constantly dodges her attacks, he won't be able to hide for long. This idiot has put us all in danger. Now we have nowhere to run. At that moment, Ikoma, being a short distance from the boss, was thinking that if he hesitated, her magic could hurt Satsuki and everyone else. They didn't have time. They needed to finish it right now. He made a sharp jerk, jumped up and moved to another spot. Cassie saw this, and shouted at him. He's getting too close to the monster. He kept getting closer, and she kept screaming, wondering, what is he even thinking? This is complete madness. Satsuki looked at him thoughtfully, a sad expression on her face. Suddenly, she grabbed the staff in her hands and shouted, guys, we should also get closer to the boss. Shin asked her again in horror, what did she say? The Rift boss wouldn't be able to attack them with physical attacks. It would be much safer to get close to this creature than to stand aside. Ikoma realized this. Shin continued to scream that it was crazy, but Satsuki replied that it wasn't. After all, they were one team, and had to help their comrade. They had relied on him for too long. Now they had to help him and do everything possible to cover his back. The whole team rushed to his aid. The Ether continued to use her magical powers, illuminating the entire area. The team stopped abruptly in front of the approaching bright light, and Cell, but with fear. We won't be able to dodge such an attack. He sharply shouted to everyone to go back and used his shield powers, trying to protect the girl. But suddenly, he realized he wouldn't be able to hold back such magic for long. He shouted at them, leave here now. Satsuki thanked him for such a noble action. A moment later, there was a bright explosion. Cell fell to the ground, narrowed his eyes, and then tried to get up, wondering how long it had been since he'd risked his life for others. I'll cover them, he thought, so killing the boss will be on Ikoma. It seemed Ikoma had been able to repel her attack, and he hoped that Satsuki and Shin had managed to escape. Now is the best moment, he thought. Thanks to C, they would be able to repel her attack, and before she found a new target, they needed to act. Ikoma spread his arms and shouted, hypergravity. The system window reported that hypergravity was gravity magic that increased the force of the target's gravitational pressure. Suddenly, the space lit up with a purple light. He continued to think, watching the monster's actions. Elemental burst requires her to hold her hands above her head to aim at her opponent. Under the influence of hypergravity, this will be extremely difficult to do. Now she won't be able to attack us. The Ether silently continued her actions, and Satsuki realized that he had deprived the boss of her ability to cast spells. It's time, she thought. She used the shadow binding spell. Shadow hands rose up not far from the creature, and Ikoma realized that it seemed she wasn't going to give up so easily. but they couldn't allow her to restore her mana, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to defeat her. Suddenly, Shin broke free and began to run sharply, shouting, "How can she do this, puppet?" She made a sharp movement with her hand and shouted, "Moon cut." At that moment, there was a bright flash of light, and the monster's bone broke, causing it to start falling, screaming loudly. Everyone around watched what was happening in bewilderment. Suddenly, one of the ether's hands came off, and many fragments fell from the sky. Ayoma shouted, "Well done, Satsuki." Then a bright purple flash of light appeared above the body of the ether. This was created thanks to the magical powers of Ayoma, who used his sword to achieve this result. The ether smiled as many fragments continued to fall from the sky. Ayoma straightened his back and looked at the monster with a proud expression on his face. Suddenly, the system window informed him, 11,160 experience points received. Level increased from 45 to 49, gained 16 skill points. Satsuki was delighted and said in an enthusiastic voice, "We managed to do it." Cell, placing his hand on his chest, said, "That's a great job. Ayoma, this is how they defeated the next boss of the rift." Now he would finally be able to uncover all the secrets of the appearance of rifts because he had obtained an item lost in the first timeline, the Ring of Wisdom. Cassie looked at him enviously. Ayoma continued to rejoice, sitting near the shattered earth. They had finally defeated the boss of the Library of Mysteries rift. He took the ring in his hands and said, "We got what we came for." The system window reported, "Ring of Wisdom, Rank B, summoning the Great Witch from the Library of Mysteries." Satsuki approached him and asked, "Can this ring give an answer about the origin of the rifts in our world?" He replied, "I think so." She continued, "If that's the case, then I think we should take this ring to the special forces." Ayoma replied that he didn't think this was a good idea, and there were 3 good reasons for that. The first reason was that, in the past timeline, this ring went to the head of the special forces, but for unknown reasons, it was lost. After what happened in that timeline, he couldn't trust them with the Ring of Wisdom. The second reason was that only a high-ranking adventurer could unlock the true power of the ring. As a former S-rank adventurer, he would be able to unleash its full potential. The third reason was that no adventurer in their right mind would refuse a rare item obtained with blood and sweat. He clutched the ring in his hand in a state of delight. Satsuki looked at him and thought that she hadn't seen him so happy in a long time. Then she decided to ask, "What exactly does this ring do?" But before she could finish speaking, someone called out. It was C, who came closer to him and said loudly, "Thanks to you we defeated the ether. I'm immensely grateful for your heroism, but it seems the ether still hurt you a little. Let me treat your wounds as gratitude. I'm a doctor after all." Ayoma responded, "I tried not to fall under her direct attacks, and yet she didn't cause me much damage, but I'd be grateful for the help." Selly stood up behind Ayoma and directed his magical powers at him. Ayoma sat on the ground and waited for recovery. Selly leaned his staff against him and thought, "This is the first time I've been so lucky. I met an adventurer with such outstanding abilities." He recalled how he had shouted, "The 2 of you should run away. I'll cover you." After these memories, he smiled and realized that he had always only cared about exploring the portals, not his allies. But in this campaign, he was inspired by Ayoma's heroism, and he was grateful to fate for meeting such a good guy like him. Shin sat down on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "At some point, I thought it would all be the end for us. Going through portals is still exhausting." Cassie looked into the distance and thought that Ayoma had come here for rare items from the boss of the portal and didn't intend to give them to such a simple guy. He grabbed the dagger in his hands and decided he wasn't going to beat around the bush anymore. The battle had turned out to be very intense. After a victory, adventurers relax and let down their guard. A better moment couldn't be imagined for this. He rushed to attack Ayoma, reflecting that, thanks to his thief class skills, he could move silently, and his class boasted high attack speed. Ayoma wouldn't even have time to blink before he'd blow off his head. Cassie jumped sharply into the air, swinging a knife at Ayoma. Suddenly, Ayoma was dumbfounded, but then Cassie used Shadow Grab. Ayoma turned around sharply, opened his eyes, intercepted the dagger of the attacking Cassie, and stopped his attack. Cassie didn't expect such a turn of events, and asked, how could he even notice it? Ayoma took advantage of double gravity, directed his powers toward Cassie, and began to pursue him. Cassie jumped back into the distance, and started coughing loudly. Selly saw this, and shouted, "Cassie, Ayoma, what are you doing here?" Ayoma replied, "He betrayed us. During the boss fight, he already tried to kill me." Cassie reflected that he knew he'd have to deal with Ayoma eventually, but he didn't think he'd try to attack him again at the rift. Ikoma turned to Cassie with a menacing look and said, "He almost didn't participate in the battle, so he has enough strength, but I still have little left to fight him. Moreover, it's 4 against 1. Cassie got scared and thought, "Stop." He showed Ikoma his hand, on which were the Ring of Wisdom and the Guardian Bracelet, and said, "Don't worry about me like that. I've already obtained what belongs to me by right, this Ring of Wisdom and the Guardian Bracelet." Ikoma suddenly realized that Cassie didn't want to kill him. His goal had always been only the rare items. C wondered in bewilderment. Did Cassie steal a rare item from Ikoma? A Guardian Bracelet. This bracelet itself is valuable, but inside this item, they stored all the loot they collected along the way in the rift. The girls began to grow indignant and shout at him. "What is he doing? He should come here." Shin screamed, "I'll take revenge on him for this. The freak. Why are we all standing here? We need to catch up with him now." Cassie shouted back, "Except for Ikoma, all these guys are just nobodies. He knows that his class also relies on speed, but can he overcome me? I'm a high-ranking." Ikoma and Satsuki looked at him with sad expressions. Ikoma realized that it was hard for him to admit it, but the speed in this timeline was no match for him. He couldn't even imagine that a B-rank adventurer would engage in banal theft from his comrades, but he was wrong. Cassie's whole life was built on blackmail and intrigue. From the very beginning of his career, he had a bad reputation. Nobody wanted to deal with him. He went to another area for new rifts, but everyone there knew him, not only because of his bad reputation, but also because of his strength. Then he thought his career was over, but soon he met the stupid and greedy leader of the group, as well as a naive guy with useful information on the boss of the rift. At that moment, C fell to his knees with a sad expression on his face, and said in a trembling voice, "He stole all the things, all 10 million yen. Ikoma apologized to him, and said, "This all happened because of my carelessness. We need to catch him and hand him over to the special forces. Although he didn't kill anyone, he stole all our loot. And it will be difficult to prove this because legally, we haven't secured the division of loot from the monsters of the rift in any way. It's all based on an ordinary oral agreement, and the special forces may not be able to help us." He grabbed his head and continued to think that on top of everything else, he needed to return the Ring of Wisdom at all costs. At that moment, he heard voices. Someone said, "Oh my god, is the battle over already? We were late because he was too slow." Satsuki wondered if these were still adventurers. Suddenly, one of them started shouting, "Guys, this guy is a criminal. He's dangerous. You must run." Cassie was already right in front of Kik and Alice's faces, which made Kik angry. He told them, "Don't stand in my way, pathetic people." Alice told Kik, this work was created especially for him. Kik grabbed his weapon, and Cassie realized it would be worse for them because he was a high-ranking adventurer of B rank. It would be funny if these guys defeated him, but at the same time, Kik dealt a strong blow to his stomach. Cassie flew to the side with a frightened expression on his face and realized that his opponent was really fast and strong. He smashed into the wall with a crash and continued to sit near it, looking up to the side. Everyone around him stared in fear, and Ikoma thought they incapacitated him with one precise blow. Who are these guys? Wait, I've seen this white uniform somewhere before. Are these two really the same guys? Alice approached Cassie, who was lying on the floor, and said in surprise, "What a weakling. He fell with one blow. This isn't interesting at all." Shin saw this with irritation and thought, is this some kind of joke? He's one of the most popular B-rank adventurers, but he fell from one blow. At that moment, Alice stood up, holding the ring in her hands, and exclaimed, "What a beautiful thing. I want to take it away." She then turned to Kik and asked, "I can do this, right? Surely I can take this ring, right?" At that moment, Kaio, also called Goku or Kaio, looked at the information window and explained, "This is what we came here for. This is the Ring of Wisdom." Alice exclaimed in disbelief, "And we have to destroy it. But maybe I'll still take it. Nobody will know about this." But Kik sternly replied, "You're on duty right now. If you don't follow the leadership's orders, I'll kill you here and now." C then approached them and explained, "Cassie is a criminal, and we're very grateful that you saved us, but isn't it too cruel to do this to him?" Alice thought for a moment, and then grinned. "You got it all wrong," she said. "We came here to kill every single one of you. We were ordered to destroy every adventurer who entered this rift, with no exceptions." Hearing this, Shin and Satsuki exclaimed in horror, "What?" At that moment, Ikoma carefully watched what was happening and thought, I have no doubts about the uniforms and skills of these guys. Then he asked them, "You're from the Chimera Fang, right?" Alice turned with a sly smile and asked, Amazingly, does anyone know about us? This is the first time I've met an adventurer who's heard of us. Satsuki plaintively asked him, do you know who these people are? Shin immediately exclaimed, Chimera Fang is an internet rumor, isn't it? Ikoma explained, they're an underground organization that reports directly to the government, doing all the dirty work regarding the rifts for them. It's called Chimera Fang. In the future they'll cooperate with the governments of other countries, and their influence will grow throughout the world. They'll be known as the strongest underground organization with first-class soldiers. Even in the first timeline, rumors about the Chimera Fang were considered an ordinary internet story, which naturally no one believed. But I met such chimeras only once in one of the rifts. They may not be so famous or strong yet, but meeting them now is the worst outcome for all of us. With these words, he grabbed his clown blade, carefully looked ahead, and thought, these guys aren't the type to reveal their existence to ordinary people. If they've appeared in front of us, then no doubt they're going to get rid. Suddenly, Kaio and Alice Yumaawa grabbed their weapons and began to attack. Shin exclaimed in horror, these guys really want to kill us. We need to retreat now. C heard this and confidently shouted, there are 4 of us. We can defeat them with numbers. We need to cover each other and attack their blind spots, using the strategies we developed in the battle against the ether. At that moment, Ikoma watched them and thought, looking at them from the outside, it's obvious they're no match for us. We need to retreat, or we'll all die. Just then, while Kaio Goku Kick was focused on the attack, Alice happily asked, who should I kill first? Can I play with that swordsman? I'd love to do this, but Kick replied, we didn't come here to have fun. Alice Yumaawa thought, I came all this way to learn all the secrets of the rifts that the Ring of Wisdom can answer. I can't let them take it away. Satsuki then watched as Ikoma ran to attack. She exclaimed in horror, Ikoma! He began to attack Alice and shouted, I can handle her alone. You have to deal with the other guy. Satsuki, Shin, and C grouped together. C thought, even though this is crazy, we won't be able to get the ring back any other way. He then asked, should the 3 of us fight while Ikoma fights alone? This is the best decision in this situation. He turned to Satsuki and said, don't forget that we're just a support class. We can't be the main attacking force against melee opponents. We can't cope alone, unlike Ikoma, who fights one-on-one with opponents, who have greater power and combat experience. We must rely on Shin. Ikoma had decided to fight alone, but the 3 of them had to make every effort to defeat their enemy. Satsuki mustn't forget that their opponent had knocked out Cassie with 1 blow. Considering Ioma's level and skill, they should focus all their efforts on this guy. But suddenly, Kaio said, I've realized they're underestimating Alice. She's actually stronger than me. C asked in bewilderment, what? At that moment, Ikoma fiercely fought with Alice. She exclaimed sarcastically, I haven't had so much fun in a long time. I'm very grateful to you. Ikoma gritted his teeth and thought, even though I'm good at dodging her thanks to magic and gravity, I'm almost at my limit, and she doesn't even look tired. This only proved the gigantic gap in their levels. Alice continued happily, I'll tell you a secret, Kaio Goku Kick is level 54, and my level is 57. The information window also notified, Alice Yumaawa, level 57. She went on asking with an embittered tone, his level doesn't even reach 50. How is he going to defeat me with such a difference in level? Yeah. With these words, she furiously swung her sword, but Ikoma managed to dodge. He replied seriously, I thought your level was much higher. She stood opposite him, put her hands behind her back, and answered with a smile, you're getting impudent. She continued, since my birth, I was forced to earn levels as if I were insane. This is the life of the Fang of Amura soldiers. They're obliged to raise levels every day without rest. Many can't withstand such pressure, and are quickly disposed of. And after everything I've been through, some boy thinks he can show off his level by standing behind his comrades and poking opponents with his pathetic knife. Ikoma immediately replied, I didn't quite understand your outrage. Judging by your fighting style and weapons, you also belong to a class that operates from the shadows, relying on speed. While we may not take all the damage like adventurers with higher defenses and powerful weapons, we're much more mobile than most, and are rightfully responsible for dealing more damage. Then he added with a smile, we're the same as you, or did you decide to rely on your impression, asserting that you're not so strong? Alice looked at him in bewilderment. Ikoma narrowed his eyes and thought, without finding out what she's really capable of, I can't defeat her, so I'll have to provoke her. Suddenly C heard this, turned to him, and asked, "What are you doing?" But Alice laughed eerily and exclaimed, "Ikoma, you're very interesting, but we need to get down to business. You'll get what you deserve." Using the Phantom Blade Whirlwind skill, Alice said with a smile, "I'll make you bite your nasty tongue." After these words, she attacked Ikoma. He understood this to be an attack aimed at causing multiple instances of magical damage to a single target. Simply put, her class was one of the rare and problematic ones. Alice concentrated her strength with her hand, and then, with a bloodthirsty smile, screamed, "Dance with me." But Ikoma managed to dodge the attack by jumping up. Alice watched him and thought, he moves easily and quickly. His skills allow him to be quite agile and strong at the right time. Besides, this guy dodges my knives so easily, it's very interesting. She then told him, "Ikoma, you're stronger than I expected. I can't wait to see your look full of despair and horror." At that very moment, Ikoma stabbed her with his blade, but she blocked it with her knife. He thought with horror, "The gap in our levels is too great. I'm still holding up thanks to gravitational magic, but it won't always be like that. If I doubled my gravity, he would only waste mana. They weren't equal, not even in the amount of it. He wouldn't be able to attack her directly at this rate, and right now, he couldn't rely on the support of Satsuki and the others." At that moment, Satsuki and Shin attacked Kaya. Ikoma looked closely at Alice and said, "This isn't all she's capable of. She needs to stop playing with me, and show what she's really worth." He thought that if he provoked her into a larger attack, her mana should quickly dry up. Although it was risky, he had no choice. He then added, "These knife tricks are just a distraction, and not her true strength. She must show me what the illusionist class can do." Alice smiled and grinned in response. "He's good," she said. "He's apparently very knowledgeable about classes. Although I've never met a person of my own class, illusionists are a fighting class capable of turning any fantasy, even the most disgusting, into reality." Then she agreed, "So be it. Since he wants to face me in a serious fight, that's what will happen." Immediately after this, she began to use the skill Phantom Blade Whirlwind, Reflection of Being. Ikoma saw this and remembered that Reflection of Being could multiply the illusion many times over, increasing the radius and number of knives used. Not a single monster, not a single person, had yet been able to evade this attack. Alice Yumaawa directed her attack at him, and asked with a grin, "How does he feel?" But Ikoma avoided the blow by jumping high again. She looked at him and noted, "That wasn't bad, but it's not enough." At this point, Ikoma reasoned that Reflection of Being could be easily combined with other magical attacks, leaving opponents stupefied. The worst thing about this spell was that it caused genuine fear of the unknown, of what awaited the victim. But he was ready to look fear straight in the eye. Having decided this, he headed straight toward Alice with his eyes wide open. He thought, "This is the way to do it." Alice watched as Ikoma moved straight toward her without blinking and exclaimed, "What is this?" At that moment he thought, "Illusions aren't so terrible if I can find the gap between light and shadow." Alice stood in a stupor, perplexed. "This is impossible," she thought. "It can't be that he isn't afraid of the possibility of losing his head. But then, how did he get out of this illusion? Was he just lucky?" Ikoma approached and kicked away the stone bullets flying at him. The bullet began to move toward Alice, and she tried to shield herself with her hands. Suddenly, she looked in front of her and didn't understand where Ikoma had gone. At that moment he was behind her. Alice turned around and realized, this kid isn't just lucky, this kid has both knowledge and experience, and I've never fought such a dangerous adventurer. I've fought high-level criminals and scary monsters, but this guy is on a completely different level. Who is he anyway? Suddenly Ikoma swung his blade and hit Alice's ear. She just grinned and said, "I think I underestimated him. For the first time I'm meeting a person who's broken free from illusions and hasn't succumbed to fear. Is he even human?" Ikoma looked at his clown blade and replied, "I got away, but I'd also like to finish the fight with her with one precise blow." At that very moment, a drop of blood fell to the floor, and he added, "But that would be too easy, right?" Alice clicked her tongue and grabbed her ear, from which blood was dripping. She saw this, opened her mouth in surprise, then started laughing hard and loudly. She shouted, "This is very cool, this is very cool. For the first time I feel this trembling feeling, the feeling of fear of death. He could really kill me. As a thank you I'll show him one trump card." She continued, "I actually don't like using this skill. It causes enemies to die within a second, which is very boring." With these words she covered her face with her hands and asked, "Ikoma is much tougher, right?" She then used the Shadow Doppelganger skill. Ioma saw this and understood that she had still decided to use it, the strongest skill of an illusionist. An illusionist using this skill could create 3 exact copies of themselves. If Ioma got distracted for even a second, he would simply become their personal toy. 2 of her doubles appeared next to Alice, looking at him with sly smiles. He reasoned that shadow doubles were tangible illusions capable of performing magical attacks at their discretion. This skill allowed the illusionist to produce several identical copies. The more copies the illusionist produced, the stronger they became. Alice's doubles surrounded Ioma and began to attack. He tried hard to defend himself and repel their attacks, but he looked around and thought with excitement, "Because of this spell, I can't even attack her normally." Suddenly Alice fell on top of him, and the doubles asked mockingly, "Isn't he having fun with us? Why doesn't he even try to attack?" She struck Ioma and wounded his arm. Ioma tried to dodge again and thought, "The shadow doubles can be defeated, but not with my low level." The doubles continued to smile, and asked cheerfully, "Who can still fight, huh? Come on, he has to show what he can do." At that moment, Ioma saw the Ring of Wisdom, and realized that he still had to take it. Meanwhile, Keo towered over Shin. Satsuki Sodi looks at him intently and thinks that, even though Kasai chose from the game, they still have an advantage in numbers. If this guy tries to attack one of them, the other 2 will attack him. He is aware of this, so he moves more carefully. By taking advantage of them, they will be able to defeat him. He then yells at the girls to start now. Shin swings her side and uses the Circle SL skill. Satsuki also uses the Dark Bullet skill. Keo responds to this with the Fire Dragon Fang skill. C sees this and wonders what it is. Keo points his spear at them, from which a fiery dragon bursts out. Shin tries to cover himself from Satsuki with his hand, and Jugo-sai dodges the attack. Then Kiki Saragi Satsuki sits down on the ground with Shin and Ibuki, and they hug, trying to hide from the attack. She thanks Shin when the attack dissipates. Then he gets up on the beach and irritably asks what this freak just did. CC also wonders what kind of power this is. If they had not dodged, there would have been no trace of their bodies left. Kikyo is reasoning at this time. He had hoped that he could gain time and Alice would come to deal with these 3, but she still acts like a child and again drags out a meaningless fight. Then he stands in front of them, strikes with his spear, and menacingly says, "Enough." He was tired of babysitting them. He uses the Path of the Blood Guard skill, and his eyes glow red. He orders them to surrender. Shin looks back and doesn't understand what's wrong with him. He became like a monster. Path of the Blood Guard is a skill available to all melee classes. The essence of the skill is that all the mana goes into strengthening the muscles of the body, making it stronger and far more powerful than that of an ordinary person. Against such a skill, no matter how many people stand in the way of the carrier, no one can stop such a person. Kikyo begins to attack Satsuki, Shin and Ibuki. He thinks that this skill consumes a lot of mana, but he also believes he can deal with them before the mana runs out. At that very moment, another C runs up to them. When Keo brings his spear closer to them, C covers them with his hand, and shouts that Keo Goku is moving much faster. He then begins to use his shield skill, but Keo suddenly grabs him and throws him aside. Shin attacks him and shouts that she will make him regret this now. But Keo blocks her blow with his hand. She wonders how this happened. She hit him right in the hand, but it felt like she hit a pile of metal. Then he throws her back. She screams in horror. CG wonders what kind of power he has that cannot be overcome by either magic or the spy side. Is he really human? Ioma is fighting that girl one-on-one right now, but this guy said he was much weaker, which means things are bad. At this moment, Alice laughs loudly and screams at Ioma to finally hit her. He must show her now. He must show her the real fear of death. C hears this and wonders if Alice decided to use Shadow Double. Does this mean the guy will get very tired very soon? Or does he still have a trump card? At this time, Satsuki helps Shin and Ibuki up. She looks menacingly at Keo and exclaims that things are very bad. Satsuki also looks angrily and thinks that he is too strong, but they should distract him. Otherwise, these 2 will definitely be defeated by Ioma. But it's not right. AI was always using her as bait to distract the enemy. But Ioma also proved to her that she could stand on the same level as him, that she was capable of more. After all she's been through, she needs to play bait for the enemy again. Well, if she does this, she won't be able to look Ioma in the eyes. She then decisively turns to Shin and C and asks them to listen. They haven't lost yet. 3 against 1, they will definitely be able to defeat him. After that, they stand together, decisively ready to attack. Kikyo looks at them and wonders, do they still want to fight? What stupidity. And yet knowing their colossal difference in strength, they still want to go to their death. But see, Satsuki and Shin do not answer anything, they just stare at him. Jugo Sai is amused. Even though his technique increases the wearer's physical capabilities, they have no choice but to fight. Well, how can they approach him? He literally throws them around like soft toys. All of them don't have much mana left after the boss fight, so there's no way to drag out this fight. At this moment, Satsuki closes her eyes and thinks. At such moments, she thinks about what Ioma would do in her place. It is absolutely impossible to prolong the battle, but due to their difference in level and low amount of mana, they can easily lose. If you engage in battle, you need to neutralize the enemy with one precise blow. But how can they neutralize such a strong enemy? Then she opens her eyes and suddenly thinks, they can't defeat him, but what if they can weaken him? At this time, Keo runs toward them with all his might. C yells that he's running straight at them again. Even in his normal state, he was a monster, but with this skill, he is a real titan. What should they do? Satsuki shouts that they can rely on her. With her skills, they can stop him. She then asks Shin to hit him on the right side. Shin replies that last time her punches didn't work, and besides, why on the right side? Kisaragi Satsuki doesn't answer but turns to C and asks him if he can cast magic similar to C on Shin, and Ibuki seriously replies that he can do it. He is willing to take risks, but Shin immediately approaches him and asks with irritation what he's even thinking about. UOC sternly replies that she must at least once believe in her comrades, otherwise, they will not be able to defeat them. He entrusts his life to Satsuki. Shin cannot believe this and says in bewilderment that they are mocking her. At this time, Kisaragi Satsuki raises her staff up, then points it at Keo, and uses the Shadow Fetter's skill. Keo notices that long black threads begin to surround him. He seems to be stuck in a viscous swamp. He also tries to cope with it and thinks that it is very good for weaklings. At that moment, he attacks him, and thinks that it is impossible to stop this monster with their powers, but they have no choice. She then uses the Moon Slash skill, but Keo breaks free of her bonds and knocks the side out of Shin's hands. She immediately screams in horror that she thought so. Because of these fools, she lost her weapon. C at this time uses the shield skill, and thinks that in this way he will be able to attack Keo Goku Keo, running ahead. He then immediately starts running at him, screaming loudly, but Kikyo notices this and wonders if they could really hope this childish trick would work on him. Suddenly, the Shadow Bonds pick up Ioma's weapon and throw it straight at him. He sees it and doesn't understand what it is. Then he raises his hand up to shield himself from the side flying at him, but this hurts his fingers. He is about to use the shield strike skill, but suddenly C attacks him from behind, and Keo drops his weapon on the floor. With one hand, he tries to destroy the shield of Jugo Sai, but suddenly he sees Satsuki in front of him, who is holding his spear. She screams and throws his weapon to the side, after which C approaches her, and reasons that Satsuki realized Keo would not be able to use his skill without a weapon. Now he simply won't be able to attack them. This girl thought through the plan down to every detail. It turned out to be where many of them decided. Now it's clear what she learned from fighting on the side, and being in a coma. At this time, Kisaragi Satsuki is closely watching Keo, and thinks that they are not able to defeat him, but they manage to disarm him. How will he fight them now? Keo Goku Keo carefully examines his hand, and thinks that Satsuki delayed him with skills, and even used others for this dirty trick. But no, it's his own fault for not appreciating her. At this time, Shin and Ibuki takes his weapon, stands next to Satsuki and C, and asks Keo what happened to him. Did he lose his toy, and how will he fight them now? But in response to this, Keo Goku Keo swings and hits the ground with all his might. He looks at them menacingly, and thinks did they really think that he couldn't kill them with his bare hands? Meanwhile, Ioma, Alice, and her counterparts continue to fight. One of the Alices notices that Ioma has slowed down too much. He seriously replies that he has already understood that she is trying in every way to save Mama, but at this rate, she will not defeat him. When Alice hesitates to speak, she says that in this case, if he is not going to amuse her, she will simply kill him. Another Alice asks joyfully, but what will he do? It must be resolved soon. Is he already tired? Ikoma looks at them and reasons that the weak point of an illusionist is merciless costs. It would not be in her interests to prolong the battle. However, he must find the bearer among the copies, and then they will disappear. But if he hits each one by one, his strength will quickly dry up. On the other hand, he will not be able to find the main body so easily, because the clones will interfere with him. Such options inevitably lead him to death. After a few moments, he smiles slightly. At this time, Satsuki points her staff forward and uses the dark bullet skill. She looks at Kyo and thinks that this man, even after losing his weapon, does not think of retreating. He manages to attack C. Shin tries to damage him, but all this does not work. She sighs in despair, and looking at him, thinks, how can this man fight 3 opponents with his bare hands? Jugo Sai, at this moment, also thinks that as expected, Kyo will not be able to use his skills without weapons to their full potential. Although he is not in the most advantageous position, he does not even think about retreating. Kyo, at this time, thinks that these 3 are not such weaklings as they seem, but the strongest of them is that dark-haired guy. Alice has been fiddling with him for too long now. He is not able to help her. They simply won't let him get too close to this guy, but he is obliged to fulfill the mission given to him, even if he has to put his life on the line. At this time, the fight between Alice and Ikoma continues. She approaches him and uses the Infernal Blade skill. One of the blades flies straight at Ikoma and wounds him in the collarbone. He realizes with irritation that he failed to dodge. Alice and her doubles irritably think how stubborn Ikoma is, but he couldn't stand against her for long. Then one Alice shouts to him with gratitude. He made her laugh. Then 2 Alices try to attack him, but Ikoma manages to deflect their blow. Suddenly, another Alice flies up to him. From the side, brandishing a knife, another Alice says that it's time for them to say goodbye. She had fun, but he rises sharply and holds back her blow. He holds her hand tightly. Alice grins. Did he set himself up on purpose to catch her? But Ikoma explains that she needs to concentrate for the final blow. Therefore the clones will not bear the blows last. She will be the one to do it. The clones look at him in bewilderment. Ikoma continues, saying he had to actually let his guard down to catch her. Alice mockingly says that it's very cool that he caught her, but does he really think this is enough to defeat her? With these words, she points the knife she had in her other hand directly at Ikoma, but he first holds it back with his blade. Then Alice shouts at him not to be arrogant. With these words, she kicks him, causing Ikoma to fall to the ground. Alice looks at him and adds that he let her catch him, knowing full well that she needs concentration, since her class is too dependent on mana. Not bad, but what now? As if this made his task much easier. Ikoma calmly replies that this is all he could do in this situation. He is well aware that due to the difference in levels, he cannot defeat her, so he decided to take a risk. Thanks to this step, he took what was rightfully his. With these words, he raises his hand, on one of the fingers of which there was a ring of wisdom. Alice looks upset and thinks that this is the same ring. Did he want to find the main body just for this? Then she replies with a smile that he deceived her after all. Ikoma looks back and thinks with a smile that, after all, the experience of the thief class was useful to him. The Ring of Wisdom is a unique item that drops from the main boss of the Ether Rift. This ring is rank B, and summons the Grand Witch from the Light Library of Mysteries. He then explains to her that her skill in shadowing her doppelgangers is incredible, but even that has weaknesses. With her class skills, he couldn't defeat her so easily, but now it wasn't in vain that he saved mana for their fight. Alice looks at him in shock and doesn't understand. It seemed to her that his mana was almost 0, which is why he didn't use his skill, but he was saving it up to use the Wisdom Ring. If he planned from the very beginning to take the ring from her, then when did he understand how her shadow double skill works? She remembers how he shouted that she should stop playing with him and show what she was really worth. Alice continues to reason, but this is complete nonsense. He deliberately forced her to use a dangerous move from the very beginning, in order to catch her. Suddenly, she asks with a smile, what is so special that this ring can do against her? Ikoma recalls that he spent many hours researching the phenomenon of the ring back in his previous life. If everything is as reported, then no problems should arise. He then raises his palm up and shouts for the Grand Witch of the Library of Mysteries to finally appear. He then raises his palm up and shouts for the Grand Witch of the Library of Mysteries to finally appear. Immediately after this, a large glowing ball appears, which turns into smoke and then contracts, which descends toward them, opens her eyes, and smiles shyly. Alice sees this, and is perplexed. Does this ring summon a magical creature? Ikoma says with a smile, now he can defeat her. Alice thinks that you can get a lot of rare things in the rifts. She herself had seen these things many times. Summoned creatures are not that rare. Most often they are useless and waste mana, but this guy was saving it up specifically to use this ring. What was he even thinking? Then she asks him if he means by this that he deliberately exposed himself to attack, saved mana, and did all this for the sake of summoning this rag doll. He must be completely desperate. But Ikoma seriously replies that, in order to dispel her illusion, the first thing was to take the ring from her, and now he will be able to fight her at full strength. Alice freezes, then smiles bloodthirstily, and answers that it sounds great. He must show her what this doll can do against her. With these words, she and her doubles begin to attack Ikoma, but he knows that this doll is a mini version of the real Ether, and therefore, she is able to use all the spells that the original Ether knew. In exchange for his mana, he will be able to use all of her skills as he wishes. Then he points his hand at the doll and shouts for Ether to start. She starts using the Fire Wave skill. Alice sees this, and exclaims in horror, a mass spell, but she has nowhere to run. At that moment, a stream of fire falls on her, but she covers herself with her hands, and thinks that this magic did not cause too much damage. However, her doubles cannot withstand this attack and begin to disappear. Alice sees this, and realizes that this skill was enough to dispel her illusions. At this time, Ikoma looks at the Ether and argues that Fire Wave is not the most powerful spell, but it uses too much mana. Using the magic of summoned creatures can result in fatal exhaustion of mana. There are many aspects to using summons that must be observed in order to conserve mana. You won't be able to use the power of Ether thoughtlessly, but the doubles are weak against massive attack. To save yourself from a fiery wave, you need magical protective spells, which an illusionist usually does not possess. Realizing this, Ikoma smiles slightly. Ether also smiles shyly, closing his eyes. He then turns to Alice and says that she must have also spent a lot of mana summoning the shadow doppelgangers, but now they will fight one-on-one. Alice looks at him and wonders with irritation, did he summon this doll just to destroy her clones? From the very beginning, his move seemed absurd to her, but now will she really have to lose to a boy whose level is much lower than her? Ikoma prepares for battle with a serious look, but Alice starts laughing again and exclaims, this is amazing, he's just something. No one has ever gone so far with her in battle. Her heart is trying to jump out of her chest. After all, no one else has been able to drive her into a corner like he did. However, she still has something to surprise him with. With these words, she begins to use the looser kaleidoscope skill. Then she smiles bloodthirstily, and invites Ikoma to have some fun one last time. Ikoma knows he is surrounded by red daggers. Alice reasons that looser kaleidoscope is a magical skill that uses both magical and physical attacks. But this skill again, consumes too much mana. Ikoma has already shown that illusions are not particularly scary to him, but dodging such a spell requires enormous concentration. Especially this time, she won't take her eyes off him. This time, he will not leave her alive. At this moment, he looks around and realizes that it will not be possible to completely avoid the attack, but there is still one way. Suddenly, Alice approaches him, and shouts that he's caught, but when she reaches the place, she is surprised that there is no one. Where did he disappear to? At this time, Ikoma is on the ceiling, and uses the gravity reduction skill. Alice notices this, and looks up. Ikoma approaches her, and uses the meteorite fall. He tries to attack her with his blade, but she blocks the attack with her knife, and thinks that a guy like him just can't defeat her. But at that very moment, Ikoma manages to break her knife in half, and throw her against the wall. He then announces that their fight is over. She has to ask him, but she's not the only one who didn't show her trump cards until the very end. At this time, Shin strikes KO, but understands that no matter how much she strikes him, he absolutely doesn't care. C also watches this and wonders, are they not doing any damage to him at all? No, it's not that simple. The path of the Blood Guard skill makes the wearer more resistant to enemy attacks, also increasing his physical power. It seems that he is already in great pain and is at his limit, but until he stops using his skill, they will not be able to defeat him. He then approaches Shin and tells her not to panic. They will continue to stick to their plans until he is completely exhausted. At this time, Kyogoku Kyo also thinks that everything is going exactly according to plan. He needs to hold out a little longer, and when Alice deals with that kid, she will kill these three in an instant. Then their mission will be completed. Kisaragi Satsuki also sadly notes that, at this rate, Ioma will not be able to help them. At that very moment, an explosion is heard behind them. They turn around and see that Ioma has appeared in front of them. Satsuki exclaims joyfully that he won. Kyo wonders how this is even possible. How could Alice lose to him? He remembers that 4 years ago, the Chimera Fang were a group of social outcasts, who were incapable of anything other than fighting to the death. Kiko and the man walk into the room. Here he met her, a warrior who does not lose to anyone. And now, can it be said that she lost to an adventurer, who is lower than her in level? Who is he anyway? Ioma towers over Alice, and says that she is too dangerous. He doesn't want to face her in the future. She should forgive him. Kyo watches this, and thinks that if he cannot defeat them, then he must at least do what he is still capable of. Sia notices this, and shouts that he is going to attack. Everyone should step back. He will protect them. But Kyogoku Kyo runs sharply past him, straight at Ioma, who at that moment swings his blade over Alice. He then attacks, but suddenly Kyo appears in front of him, protecting Alice. C sees this, and wonders if this guy was running toward them, not Ioma. At this moment, Ioma turns sharply, swings at Kiko, but is immediately picked up by Alice. Ioma asks in bewilderment, is he going to retreat? Kyogoku Kyo replies that it's only this time, but he remembered them all, and the next time they meet again, it will be the last day of their lives. Ioma doesn't react to this, and immediately asks, someone hired them to kill them, right?
Who is this?
But Kiko does not answer. Instead he turns to Alice, and says that they are leaving. Alice uses Mirage Illusionist magic, and says goodbye to Ioma with a smile. She also adds that she had fun, and is very grateful to him. With these words, they disappear. Ioma stares after them, and then falls to his knees. He wonders that she used magic to retreat. To be honest, he himself was at his limit. If they had attacked him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hold out for long. He was lucky that they decided to retreat.
Otherwise, at this moment,
Kisaragi Satsuki approaches him, and asks for his forgiveness. He adds that Kyo ran toward him so suddenly, that he didn't even have time to cast the shield. Ioma calmly replies, that everything is fine, they all fought well. Then he reasons that the guys thought he was fighting the toughest opponent. But throughout the entire fight, he was only thinking about how to finish it quickly, and help them. But they couldn't even disarm Kyo. The guys showed everything they were capable of, and without them, he definitely wouldn't have managed it. Chimera Fang will soon emerge from the shadows, and they will be labeled as loser soldiers, who could not cope with simple adventurers. This incident could seriously affect their reputation, and after 10 years, they will not be able to become the most influential shadow group as they were in the past times of the line. This time, no one was hurt, but will such security await them in the future? And yet he was able to obtain the most important item, the key to solving the origin of cracks in the Ring of Wisdom.
This is very important.
This was confirmed when it appeared, but now everything has fallen into place. In the past times of the line, this item was lost, although it was in the possession of the head of the unit. The Chimera Fang did not invade the Rift territory. Could it be that this time, the Chimera Fang's order was given by the head of the Special Forces? Suddenly someone shouts to them. They look up and see that Kasei has woken up and invites them to leave here.
Will they do him a favor, and get him out of here?
Shin immediately screams that he is a freak. Does he still have the nerve to ask them for something? He must be silent. C asks if he wants to get out of here, but what about the offer to send him to the next world?
He will gladly do it.
Then he asks Shin and Ibuki to calm down. Kasei did something bad, but it's not worth killing him. As he thought Kasei is unable to even stand, they will hand him over to the Special Forces as a criminal who attempted to take their prey. Kyo is carried by Alice on her shoulder, and she says that she had a wonderful fight, and was already close to finally finding peace. Now Mom will scold them. Is Kyo sure it was a good idea to escape?
If he hadn't protected her, he could have pounced on this kid and killed him in one blow.
Will he have problems now? But Kyo replies that Ioma was not worth her life. Although they lost this time, they will meet with him again.
Next time,
They will ask the former rank adventurer for help in eliminating him. Alice thinks that she would not want this nasty man to kill her Ioma. They reached the Demon Defense Agency carrying the injured hero, and the agent there shouted that they had defeated the Illusion Library portal boss. South remarked, so defeating a Brank portal boss does come with prestige. This guy is really all about money. As for him, he was done with high-level portals for a while. Someone appeared behind them and inquired if they were the group who had taken the portal. It was a person accompanied by 4 agents who commented that they had come to investigate and for training purposes, but to think the portal was taken down so quickly, it was a waste of time. This person was from the Demon Defense Force, Mayumi Toya. Mimi remarked that it must be nice for civilians to be able to do whatever they want without any forethought. Cheyenne furiously yelled, asking if he was really saying that to the adventurers who had just worked so hard to take down the portal. Oyoma stepped forward and apologized on behalf of the member of his party. They couldn't afford to make enemies out of the Demon Defense Force. Ioma thought it wasn't uncommon for members of the Demon Defense Force to believe civilians shouldn't be allowed in the portals. The presence of adventurers was mostly for risk mitigation against the increasing number of portal manifestations. Since it was a rule set up by their high-ups in the Demon Defense Agency, it would be troublesome if they took their anger out on them. Mumi remarked that the effectiveness of the Demon Defense Agency's policies would be proven in 10 years, but right now, this man had no way of knowing that. The agent beside him said, "Private Second Class Mechong Mumi. Let's not do this. Isn't the early conquest of a high-level portal something that should be celebrated?" She introduced herself as Ura's Suji. Ioma asked them to take care of the guy over there. He had attempted to steal an item from them in the portal. Mayumi demanded to know what he meant. Hiro claimed it was a misunderstanding, just an internal feud, something they often have. Shin shouted that he wasn't getting out of this one. He was thieving. Olioma interrupted and said to check the guild. There should be previous records of Hiru with other branches. Sakurai wondered aloud how he knew that. Oli explained that a proper adventurer wouldn't engage in such unprofitable antics, so it was reasonable to assume Hiru was already under scrutiny by another branch. He further requested a search of the portal and its surroundings. Mayumi questioned why. Ioma explained they were attacked by chimera fangs inside the portal. It was a team of blonde girls and a bald guy. Mayumi asked if he was sure he was talking about the right people. That wasn't a name he could joke about. Ioma suggested sending a squad to the Urama branch guild later. He would explain the situation in detail there. Mayumi thought to himself, this guy, he seems unusually accustomed to the situation. He's a creepy one. For sure, he told Yuri they couldn't ignore it now that it had been reported. She responded with a yes, and they reported the incident and situation. Cheyenne asked, we're finally free, right? Come to think of it, it would have been more enjoyable if that sneaky thief hadn't caused any trouble. Ioma felt some responsibility. As a former thief, Cheyenne joked that she couldn't believe he was playing his class so faithfully. She could no longer trust the thief class.
Ioma retorted abruptly that he personally didn't believe the Class 1 had defined their character.
Cheyenne inquired why he was being so fussy. Saib remarked, well, it's all over already, and after all that's happened, they all came out of it in one piece. Moreover, his share of the reward had also become theirs. Chan commented that he was also quite the difficult bastard, wasn't he? She turned to Ioma and Satsuki, asking if they were really fine with just that share. Ioma responded yes, that was their arrangement, and thought that in fact, in terms of potential value, he had gotten way too much, so much that he felt a little sorry. He told Sai and Chayan, you came from a different ward, right? The station is over there. Saye expressed he was really glad he got to meet them. At first, he had been thinking of using the achievement for capturing the illusion library to make money without hard work, but then the whole situation became so ridiculous that it also made him want to try more challenges. Next time, he wanted to try capturing a B-rank portal in a way where he could proudly say he captured it with his own powers. Chien apologized for underestimating Ioma at first. She said, if they ever needed help, they should just call her. If she had nothing to do, she would go give them a hand. As Ioma and Satsuki walked away, she asked, Ioma-san, what kind of item is that ring of wisdom? Ioma explained it was a summoning item. It would be faster to show her. He said, Emerge, Great Witch of the Illusion Library, and Akasha appeared. Satsuki was stunned on seeing it. She remarked that compared to her, Akasha was smaller and cuter. No, Ioma explained, she's more like a weakened version of herself. The wearer of the ring can exchange their MP to use Akasha's skills. It also consumes a lot of mana, making it inefficient, but gaining extra cards is still powerful. It makes it easier to exploit weaknesses and broadens their fighting style. Satsuki admitted she could understand that it was a useful item, but wondered if it was really the key to unraveling the mystery of portal manifestations. Ioma replied, Well, Akasha possesses the most unique attribute among all monsters. She asked about the most unique attribute. He said, she can understand the language of this world. Satsuki recalls the fight when Akasha said she wouldn't forgive her. Ioma also tells her that a summoned monster's level will become equal to that of its summoner, and some monsters have unique parameters that increase with their level. He thinks, in his previous life it was said that Akasha's unique parameter was wisdom. Ioma comments, there is definitely a possibility that she will gain the ability to talk as her level increases. If that happens, they will be holding the key to investigating portal manifestations and the secret of monsters. Akasha makes noises. Satsuki exclaims, Ioma-san, it seems like she's trying to say something. Ioma insists, no, that isn't possible with her current level. Then Akasha speaks, and soon the world ends. It's settled. They are both astonished. Elsewhere, someone throws a mobile angrily, muttering, Those stupid chimera fangs, how could they have failed? He looks at the screen of his laptop and sees all the information about Ioma, multiple boss kill achievements, setting a new record for the fastest promotion to B-rank adventurer, contributing to the resolution of a portal break, managing to fend off the chimera fangs, and obtaining the Ring of Wisdom. It seems almost too good to be true. He remarks, he is an anomaly adventurer. This is his second run, isn't it? He growls, don't ever think you can escape from my hands. They enter the portal. Rugged grave. Loma binds a monster with a gravity field and attacks it with his sword. The system notifies him he has earned XP. Satsuki remarks they were surrounded but they managed somehow. Hashan comments, well, that's Iyun for her. If her manager were here, she would have had him take pictures of her. Ioma mentions she knows he wouldn't have let her use this for her videos, right? They came here to enter a convenient maintenance portal, but once they get past level 40, the number of cunning and dangerous monsters suddenly increases, so he felt a bit uneasy with just the two of them. That's why they decided to invite Hashin, who was available due to her manager being on vacation. They are in the guild now, sitting in the cafeteria. Ioma tells Hashin she was a lifesaver today. She responds, don't mention it, I earned some easy experience points anyway. But if he's feeling indebted to her, then she wants to take a short video of the little girl and points at Akasha. She adds, a summoned monster? She's one of those things called familiars, right? She's cute too. She'll definitely go viral. Ioma declines and comments, sorry, but I can't allow that. Hashin remarks, so that's bad, huh? Ioma thinks she's not someone he can casually share videos of on the internet. She is a familiar who can talk with anyone, and he has his suspicions that someone is trying to get rid of her through an underground organization. Furthermore, those words she spoke can't be dismissed as mere babbling. She hasn't spoken anything since then, but she is indeed the potential key to unraveling the mysteries behind the portals. Perhaps he's been taking this unusual development somewhat lightly. 10 years later, even though the number of portals decreases, inflation will only increase. He can only imagine that those developments will one day be beyond humanity's control. If the apocalypse is on the horizon, then he, as a former S-rank adventurer and the only one who knows the future, is the only one who can stop it. It's just too dangerous to take on high-level portals with just the two of them. Ioma mentions they need a third permanent member, doesn't he? He agrees, saying he would prefer a class with high DPS, and it's got to be someone who's both trustworthy and has a righteous moral compass. Because the gravity class is so versatile, it has low DPS compared to specialist classes. And Shaman is also a class that excels at attacking from the backlines, so they are having difficulty with offense in high-level portals. He comments that Haishin's main occupation is portal streaming, and the Shung class is also more of the stable type. They can't just poach Shutra from the Thunder Knights, can they? Satsuki concurs, saying she's not so sure about him. Haishin remarks to Ioma, right now you're a B-rank adventurer. Couldn't there be someone at your rank who's solo adventuring? And on top of all that, you also want to consider human nature and class compatibility? Ioma comments, we're looking for a talented high DPS class adventurer who is working alone. Ioma ponders that in his past life he had known a person who fit this description perfectly. At that time, in the end, why did she protect someone like him? He recalls the flask. She is injured badly, saying he is safe, thank God. She apologizes for not taking him up on his offer and encourages him to become a good adventurer. Ioma wonders if she's still alive in this current world. Satsuki inquires, is Ioma still there? He answers, it's nothing. Sorry, I just remembered something from my past. He wonders, well, that happened approximately 3 years in the future, so should he call it something from the past or something from the future? At reception, a girl asks, are the portals already captured? What a waste of time. She gets Satsuki's attention, and Satsuki mentions, that person's never been seen around here before, right? On looking at her, Ioma becomes very surprised. That great sword and that intimidating atmosphere. Don't tell him. Ioma moves in her direction. Satsuki calls after him, but he doesn't stop. He addresses the girl and asks, are you Lagarzako, right? She angrily retorts, what the hell does he want? Satsuki arrives and inquires if Ioma-san knows her. He remarks that he just happened to have heard rumors about her. People say there's a skilled solo adventurer carrying a bright red greatsword. He then directly asks Mio if she would be interested in teaming up with them as they are looking for a new member. Mio replies with frustration, a party member? It's not uncommon for newbies like you to come and invite me, but my answer will obviously be no. There's just no way. She is irritated and remarks, what obligation do I have to look after useless and foolish people like you? Satsuki ponders that since Ioma-san has taken an interest in her, she must be skilled, but she has a very difficult personality to work with. Satsuki becomes angry and exclaims, calling them useless and foolish. Did she really have to go that far? Mio responds, it's because I don't want to be pestered anymore. I just wanted to make that very clear.
Ioma mentions both of their levels are in the high 40s, and they've also taken down a B-rank portal. He tells her, I'd say that's not a bad deal.
Mio ponders for a moment and states that having high levels doesn't mean they're useful. Ioma inquires, do you dislike being dragged down that much? Mio looks confused. Ioma continues, if that's the case, then you can test us, see whether we'll be a burden or not. How about a mock battle at the guild's training ground? He explains that if she claims she can only leave her back to a reliable partner, then let's check if their levels are genuine or not. Miro scoffs, what a stupid provocation. She has no interest in either of them and walks away, leaving them standing there. Ioma thinks, she won't join us, huh? As he watches her walk away, Satsuki inquires if he was serious about the mock battle. She mentions that mock battles between ordinary adventurers can be deadly. Satsuki adds, it's common practice to do it with a guild instructor, but to think the guild allows complete strangers to engage in a mock battle, that's surprising. Ioma responds, no, they just would have tested each other a bit. I simply wanted to know why she hates parties. She claims she doesn't like being dragged down, but right as Mio walks off, she stops somewhere. There are two girls talking to each other. One inquires where they are going next, while the other shows her the screen and suggests, want to challenge that one. Meanwhile, Mio stands there tensely looking at them from behind. Ioma continues, but I don't think that's all there is to it. Satsuki questions, do we really need that person that much? Ioma explains, Kagurazaka is the owner of the rare class Shinigami. It's a class that governs the power of darkness, one that relentlessly attacks without regard for oneself and excels at destroying enemies. Even among offensive classes, it's uniquely characterized by its unmatchable fierce offense. Her class is good, but it's she herself who is a very skilled user of it. She will eventually become one of the country's top adventurers. Ioma thinks. Of course, that would only be the case if she survives. Satsuki asks Ioma about the importance of finding a trustworthy ally. She expresses worry about whether they can trust that person or not. Ioma reassures her, they can trust her, I can vouch for that. Satsuki responds, if you say so. Ioma's room light is on. He sits at his desk, working on his computer. He reflects on Kagurazaka. Even in his previous life, she only explored unexplored portals. She was a reckless adventurer with a very misanthropic and aggressive personality. She always worked alone, rejecting all the invitations she received. But then she lost her life attempting the solo capture of a high-level portal and ended up being too reckless. He contemplates that even if the future has changed a bit, she will eventually meet the same end she did in his previous life. So she should have a companion, even if that companion isn't him. Yuma asks Akasha if she has any ideas on how to convince that stubborn person. Akasha remains silent. Yuma calls Akasha again and she finally responds. Someone's hand, Mata. Inoma questions if that was about a watch. Akasha mentions Miu.
Uma thinks he still needs to increase her level a bit. Just then, a thought comes to mind. He recalls a guy telling him in his previous life, "This is about as far as we can go. We need a close-range DPS class group member."
Yoma states, I have someone in mind for that, although she's a stubborn one. I just need to give her a bit of time. Ioma follows Mio, waves and attempts to meet her, but Mio doesn't pay attention. He trails her to a bookstore trying to connect with her. Next, he follows her elsewhere, attempting to befriend her. One day it's heavily raining and a board displays
Portal generating, authorized personnel only.
in the rain. Ioma stands before Mio again. Mio remarks, You again? Are you going to claim this was also a coincidence? Ioma replies, It's fairly common for different raid parties to overlap. He mentions many parties have tried to clear the cursed poison curse queen, so it will be a good opportunity to convince her of their abilities. A fierce battle is happening. People are dying everywhere. Troubled, Ioma and Mio stand together in a portal. Ioma suddenly snaps out of his thoughts, frightened, and mutters, Did I fall asleep? Of all times to dream of that moment now? He looks at the screen in front of him and mutters, A small portal disaster in Sama. Some monsters escaped a portal. The screen reads, 2 monsters have leaked out of a high-level portal. Increased security for the portal. An anomaly and an emergency raid for early resolution. He reflects, it's all because the portals that have been anomalies, even minor ones, were prone to a series of strange incidents. Looking further, he mumbles the portal name. He becomes startled and exclaims, Cursed poison, cursed queen. Ioma thinks, impossible. That portal shouldn't have appeared for another 3 years. Furthermore, it's the same place where she lost her life. Ioma stares at the screen, terrified, and mutters, What the hell is happening? Ioma joins a high-stakes raid to save Mio from a deadly portal. There is a building. Satsuki reaches Ioma and exclaims that he looks great in his new outfit. Ioma thanks her. Satsuki mentions she had been trying to mend the old one, but it had reached its limit. She expresses gratitude for letting her help choose the new outfit yesterday and suggests that, if there's an opportunity, they should shop together again. While Ioma looks at his mobile screen, she tries to get his attention, but Ioma is lost in thought. He reflects that the cursed poison curse queen is already here. It was supposed to appear 3 years from now, and it's the portal that took Kagurazaka's life in the past. He thinks, it manifested near where she lives. She'll try to conquer it this time too, right? He has the experience of defeating that boss from his previous life, but his level was higher back then. He's been raising his levels efficiently, but he's still not as strong as he used to be. He believes that, with Mio's personality, she won't listen to his advice. He knows it's reckless, but he thinks he will just have to join the emergency raid. However, this time it's too dangerous. He can't involve Satsuki in it. While looking at his mobile, he keeps contemplating. Satsuki inquires if something is bothering him. He responds, Nope. Satsuki becomes intrigued and calls out to him, holding his hand in hers as she exclaims, Please tell me if something is bothering you. Ioma gets nervous. Satsuki reminds Ioma that when they formed their party, he told her he needed her strength, which made her super happy. She would really hate it if she couldn't support him when he is in trouble. She adds, If there's anything you need, please rely on me before anything else. Ioma thanks Satsuki. They are now in a cafe, looking at his mobile screen. Ioma informs her that he is actually thinking about participating in the emergency raid. Satsuki comments on the portal with anomalies in Satama, asking why he wants to go there. Ioma inquires if she remembers the female adventurer they met yesterday. Kagurazaka will participate in that raid and she will lose her life in the portal. Satsuki exclaims, Lose her life? Ioma states, she's not someone who is easily persuaded. The only way to convince her is to join the raid, that's for sure. Satsuki questions if Mio will really participate in that raid and lose her life. He affirms it and says he thinks he'll inform her about it. Satsuki appears confused. Ioma clarifies, I told her I've been using the item's power to know about the portals, but that's not accurate. It's more precise to say I roughly know what the future holds. Satsuki inquires how he can know the future. Ioma admits, I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. Satsuki is shocked and keeps looking at Ioma. Then she states, no, I believe you. She recalls he had mentioned the appearance of an unopened portal twice before. Moreover, he trusted her enough to speak frankly. She says, I would believe you even if you told me that heaven and earth will turn upside down tomorrow. Ioma feels happy that Satsuki believes him. He thinks, I'm glad she believes me, but I still don't feel it's safe for her. At the train station, Ioma and Satsuki are on the train. Ioma mentions that the raid might involve the most dangerous battles they've faced so far. He tells her, please be careful. Checking her mobile, Satsuki states, the Demon Defense Office estimates the boss's level to be around 65. Ioma notes, that's not much different from Asha, but that boss has gone through an evolution to level 80. It's unlikely we'll win in a head-on battle. Satsuki exclaims, level 80? Ioma insists, we must absolutely avoid combat with the boss. We'll focus on investigating the portal and persuading her to return early. Ioma contemplates that a raid involves the cooperation of multiple parties. He is confident that an opportunity to convince her will arise. Pondering, Satsuki observes that she understands Ioma wants to help because Mio might lose her life, but still feels he is strangely concerned about her. Ioma mentions that he doesn't think Mio remembers it, that she once saved his life. Satsuki gathers that Mio saved Ioma's life. The train keeps moving forward. They approach a girl and inform her that they are one of the parties who applied for the raid. The woman thanks them both for coming from another prefecture. She happily mentions that it's a big help, they're short on manpower. 5 more people should be coming. Ioma wonders if that means 7 people in total. Just then, Mio arrives and is shocked to see the 2 of them there. She questions why they are there, wondering if they were following her around. Ioma responds, what? It's common for same-level adventurers to stumble upon each other in a raid. Melio concedes and says she understands, then states that she will guide them from now on. She instructs them not to show their faces in Kanto region raids. They are welcome here. Satsuki thinks, it seems like Mio wants to get along with her after all. Does she really save Ioma's life? Mio addresses Satsuki, asking, what's your problem? You've been looking at me weirdly for a while now. Satsuki gets scared and replies, no, nothing. The guy with sunglasses questions if those are all the members. He scoffs, asking if they're just 3 seemingly useless kids. He states that he wasn't expecting much, but still he didn't think the lineup could be this bad. Satsuki realizes they are all dressed the same. They don't look like contracted adventurers from the guild or Demon Defense Force personnel. That crest. They're from a corporate-affiliated adventurer squad. Ioma reflects that the group mainly exists to enhance the public relations image of the company by contributing to national security. Mine Constructions. They are a group of adventurers trained by the corporation to develop their business using their skills. That being said, at this point in time, they are still in their experimental stage. They're rather small scale and staffed by a mismatched group of people. Another guy addresses the sunglasses-wearing one as Hanga Sakian and tells him to please refrain from doing anything that lowers the dignity of Next Power. Hanasaki apologizes to Chief Shiraki. Shiraki offers his apologies, admitting that it's his fault for not teaching them well. Satsuki interjects that it's okay, she thinks. Thank God. It seems like the leader is someone trustworthy. Shiraki expresses that they are looking forward to working with everyone today. He presents his card and introduces himself as Shiraki Rail, a member of Mine Construction's Next Power team of adventurers. Ioma, while holding the card, thinks that as someone who's been an adventurer for 10 years, his instincts are telling him that guy is tricky. They better be careful. Shiraki professes that he really admires all of them and hopes they can get along well. It's the portal, the cursed queen of poison. A very big monster is there, the life sucker, level 44. As soon as the monster attacks them, Hanasaki resists the monster with his weapon and exclaims that a big horde is coming out of nowhere. What a welcome! Shiraki remarks that originally it was a small-scale portal with anomalies. It's possible there was also a simultaneous outbreak of a large number of monsters. He asserts that with 7 of them there, they're strong enough. He instructs everyone to stay calm and coordinate with each other. Saki's weapon breaks at that moment. The other girl who is with him utilizes her critical point skill to attack the monster. Ikoma thinks their ability to work together is pretty good. The 2 members with decisive power focus on reducing the number of monsters one at a time by aggroing the enemy, while the leader is prepared to follow up and provide support immediately if someone leaves an opening. What's most commendable is that the 4 of them formed that formation naturally. One can't do that without the ability to lead. Setsuki uses a shadow ball on the monster. Then Ikoma attacks the monster with his sword. The monster lets out a cry. The system notifies Life Sucker LV-44, HP 69137, MP 4240. Satsuki thinks the monster, even though it's not the boss, has high HP. She calls out to Ikoma and inquires, there are too many of them. Wouldn't it be better to take them out at once using a gravity attack? Ikoma counters, no, they outnumber us, but we don't have to worry about them attacking from blind spots. Let's take our time. He explains that he would like to prioritize saving some energy for the exploration. In a portal with signs of a monster disaster, they should be as cautious as possible. Satsuki understands. Mio employs the Crimson Blade and moves forward toward the monster. A powerful explosion occurs. Ikoma thinks, she's still amazing. He didn't meet her at this point in his past life, but she's already capable of overwhelming monsters of this level. He doesn't know her current rank, but her actual capabilities exceed rank B. He wonders, apart from their high HP, is there nothing else to worry about? Ikoma instructs Satsuki to restore their mana from those monsters. Satsuki agrees. Just then, Hanasaki interrupts Satsuki with his hand, shouting for her to get out of his way. He then uses Brain Splitter on the monster. Shiraki cheerfully inquires if he got 4 of them. Hanasaki confirms that he did. Shiraki questions if his level finally increased. Ikoma addresses Hanasaki and mentions that experience is mostly distributed to the person who gets the last hit. It's a clear breach of manners to intervene after the outcome is decided. Hanasaki defends his actions, stating he did it because they were becoming lazy. If they are too cautious and stop him from interfering, it can cause accidents. Adventurers are supposed to kill the monsters, right? Ikoma states that it looked like he intentionally tried to steal the experience points. He asks if Hanasaki understands the importance of experience points in high-level portals. Hanasaki smiles and says Ikoma shouldn't get so worked up. His level is high, but he acts like a brat. Satsuki suggests to Ikoma that they should back off for now. Ikoma thinks, for adventurers, their level is their biggest asset. If one doesn't consider morals, then stealing experience points in a raid is an efficient method. If the other person becomes doubtful, it's not like they're going to accompany you on the next raid anyway. But even if it's just this once, he can't have someone like Hanasaki at his back. He supposes exposing the truth about where individuals stand is an advantage, not just for the experience points. Shiraki comes over and inquires if there's a problem. Hanasaki states that the brat just falsely accused him. As Hanasaki walks away from them, he comments that they should get moving. They're getting late because they won't stop fooling around. At the very least, they should complement something like the portal map. Shiraki apologizes to Ikoma. He states it seems their Hanasaki has caused some misunderstanding.
Ikoma thinks. Misunderstanding?
He comments that he is also sorry for snapping like that. Shiraki excitedly exclaims that he wants Next Power to become #1 in Japan. No, he wants it to become the #1 adventurer group in the entire world. Shiraki states that the current way the demon defense operates has noticeable inefficiencies. Since the system for individual adventurers was just put together with many barricades, it's filled with flaws. His group will become a successful example and revitalize the adventurer unit concept. By doing so, they aim to achieve efficient and safe portal management. Satsuki comments that he's thinking of something really grand, isn't he? Shiraki notes that they're just having a hard time leveling up. It was only the 4 of them who met the raid requirements. Ikoma thinks, that's how it's supposed to be. If it were that easy to produce C-rank adventurers or higher, the Demon Defense Office wouldn't be struggling either. He reflects that having secured 4 people at this time is already a significant achievement. Shiraki mentions his subordinates don't listen to him very well. He apologizes for the trouble caused by Hanasaki. Satsuki encourages Shiraki, saying that's so rough. Please do your best. Shiraki observes that it seems the road on the right hasn't been investigated by the Demon Defense Force. Mapping is also part of their mission, so they decide to head that way. Shiraki and Hanasaki take the lead. Pharaoh, Ikoma thinks he's indeed fishy. In the battle earlier, he clearly had a high level of leadership. You can't do that without understanding the hearts of your subordinates. And if that's the case, there's no way he can't control the arrogance of his team. Toyama walks behind him, holding his sword. Shiraki mentions they were warned about the portal since an anomaly occurred in it, but it's not a big deal. They are all standing near a dead end. One of them remarks to Hanasaki that now they can even consider subjugating the boss. If they manage to do that, the higher-ups who've been underestimating them will change their tune. Shiraki becomes nervous and tells Hanasaki, that's reassuring, but let's prioritize safety. He notes that since they're doing a raid, they also need to take the opinions of the other members into consideration. Satsuki, confused, states, the sunglasses guy seems to be the actual leader. Ayuma thinks, a raid is not something to proceed with such optimism. Portal anomalies have been occurring repeatedly. Even small anomalies in high-level portals are troublesome. The boss went through an evolution in the previous world. There's a high chance that the same will happen here. Their goal this time is to explore the portal and to make sure Mio doesn't encounter the boss. They have to wrap up the investigation quickly and create an information report to raise the guild's sense of urgency. He thinks they have to raise the estimated danger level of the cursed queen of poison. In order to do that, I would like to take the initiative in this raid, but the duty is affiliated with the company. I want to convince Mio first, but she's also stubborn. They definitely don't have a good impression of me either. As Shiraki passes Ikoma gives him a side-eye. He thinks, the next power squad leader, Ryo Shiraki, what does he intend to tell Mio? Maru states, Kagurazaka is an adventurer from the same prefecture. I fully understand that. Shiraki observes that even though she is a C-rank adventurer, she already has the strength of a B-rank adventurer. Shiraki exclaims, reaching such heights as a solo adventurer, she is super talented. I've been paying attention to her for a while now. Ryo responds, quite a flattering compliment, but what do you really want? Shiraki gives a smile, then he expresses that he wants Mio to become his right hand and lead Next Power. He believes she has what it takes. He is confident that with her help, they can multiply the power of the squad significantly. Kagurazaka, he says, I want you to protect the country along with me. Satsuki thinks, what a passionate recruitment pitch. Ayoma also tried to invite her, but Shiraki might steal her away. Mio declares, waste of time, I'm not interested. Satsuki thinks she declined him without hesitating one bit. Shiraki mentions he heard that she prefers being a solo adventurer because she dislikes being dragged down by others. He exclaims that she doesn't have to worry about that with him. He'll definitely gather adventurers from around the country who match her talents. Moreover, he is a rank ADV himself, so he's sure he won't let her down. Mio responds, you're repeating yourself, I don't want to team up, don't talk to me anymore. She states that she was originally more than enough to handle that place on her own. A lot of people have been persistent these days. She only participated so she could enter the portal, but she's not interested in the raid part. Shiraki mentions he heard she has soloed many portals above her level. High-level portals aren't so easy that she can always manage to clear them alone. Don't you think, he asks, you might end up losing your life at that rate? She replies, then you can celebrate when that happens. Yama stands there listening to all of this. Satsuki notes to Ayoma, the atmosphere is kind of antagonistic. Why does she always talk in a way that makes enemies out of people? Hosaki calls Ayoma and Satsuki and informs them that, though they might already know it, he's not as kind as Chief Shiraki. If they get in his way, they might end up on the receiving end of his attack. Ayoma and Satsuki stand there calmly, listening to him. Ayoma states, building a reputation in high-profile emergency raids and recruiting promising adventurers who happen to be there. He seems to be having a hard time showing the company the usefulness of his unit. Hosaki becomes angry. He shouts at Ayoma, saying he talks as if he knows everything. Satsuki warns Ayoma, saying it may cause some problems if he angers him. It might be better to have their squad leader advise him. Ayoma replies, that's no use. That guy seems to be playing the intimidator role, and Chief is playing the appeaser role. He tells her it's a common tactic. Hosaki angrily questions what Ioma means. Shiraki remains silent. Satsuki inquires, Chief is playing the role of an appeaser. What do you mean by that? Ioma explains, the subordinates assertively pressure others and that guy switches to their side to smooth things over. That's their plan. Ioma notes the battle earlier was very well led. It was so good that it's hard to believe his subordinates don't listen to him. He says, it's fine to play negotiation games, but if he's thinking of unnecessary things in the portal, it can cost him his life. I can't say I'm any different when it comes to letting personal feelings interfere with exploration, but I hope he's prepared to risk his life for those stupid games of his. Shiraki remarks that it doesn't look like Ioma will listen to him, even if he says it's just a misunderstanding. He just wanted to be friends with him, but supposes Ioma ended up hating him a lot. Oma asserts, if he doesn't do anything unnecessary, we can get along just fine. However, I don't intend to risk danger for the sake of his achievements. Shiraki, Ioma, and Satsuki are facing each other. There's a tunnel in the portal they are passing through. As they walk, Satsuki questions Ioma, you didn't have to be so hostile. Ioma states, it would be troublesome if they thought they could get away with anything. I had to give him a warning and also gauge his response. Ioma thinks, it seems like he was able to keep his subordinate in check, but Shiraki thinks, what a kid, to think a child under 20 with such intensity. Ioma continues thinking, it seems like he's been through more battles than meets the eye. They were outside radar range because they're from outside the prefecture and are a minor class, but being a rank carries some weight. In the previous battle, they held back, so their full power remains unknown. He came off very strong to assert his influence. He wonders, does he have an ulterior motive? Ioma asserts, an A-class portal is a valuable way to raise one's level and earn fame. I won't stand for a bunch of kids messing with it. He thinks, this is tough. They can't pull each other down now. Then suddenly everyone becomes alert. There are new monsters, again, in large numbers. Shiraki thinks, perfect. I'll help Ioma understand his position. I'll show him how skilled I am at breaking people's spirits. It's a monster killer mantis, and it emits a high-pitched sound. A girl from the group remarks, another stupid infestation. Osaki proposes, let's clean it up right away. Ioma thinks, level 47. They shouldn't be underestimated. They're different from the fleas from earlier. Level aside, it's the hard exoskeleton on their large bodies and those two heinous-looking blades. He considers, moreover, those types of monsters with poor agility usually have skills that compensate for their weaknesses. Melees are burdensome. It's going to be an intense fight. They should prepare in case of exhaustion. Ioma calls out to Mio. He warns her, it's dangerous to fight alone. We should form a strategy. Mio replies, don't make me keep repeating myself. I don't plan on getting used to being dragged down. They try to stop her, but Mio runs toward the monster. She strikes forcefully with her sword against the creature. Amidst all those monsters, she begins to fight. Ioma thinks, straight into the middle of it all? Why does she always go straight to the most dangerous place? He sighs internally. It can't be helped. Plan B it is. Ioma shouts that they have to work together to prevent Mio from getting trapped. Satsuki agrees. Shiraki thinks, this isn't going to be as easy as the last fight. Is this a good opportunity to intimidate the kid and take control? He recalls what Ioma mentioned to him back then. Shiraki smiles. A new scene begins in a training area. Someone's foot is pressed against Hanasaki's face, pinning him to the ground. People standing around are watching. I didn't think he would go that far, someone comments. Another guy notes, he's a scary individual. Shiraki thinks, a new business relying on physical strength will naturally attract a lot of rough characters. Hanasaki lies on the ground, bleeding from his mouth, trembling and apologizing for looking down on the chief. He pleads for forgiveness, his body shaking with fear. Shiraki thinks, the first one controls everyone with fear. Ioma has always risked his life playing the stupidest of games. Back in the present, Shiraki directs the three of them to handle the ones on the right. He'll control the field and provide support from the flanks. Hanasaki, he calls. Yes, Chief, Hanasaki acknowledges. Shiraki gives a side glance at Mio. He considers, they're strong, tough, and quite troublesome even at the same level. Should I look for an opening in their attack and then dive in? Mio is facing the monster ahead. She glances at Shiraki, observing his actions. Shiraki picks up his sword, moves forward and attacks. He looks toward Mio, smiles and says, "Please don't run off by yourself. I'm here to assist." Mio angrily declares that she hates being interrupted the most. Shiraki thinks, "With that, I've taken the center position. Should I drag that down based on Naoma's condition?" Naoma is fighting the monsters. Satsuki thinks, "This is it," and uses Shadow Ball. A powerful attack distracts the monster, drawing its attention toward Ioma. Shiraki thinks, now both of them have their hands full. Ioma shouts at Satsuki, complimenting her. Then he uses inverse gravity, followed by meteor slash on the monster. A fierce battle ensues. Satsuki thinks Ioma is using more MP than usual. He wants to finish this as soon as possible. Ioma thinks he cannot trust those people. He also can't stop Mio. Even if he has to overdo it, he should finish the battle right away. The monster emits its high-pitched sound. Ioma mutters, "Tough monsters." Shiraki thinks, "Super strong attacks with unpredictable movements. I didn't know there was a class that could do that. Gravity user. He's the opposite. I can't take that class lightly." He contemplates, no, it's not the class I need to look out for. It's the guy using it, utilizing his delicate abilities perfectly. He's refined his skills into intricate, well-paced, tricky movements. Shiraki thinks, that raid code determines the future of Next Power. What does he mean by downsizing the Adventurer project? He recalls when someone mentioned to him that not everyone was as rosy-eyed as he was. The former vice president was skeptical about training adventurers. Shiraki states, even he was lamenting that his subordinates weren't growing properly, weren't they? He notes, it's not like they're completely removing it, and laughs. Shiraki thinks an A-rank portal is predicted to have a large-scale disaster. No matter what, I need to leave my mark there. I can't let a brat take leadership. He calls one of his group members, Amiya, and instructs her, at this rate, the fight will be over soon. Injure him while making it look like an accident. Amiya gets nervous. Shiraki thinks, no matter who it is, if they get attacked from a blind spot, they'll experience plain fear. I'll show him how far I'm willing to go. He continues, once he realizes the consequences of disappearing, he'll naturally become obedient. Amiya nervously nods at the chief and thinks, he seems serious about this. As Ioma fights the monsters, he exclaims, all right, let's get this finished. At that moment, Amiya moves forward from behind Ioma to attack. She thinks, please don't think poorly of me. If I don't do this, there's a chance I might get killed by him. She aims for his shoulder, thinking he won't die from the hit. Amiya senses something and glances back from the corner of his eye. Amiya advances to launch her point shot attack. Ioma thinks, this isn't an accident. While covering for allies, her eyes are targeting me. That monster is also focusing on me. Focusing on one of them will leave me defenseless against the other. Then, Ioma smiles and advances, attacking the monster. Meanwhile, a shadowy hand appears and captures Amiya. Amiya thinks, he blocked it. As she tries to free herself, Ioma thanks Satsuki. Satsuki angrily questions Amiya, what's the meaning of that? I was defending you. What were you thinking? Amiya nervously responds, I still had some leeway to provide support. I was just trying to help. Shiraki thinks, how is that possible? Not only did they respond perfectly, but they showed no fear or hesitation. At that age, what kind of harsh environment did they go through to be like that? Oyama spots a monster and warns, don't let your guard down mid-fight. The monster approaches, using ice needle magic against Amiya. Shiraki thinks, I underestimated those monsters. I didn't know they could use magic. It was a blunder to send Amiya in. Amiya gets injured. Shiraki instructs Swai, use white magic to heal Amiya. Shiraki orders Hanasaki to provide support. Hanasaki replies that he's busy with monsters over there. Ioma intervenes between Hanasaki and the monster, telling him to save his surprise attacks for later. He'll handle that one. Hurry up and go, he says. Hanasaki agrees and runs. Shiraki briefly reflects, feeling annoyed. Zui heals Amiya with magic. Ioma gains 2,959 EXP. He reports all CLE over there. Mio attacks monsters with her weapon. Ioma thinks, it's over there too. Satsuki angrily states that he didn't have to save people like them. How could they do that during a battle, she thinks. One wrong move and Ioma could have gotten seriously injured. No, he could have even lost his life. So Amiya, Ian, and Hinasaki stand by wondering what's happening. Shiraki smiles and informs Tsukimo that it looks like there's a bit of a misunderstanding. Amiya committed a breach of etiquette. Aoma tells him he can stop with the bad acting now. Does he seriously think he's fooling anyone? Aoma notes that it seems Shiraki's 3 subordinates aren't as thick-skinned as he is. Satsuki thinks they caused quite a mess with their rash actions, but fortunately they can't assert themselves anymore. At this rate, we can guide the flow of things and return home. She knows how the guild reports may lead to a reassessment of the portal's difficulty. Once they return, Mio will no longer be allowed to enter the portal. Aoma remarks that her injuries are beyond the scope of what can be treated with white magic. He also can't trust them. In the battle just now, he had to waste a lot of MP because of someone's instructions. He suggests that it seems Shiraki is desperate to build a track record, but that has nothing to do with him. This is as far as they go for the portal investigation. Mio expresses, "What a waste." She doesn't care for his infighting and says he can go back if he wants, but she will continue on even if she has to go alone. Aoma angrily thinks, "I came here to stop her." He knows she has a personality that doesn't shy away from danger, but if he doesn't convince her here, she really will go alone. Mio asserts that she neither needs anyone getting in her way, nor does she need spineless people with her. She originally planned to go alone if there were no restrictions. Aoma states, "The reason you don't like working in groups is because you lost your friends." Mio becomes startled at Aoma's words. Satsuki is also taken aback. Mio suddenly draws her sword and points it at Aoma, angrily demanding, "Where did you hear that?" Aoma remains silent. Mio steps back, saying if he wants to go back, he can. She'll do as she pleases. That play about being allies ends here. Aoma tries to stop her. Shiraki grows annoyed and thinks she's going solo even though we're already down on forces. Aoma recalls that in the previous world, after Male lost her life, he heard a rumor from the guild she used to work for. While it was counterproductive to try and convince her, he's got to look out for her. Aoma shouts to Satsuki, "We're following her now." He thinks, at this rate, the past is going to repeat itself. Shiraki asks them both to wait. Aoma questions, "What is this?" Shiraki explains that soon, Amiya won't be able to move anymore. They should avoid being divided. Shiraki thinks, with casualties and lowered morale, if we split into 2 groups now, the investigative raid will collapse. However, as long as I can keep a hold on Aoma, we still have a chance. He thinks that Suicidal Girl can go die if she wants. This is problematic. There's a complete conflict of interests. Shiraki stands in front of Aoma and Satsuki, blocking their path forward. He thinks, if I abandon Amiya, the other 2 will also stop following me. We need to wait until she can move again. If we go chasing after Mio now, our raid will be divided. He considers to persuade the higher-ups we have to get an achievement from this raid, but with how exhausted we are right now, we can't achieve notable results on our own. Shiraki states he cannot allow them to chase after Mio. He says he's worried about her being isolated inside the portal, but it's her fault for choosing to live on her own. He notes that they shouldn't expose other members to danger because of her. Aoma tells him, those are not the words of someone who set up an ambush during combat. He instructs Shiraki to move aside. Shiraki claims there's no point in telling him that it was a misunderstanding. He says it's understandable if Aoma doesn't want to cooperate with them. Then Shiraki informs Aoma, I'll give you 2 million, let's forget what happened earlier and work together. Aoma remains silent. Shiraki apologizes for his foolish antics. However, he insists that they absolutely need to achieve something exceptional in that raid, something even a monkey would acknowledge. Shiraki mentions to Aoma, we don't even know each other, do we? Even I don't have any reason to back such an arrogant individual. Hinasaki tells Shiraki, 2 million, chief. No matter how much we need this. Shiraki asserts that's the value of this raid and of Aoma. He thinks an adventurer unit is a military strength a corporation can own. It will eventually lead to immense power. Kamin is a source of funds and a badge that guarantees my trustworthiness. I can't afford to lose them here. Even if I have to spend some of my money, it's a small price to pay. Shiraki expresses to Aoma that he's intrigued by his battle skills and wants to borrow his power even after this raid. Even a genius, he says, knows their limits when it comes to what they can do alone. Shiraki inquires if Ioma would like to join him in building a national organization. He tells him to be prepared to receive double his current compensation. However, as soon as Shiraki continues, Ioma immediately states that he refuses. Ioma mentions he has no interest in a corporate squad or in Shiraki himself. Shiraki, surprised, questions him. Ioma pushes Shiraki aside, telling him to step aside. He's going after Mayo. He instructs them to retreat after Anya recovers. Shiraki grabs Ioma's shoulder, telling him he'll give him 2 million just to obey him for that raid. Shiraki calls Ioma greedy, asking if he's saying he's not happy with the amount. He says he can even give him 5 million or 6 million. Ioma responds without hesitation, saying he just wants to test how far he can go on his own. He has no interest in money or corporations. Ioma removes Shiraki's hand from his shoulder, stating he doesn't want to waste any more time. If Shiraki continues, he'll have to resort to using force. Shiraki remarks, leaving him aside, can that rear guard girl shake him off? He questions if Ioma really wants to go alone. If he's not worried about leaving her alone with Shiraki, then go ahead. Shiraki looks at Ioma and suggests, let's stop this useless strife. Ioma gets angry. Shiraki laughs and mentions that he doesn't want to threaten or force anyone against their will. Of course, the next power is important, but what he's thinking about right now is ensuring the raid is successful and the city is protected. Satsuki thinks angrily that Shiraki only lies and fakes everything. Shiraki inquires what Ioma's level is. Ioma states it's 50. Why? Shiraki responds, what a coincidence, it's the same as mine. He wonders what to do and thinks that deciding the position of raid leader by a duel is a bit much. Hosaki immediately tells the chief that he doesn't think having a duel in the middle of a portal exploration is a good idea. They should avoid exhausting themselves, but the lack of unity is the most dangerous. Shiraki asks Ioma if he doesn't think so. Satsuki interrupts, pleading for them to stop messing around. What will you do if you get seriously injured over something like this? Ioma calmly replies, it's fine. Satsuki is shocked. Ioma states it's quick and easy, he'll do it his way. Hanasaki thinks he can't imagine the chief losing, but that Ioma guy is unusually strong. If Shiraki goes at it carelessly, even if he wins, he could get seriously injured. Shiraki calls Hanasaki and Sai, saying he needs support magic from both of them. They are shocked. Shiraki instructs them to hurry up. They respond with understood. Hanasaki uses his power magic. Sai uses his quick magic. They activate armor and magic buffs behind Shiraki. Shiraki feels the magic in his hands and remarks, that feels really good. Shiraki states, now then, let's get started. It's a fair duel, okay? Satsuki protests, asking if he's kidding. There's no way we can accept that. Shiraki asserts they've already agreed to the duel. Did he ever mention that using magic support was forbidden? He only used both of their MPs to persuade Aduema. They can't say no now. He adds that the head count was originally 4-2. Interference is only in support magic. Isn't that showing mercy? Shiraki mentions there's also a time limit on the magic. There's no backing out now. At most, if Ioma surrenders now, he's willing to accept that. Shiraki thinks no one is stupid enough to deal with an opponent who has received support magic at the same level. It's a little hard on them, but he can make Ioma surrender without injuries. With time limits and fear, Ioma will surrender unconditionally soon. Ultimately, it's just a verbal promise, but humans are bound by their words. Ioma clutches his head, stating, what the hell? Shiraki happily asks if that's enough for his handicap. He is shocked when Ioma responds, I'm in a hurry, let's get this stupid dueling game over with. Shiraki gets angry. Hanasaki thinks, what the hell is that guy thinking? Does he think the chief will back off if he acts so confident? If one looks down on Shiraki, he will stop at nothing. Ioma thinks he understands Shiraki's class from the skills he uses. It's the paladin class, suitable for a commander, adept at fighting while defending. Its strengths include stable base stats and a wide range of offensive and defensive magic. However, the class characteristics don't really apply to him right now. Shiraki says he'll ask Ioma one last time. Is he really not going to surrender? He thinks it's better to submit than be battered up. Ioma says, come on, just bring it already. He adds that Shiraki doesn't want his support magic to run out, does he? He doesn't want to hear excuses after the duel is over. Shiraki calls Ioma an idiot and quickly charges toward him to attack. Satsuki thinks Shiraki is faster than she imagined he would be. Shiraki raises his sword to strike Ioma. Just then, a powerful explosion occurs. Ioma dodges and resists Shiraki's attack, remaining unscathed. Hosaki says he directly blocked the enhanced strength of the chief. That must have had an impact on his body. He thinks simply being able to keep up with those movements is already commendable. The chief is strong, even when fighting without enhancements. Right now, he has 4 supporting enhancements active on him. If anyone can compete with the captain today, that guy would be a real monster. Satsuki thinks he changed the gravity direction to deflect the impact. He went flying very far, but he shouldn't have taken any damage. Shiraki thinks he didn't feel much connection, but Ioma dispersed the power pretty effectively. Shiraki says to Ioma, "You're really trying your best to parry my attacks, huh? Are you trying to buy time until the magic effects wear off?" As he thought, Ioma doesn't have enough speed or strength. This can't be a fair fight, Shiraki says. Now he is receiving support magic from 2 people. There is no way a single individual can surpass the power of a collective force. Shiraki thinks power in numbers is absolute. Ever since his school days, he has been good at knowing how to swim with the tides. He would excel in studies and physical activities without much effort. He recalls his school days, but that earned him jealousy from dropouts at his prestigious school. He remembers kneeling on the ground while one of the boys said he looked down on them just because he was somewhat good at studying. Those boys laughed and said, "Answer him, Mr. Student Council President." Shiraki thinks he was humiliated by someone he would never lose to in a one-on-one fight, but that was a good learning experience. He came to know that even if one is a genius in front of sheer numbers, they are nothing. That's why he honed his skills at understanding people's minds and anticipating prospects. He gained experience as an adventurer and pitched the concept of a corporate unit to cure mind construction. Shiraki thinks he'll control and conquer that chaotic era, all to acquire absolute power. Shiraki says they'll end it with that one strike. He raises his sword to attack Ioma. Ioma says he's too careless. Ioma counterattacks, sending Shiraki flying. Shiraki falls to the ground on his knees, still kneeling. Shiraki thinks, "What just happened? Did he get slashed?" Taki says, "Don't worry, it was the blunt side of the blade." Hanasaki is shocked, saying, "No way. Impossible." Hanasaki thinks he was clearly lagging behind Chief Shiraki. "What sorcery is that?" Shiraki stands up, saying, "How can he, with all those enhancements, fall behind an opponent of the same level?" Ioma says he couldn't handle his overly enhanced body. Whether he has greater speed or strength, he shouldn't think he can win a fight with such sloppy movements. Ioma explains that he realized it from his first attack. He just used his excessive enhancements against him. All he had to do was time it right. Hanasaki thinks he analyzed his movements from his previous attacks. He's saying that so lightly, but it can't be that simple. Hanasaki worries that if the chief has lost control over his body's movements, there's no way such a fast-moving person isn't a threat to him. Shiraki laughs, saying, "It looks like I was a little unprepared, but right now even my defenses are high." Shiraki thinks, "Not cutting him with the blade was a mistake. I missed my last opportunity." Shiraki thinks he needs his strength for the raid. Perhaps he has been too lax in his thinking. He thinks, "Ioma, I didn't expect things to escalate to this extent." Shiraki tries to calm himself down. He thinks, if he fights calmly, he can win. Shiraki thinks the support magic should last another 3 minutes from here on out. No more mercy. Shiraki thinks the advantage he has from support magic and his paladin skills should be enough. He's going to make the most of them and go for the kill this time. Ioma says he's sorry, but their battle experience is way different. Shiraki asks what Ioma means. Let him tell him that he's fine with continuing the fight, but from here on out, his attacks won't even graze him. Shiraki shouts, "What did you say?" Ioma states, "I'm fine with continuing to fight, but from here on out, your attacks won't even graze me." Shiraki shouts, "What did you utter?" Soe wonders, what the hell is happening? Why is the enhanced Chief Shiraki getting overwhelmed? Meanwhile, Shiraki considers the excessive physical enhancements that worsen his dexterity. It is unbelievable, but there is indeed a skill difference in their hand-to-hand combat ability. He will use his speed and put some distance between them. He will strike with magic attack. He plans to unleash his enhanced magical powers at full force, maximum scale and maximum power. He will survive this if he can. Shiraki employs a wholly punishing attack and the man with glasses wonders, what a large-scale attack. There's a huge amount of MP behind it. There is no place for him to dodge this attack. Ikoma thinks he can avoid that attack using inverse gravity, but he can't afford to use too much MP in this fight, so he uses gravity manipulation half strength. Shiraki is surprised Ikoma used the armor of a monster as a shield. Once he lost in hand-to-hand combat, it was easy to predict he would rely on magic. That's why he fought around the remains of the monsters, so he could use them to shield his magic attacks. Ikoma warns him not to come near. Ikoma uses gravity manipulation to speed towards Shiraki, touches his forehead, and moves with speed. Shiraki exclaims, "Damn it!" and wonders, what is this? He feels weird. Ikoma used gravity manipulation on him. Ikoma explains that due to excessive enhancements, Shiraki was already in a state where he couldn't control his body. If he suddenly lightens him up, there's no way he can move properly and cast magic on him. Shiraki thinks, who the hell is this guy? How is he being toyed with like this? He falls on his knees. Ikoma pulls his chin up with his sword and states, this should be enough to make you understand. This is a waste of our time and energy. Shiraki insists, it's impossible. I have support magic from 2 people. Was there actually someone who could surpass the power of numbers? A true genius. Aosaki mutters, this is too absurd. Why is there such a difference within the same B class? He ponders, Ikoma can't be a normal person. Shiraki rises and insists, this raid is the hope for the expansion of the next power. I cannot afford to lose. He prepares to attack. Asoma interjects, stop right there. 500 seconds have passed already. Shiraki exclaims in disbelief. Ikoma touches his forehead again with his sword. Shiraki says, there's no way I can lose, and falls to the ground.